Okay. Bro. Oh, you're live. You're live. Yeah. Wait, can they hear me? Can they hear me?
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, chat? Oh my gosh, the chat's dead. Oh my.
Something. I'm telling them to join up.
I'm definitely.
I'm telling
I'm definitely.
Linky to join up.
Join up. Okay. Okay.
Linky. Hey.
Okay. Okay, bro. Why is your thing a cup? Oh my god, fake.
Alright. Help me. Bro, he was on the wrong stream.
What did you say?
Bro, Linky was on the wrong stream.
He's on the wrong stream?
Yeah, I'm gonna send him the link if he hasn't joined in already. Ooh. Oh, cancel. Oh,
Bro, had
one
shot. I'm definitely not making a new account. I'm definitely not making a new account.
Yo.
I'm not on an account. I'm not.
Yo, Linky, if you're on the stream, can you say something in chat?
I think he's on the stream. I think.
Alright, we're reacting to his stories, alright? Basically, I don't know if he makes the animations himself, but he makes the stories himself. I know
No,
that.
he pays his editor like $50 billion.
He pays his editors $50 billion.
I feel like he pays his editor $10,000 a year. Like $10,000 a month.
Like 20,000.
Yeah, probably.
I was standing next to my brother Otto at his wedding when he stepped up to the mic,
just like
unfolded
imagine
a
how
piece
much
of
money
paper,
he's making
and started
off
reading
YouTube
the vows
right now.
I wrote for
Yeah, and he's got like 5 mil.
my fiance. I had left that paper on the kitchen counter at my
He got-
parents' house
he
2
got, like,
weeks
5
ago.
mil in,
Otto
like,
had
3
been
months.
doing this my whole life. Every dream I ever had out loud became his next achievement. At the reception, I told my fiance Julie those were my vows, and she was quiet for a long time. He just took them like they meant nothing. We postponed our wedding that night, but by the time we got home, I knew exactly what I was going to do. I called a friend in real estate about a house that looked perfect from the outside and was falling apart on the inside. Flooded basement, black mold, cracks running through the whole foundation. I started bringing it up at every family dinner for 3 weeks straight. Julie stopped coming to family dinners after the vow thing, so I sat at the table alone and thought about her sitting alone at home, and it made the performance very easy. One night, I put my head in my hands. I had to let it go. I just could not save enough in time. I pushed a fake mortgage document across the table and shook my head. I just hope nobody buys it before I can. Otto was already on his phone. 2 days later, my real estate friend called me. Otto scheduled an inspection on the house. I sat down on the kitchen floor and stared at the wall because I thought it was all over. Then my friend called back a few hours later. He canceled it so he could close faster. I exhaled for the first time all day. 2 days later, Otto texted me a photo of the house keys. Looks like it was meant for me. You'll find something cheaper. I texted back. Congrats. Hope it treats you well. He sent a laughing emoji. I put my phone down and went to tell Julie it was done. The first heavy rain of the season flooded his basement to the ceiling. Then cracks
Because I hear my voice after like 30 seconds.
It was delay.
Yeah, for me.
Oh.
Across the walls.
It
Otto
should be.
called me in tears.
Yeah, but
The
it's
house is
fine,
going to
fine.
collapse if I don't find $20,000 for repairs. A few weeks later, I walked into my parents' house for dinner, and Otto was already at the kitchen table with red eyes. My wife left me. I sat down. Why? She said buying the house was stupid. 2 months later, Otto was sleeping in our parents' basement because he couldn't afford the repairs, and Julie and I finally got married. I wrote even better vows, and she had never heard any of them
Oh my
before. Her
God.
face when I started the first line was worth every dinner I had sat through alone. I was standing next
Bro, I think
So-
Link left.
Yo, Trev, was that a W? Was that a W?
Me and my wife gripped our
Yeah, bro,
terminally ill
Linky's
son's
not
hand, trying to fight off the tears, but he weakly pressed a small metal circle
Linky,
into my
are you
lap.
still
I
here?
found this piece of metal
Is Linky in the room with us? Oh, let me check.
Bro, I feel like Lincoln left.
No, it says there's 2 watching on that.
Dad, promise me you'll wear it. It had Super Cop Dad written on it, and he used the last bit of his strength to weakly pin it to my chest. I'm so happy I got to have you as my parents. He said his last words and fell back, and tears fell from my eyes as he flatlined. I walked into my station next morning, gently caressing the circle on my chest, feeling numb when my chief got in my face. What's that stupid circle on your chest? Super Cop Dad. He squinted closer. I'm throwing this away. It's unprofessional. His hand shot towards it, but I instantly stepped back, feeling my fists curl in anger. My son
you
gave
unpause
it to
it?
me. He died yesterday. The chief went quiet.
You unpause it.
Yes, but I'm gonna go to bed. Yo, just have the stream play while you're going to bed, alright? Like on your TV or something.
Why are you going to
Then
bed?
shook his head. Then bring flowers to his grave or something. But here you follow dress code. I was about to crash out, but suddenly our radio
Okay,
crackled.
bro,
A
this
911
this freaking bag of hot Cheetos is bigger than
What?
this bag
call
of
was
hot
coming
Cheetos
through
is so
for an
dang
armed
big. I
robbery.
had to take off like all my pillows.
17 Oak Hill Avenue. My hand instantly flew over my mouth as that was my address, and my wife was at home. Me and the chief sprinted to the car, my hands trembling on the wheel. My heart raced because I was minutes away from losing my wife and son within 24 hours of each other. But I could barely even think because the chief just kept yelling about how unprofessional the metal circle looked if we made an arrest. We pulled into my driveway, and I immediately got out, sprinting to the door with my firearm raised. I kicked it down, not having time to
Bro,
use
you
my
still
key,
there?
and my jaw instantly dropped. My wife was in the kitchen, tied up on the floor with her face bruised. Her eyes burst open.
Yo,
Bro,
Is-
I'm like,
is
oh boy.
what?
Okay, what am I saying?
But I don't know. Yo, and like after like an hour of watching his stories or like something, do you either want to watch or Try Not to Laugh or play Roblox?
But
Which one do you want to do? Because I'm like live streaming for like 2 hours probably. 2, maybe 3
Yeah.
hours.
As she saw me, and she tried screaming through her gag. I ran towards her, but suddenly the intruder popped out from behind the
Like 3
kitchen door.
hours?
He shot before I had time to react, and my life flashed before my eyes as I realized my wife was about to watch me die. But then the bullet hit the Super Cop Dad circle on my chest. It bounced back and lodged into the robber's kneecap. He fell to the floor screaming, and my chief instantly ran towards him, cuffing him while he shrieked in pain. I dropped to my knees, untying my wife, and we both held each other sobbing. He saved our life, she cried into my chest. Our son saved us. I took off the Super Cop Dad circle. It was dented, it was perfect, and it had saved our life. I squeezed it in my palm and told the chief I was wearing it whether he liked it or not. Me and my
So basically, the son kind of saved his dad, I think. Yeah. But I forgot like this after like. But have you ever took like a test, and you study on it kinda at school, and then like the next day your teacher's saying all about it, and then once it's time for the test you forget everything about it. Well, that's
real?
just happened to me after I watched this.
bro, you know what I remember? Like
What?
my teacher forgot to check the math books before, so
Yeah.
I just did it, and when I didn't do it, bro, guess what?
What?
She checked it. So then I had to do 2 pages.
My wife gripped our terminally ill son's hand. I was babysitting my grandma. Me and my wife gripped our terminal. I was babysitting my grandma's pet hermit crab.
Oh, I used to have two pet hermit crabs, SpongeBob and Patrick.
When I accidentally stepped on it and heard a sickening crunch, I froze and looked down at the crab crushed on the floor, its bright blue shell still intact beside it. My stomach dropped, because to my grandma this wasn't just a crab, it was my dead grandpa. She swore his soul lived inside it, talked to it every morning, and loved it more than her own kids. Through the window, I could see her watering the garden, almost done, and I had to fix this somehow, or tell her I killed grandpa. Come on, get up, I whispered, poking the crab, praying it would move. But it just lay there, and grandpa the hermit crab was really dead. I sprinted to the backyard for a replacement, but all I found was a roly-poly, and no way that was passing as grandpa. So I propped the blue shell back on its shelf and wedged a rock under it, hoping it'd look like grandpa was tucked inside. But grandma's footsteps thudded up the porch. The shell wobbled off and rolled across the floor, empty. The hose shut off outside, and her footsteps got closer. So I grabbed the shell to hide it and told her grandpa crawled away and got lost. I yanked open the hall closet and shoved it down to the very bottom, the one spot grandma's bad back could never reach, but my hand hit something already there. I pulled out a worn cardboard box, and my jaw dropped. When I opened it, 10 hermit crabs wiggled inside. Why are there 10 grandpas? Then the front door opened. I spun around, and my mom was standing in the doorway, staring at the dead crab in my hands. My heart stopped. It was an accident, Mom. I don't know what to do, but she didn't yell. She rushed over, took a live crab from the box, and slipped it into Grandpa's blue shell in one smooth motion. I stepped on the real Grandpa crab a week after your grandfather died, she whispered. It would have destroyed her, so I've kept spares ever since. Then footsteps came down the hall, and we both froze. Grandma walked in, and my mom pushed the box under and closed the closet door and handed Grandma the crab. Grandma's eyes lit up. There's my grandpa! She scooped the crab, held it close to her chest. I was babysitting my grandma. I was crying at my mom's open casket in our living room when I saw my brother lean over her and slip the wedding ring off her finger, putting it in his pocket. He cackled under his breath and glanced around to see if anyone had noticed before walking away. I immediately grabbed his arm, tears running down my face. Bro, are you stealing from our dead mom? But he shrugged me off. My throat tightened because mom made me promise to bury her with that ring, so I couldn't let him get away with this. I pulled him aside, keeping my voice low because my whole family was grieving behind us. Put it back. She wanted to be buried with it. He pushed my chest. She's dead, bro. She doesn't need it, but I do. My fists clenched, and he pointed at the coin collection sitting on mom's memory table. She left me that piece of garbage as inheritance. You all got hella money, so I'm going to sell this ring and get what I'm owed. I took a deep breath, trying not to fight him for disrespecting our mom. Put the ring back now, or I'm telling everyone you stole it. He dangled it in front of my face. You really want to ruin mom's funeral over a ring? You do that to her? How selfish are you? His words twisted my stomach, and I almost believed I was the bad guy. He started sprinting towards the back door, getting away. But then I looked at my mom lying there, and I knew I couldn't fail her, so I did the unthinkable. I ran to the casket and lifted mom's hand for the whole room to see. Her ring finger was bare, and the family gasped. Someone stole the wedding ring off our dead mother. Every head turned as I pointed at my brother by the door. Empty your pockets, little bro. He turned to leave, but my dad blocked the door, reached into his pocket, and pulled out the ring. Dad let out a tear, then pointed at the coin collection. That thing your mother left you, I had it appraised last week. It's worth more than what everyone else got combined. My brother's whole face lit up. You should have said that. Let me put it back. Dad lifted a finger. But after what you just did, it's going to your brother. You get nothing. Dad opened the door and kicked him out as he cried, and then handed me the ring. I slid it onto her finger where it belonged and kissed her forehead goodbye. I was crying at my...
So chat, the lesson we learned after this short is basically karma can happen really, really, really fast. Alright?
My mom's open... I rang the doorbell and gave the customer his pizza, but when he took it, he looked like he was about to cry. Feeling bad, I tried to cheer him up with small talk and asked if he's got fun plans tonight, but the man's face fell even further as he said, "My plans are to eat this and look at old photos." He gave the money and closed the door. I turned to leave, but that's when a kid's voice shouted at me from the upstairs window, "Don't forget the sauce my dad loves." I stopped and checked the bag and realized I'd forgotten to give the man his sauce. I knocked again and gave him his sauce. boss. He smiled for the first time and shook my hand, saying I'd just made his night a little better. I told him to thank his son, as he's the one who reminded me from the upstairs window. But suddenly the man's face went still. He asked me to repeat exactly what his son said. Don't forget the sauce my dad loves. That's when the man looked at the ground and quietly said, I don't have a son. My son died 1 year ago. I felt my legs give out, and when I looked back up at the upstairs window, the boy was gone. The dad stepped out and looked at the upstairs window with me, then said, he was trying to cheer me up. He must have known his old man was feeling extra sad on the anniversary. He forced a chuckle and looked at the sky. I looked up too, because at that moment I realized even when they're not there, the ones you love are always looking out for you. I rang the doorbell.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, do you have any new people in the chat? We've been live streaming for 15 minutes so far. Yo,
there's no one in the chat. Like, I'm literally the only one.
Yo, can you start commenting more, so I can help bring more people in?
Oh yeah, that is true.
Chat?
Also, you gotta like it.
Yeah.
And gave the customer his pizza. My mom pushed my plate of
can I
breakfast
spend
eggs away
W's?
Sure.
and poured me a bowl of cereal. Mom, can you stop treating me like a baby? I'm 23,
Bro,
but you
if I was
patted my
on-
head
if
and
I was
handed
on
me
my
a juice
laptop,
box.
bro.
Whatever you
If I was on my laptop, there would be like 20 billion, cause
I mean, it kind of can. There's a limit, but I don't know how long the limit is.
say, sweetie, she gave me a plastic spoon. I face-palmed and walked away, but that night she stormed in while I was gaming and unplugged my console.
Okay, why
It's
do I
past
have
your
0
bedtime.
XP
It's 9 p.m.
What?
I still have 0 XP.
Oh.
I pointed at the clock, but she was already ushering me to the bed. Exactly. You should have gone to sleep an hour ago. She took my phone and walked out, locking my door. I despised living with her and needed my own place, so I secretly applied for a job. The day of my interview, I told her I was meeting a friend and would be back for 6, then got dressed in the bathroom and snuck out. I walked into the interviewer's office, my heart pounding. But as soon as I sat down, the door behind me opened. Mom walked in smiling, and my stomach instantly dropped. What are you doing here? Mama's just here to watch. We're gonna talk later about you lying to me about where you're going. She pulled up a chair and sat beside me. The interviewer had an awkward smile and chuckled. So tell me about yourself. I opened my mouth to speak, but suddenly my mom leaned over and stared into her eyes. He's a mama's boy. That's all you need to know. I'm his whole world and he's mine, and nobody's taking that from me. She squeezed my hand, and I winced because this was insane. The interviewer looked threatened and quickly wrote something on her clipboard. She asked, "Are you able to work overtime?" And I straightened my tie and went to say yes, but Mom got there first. Only till 8. That's his bedtime. I felt my face go red with embarrassment and told her to stop, but she literally pulled a bottle of soda from her bag. I'm just here to make sure you're not nervous. Now drink up. I can tell you're dehydrated. She pressed the bottle to my lips, and when I saw the other candidates watching through the window and laughing, I snapped. I smacked the bottle away. The soda splashed all over Mom. I hate you. I shot up from my chair as my voice cracked. You're sick in the head. I never want to see you again. Her mouth fell open as she grabbed my sleeve. You don't mean that. You're just cranky because you didn't eat your breakfast. But I ripped my arm loose and threw both middle fingers up in her face. The interviewer sat there watching everything unfold. Mom gasped with tears in her eyes. You are grounded, young man. But I was already storming out. I turned back to the interviewer at the door. Also, if you still consider hiring me, I can do whatever overtime you need. I looked my mom dead in the eye. F her bedtime. My mom pushed my plate of
I don't have a bedtime on summer.
breakfast eggs away and poured.
I
I
already have a
started
bedtime.
stealing as much as I could. As soon as the bank guard walked away
I go
from
to
the
sleep
vault
when I
door,
want.
I quietly cracked open every deposit box I saw, filling my bag with
Oh,
cash
shoot.
and jewelry.
What?
I opened this water and it squirted all over.
Just bring it on. I'm gonna go and get some water. Be right back.
Alright. Can I take over the live?
Sure, in the same chat.
Oh my god, bro. W's in the chat, W's in the chat, W's in the chat. Join up, join up. Join up. Come on, guys, come on. Mom. Alright, I'm gonna get a little snack. I'm gonna get a little snack, guys. I'm gonna get a little snack. Little snack, little snack. Now, bro, did y'all ever try hot Cheetos with cream cheese, bro? That's bust.
Good night, Dad.
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
back.
Okay, are you still
What?
are you still live streaming for 2 hours?
Yeah.
Um,
This was a black market bank. Everything inside belonged to the
bro,
worst
have
drug
you ever
traffickers.
tried hot Cheetos with cream cheese?
Okay, but let's.
Did you try them?
Did you just?
Bro, it's good, bro.
And war
you should try
criminals
it.
on the planet, so I had no problem.
Let's try what?
Hot Cheetos with cream cheese.
I mean, I do got hot Cheetos, but I don't have cream cheese.
Oh.
Problems with draining their accounts. I had almost cleared out the entire vault when I came to box number 13. I popped the lock. Inside was a piece of paper and a gun, but that wasn't all. The box was rigged. When I opened it, the vault slammed shut and I was trapped. I flipped on my night vision goggles. I had to think quickly. The getaway van was only going to wait for another 90 seconds before it took off. I looked at the piece of paper from inside the box. It was a note. Nobody steals from me. If you're reading this, you're trapped and the guards are on the way. I've left you a gun with one bullet inside in case you want to take the easy way out. Because I promise you, if I take you alive, your fate will be much worse. It was signed by the most brutal cartel boss in the country. Just then, I heard the footsteps of guards outside the vault, and the door started to open. 3 guards stood in front of me with their guns raised. The lone ceiling light outside the vault flickered one time, and I realized that there was only one way out for me. I reached for the gun in the box. The guards moved closer. "Hey, freeze! What do you think you're doing?" I raised the gun and said, "Taking the easy way out." I shot the light, and the room went pitch black. The guards stumbled around blindly. I flipped on my goggles and made quick work of all 3. Once they were knocked out, I threw them in the vault and shut the door. I ran outside and made it to the getaway van at the exact moment it started to pull away. I started stealing as much as...
Wait, I thought like a getaway van's supposed to have a getaway driver. Am I right?
In GTA, the getaway van is just like
Like, let's say, like in movies it does. They do.
but in GTA for me, I play with my friends and I'm like yeah, there is drivers.
But it was like us. But it was like one time in Driving Empire, and you were robbing the bank, and I was outside with the helicopter, and you have to, and you just, it just reminds me of that.
As I could, as my 3-year-old ripped his hand out of
usually
mine
the
and sprinted straight for the ocean. I immediately jumped.
What?
Not the getaway car. It's my car because my car's faster. You know, no, my friend's car because it's the fastest. It's like
Jumped up
it's like really fast. He what did he do? He parks it behind the bank and then he just drives it.
Because I was too broke for swimming lessons, and he'd definitely drown. "Theo, get back here!" But a giant wave emerged from the ocean and crashed over
Okay, bro. Why does it seem like something out of Moana, bro?
him. And when it reeled back, he was...
The ocean just yoinked him, bro. Like, you're mine now. We're gonna have some tacos later. But no, they just said, You're my friend now. We're gonna have some tacos later.
Gone. I frantically searched for anyone who could help us, but the beach was completely empty. I crashed into the
See, he must pay his editors a lot, cause like the editors and animators, cause he probably gets this average, heck, even like probably like 5 million average, depending on the video.
This month he
I
probably
climbed a
got like $2 million.
my 3-year-old.
Yeah. And yeah, he's still asking for people to subscribe at 5 mil. Bozo.
Yeah. Like his like views get like over like 10 million.
Okay, so this is a self-promotion, so which you're not gonna watch, right?
I climbed a ladder in my backyard and taped the nose cone on top of my makeshift rocket. Then I whispered into my headset, "Aliens, this is Human 24. I'm ready to escape my mom." The headset crackled. "Confirm you're alone, Human 24. I clenched my fist and told them I'm always alone. Inside the house, my mom had my whole day written on a card taped to the back door, and I was tired of following her schedule.
Isn't it copyright?
No. Because this guy called Legend GT, he was acting to another person. I think that's like Asian story.
Yeah.
So basically, I don't think it's copyright. And if it was, they would have taken the stream down. But anyways, do you guys remember when the government confirmed that they had an alien at Area 51 for like 35 years, and then it died?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, this
Get me
cream
out of
cheese
here,
is
I
full
said.
of
I'm done being her
My mom's
prisoner.
gonna get
Copy
mad.
that.
I mean, I'm gonna stay up to like 3 live streaming. Probably gonna end stream like around 3:30.
At Human 24, but don't tell anybody.
gonna be
I said
here
I wouldn't,
eating
and
my
that's
hot
when a
Cheetos and
huge
cream cheese,
shadow
and
came
I'm
up
good.
the side.
What? What'd you say?
I'm good.
Alright.
I'm just gonna eat my cream cheese and hot Cheetos, and I'm good.
Of my
Alright.
rocket. I turned around and went pale because my mother was standing there with that same look that she used to scold me. She pulled the headset down around my neck and asked, "What the hell are you doing? It's time for your curfew."
I'm good,
so
bro.
I looked into her eyes with a smirk. "I'm launching into space. The aliens are coming for me, and they're helping me to escape your control." But she said, "Aliens aren't real, dumbass." So I shook my head and told her she was wrong. But she ignored me and reached past me for my rocket. I screamed, "Leave my rocket alone," and got in front of it with both arms out. But she pushed me out of the way, and I fell on my butt with a thud. My headset came off my head and fell onto the grass. My eyes widened, and I scrambled to get it back on. "Hello, Mr. Alien? Are you still there?" My mom paused and asked who I was talking to. I said the aliens. She grabbed my wrist. "Tell me who is on that headset." Then she pulled it off my head while I screamed, "No," and put it on. She spoke into it. "Who is this?" I couldn't hear what came back, so I watched her face, but it got redder and redder by the second. Then I heard something in the bushes behind us, so I turned around. There were 2 guys in the weeds packing a radio
I'm trying
into
to
a
melt my
backpack,
water
yelling, "Abort
'cause
mission."
it's, like,
His mom
frozen.
found out. My jaw dropped. "No way. Are these the aliens?" I saw my mom march over to them and grab both of them by their hoods, but my hands started trembling when I heard her say, "The cops are on their way." I put my head down because there were never any aliens, and walked back and kicked the nose cone off my rocket. They were never taking me to space. They just wanted to control me, just like my stupid mother. I climbed a ladder in my backyard.
Honestly, I would probably never go to space, cause what if like you run out of oxygen, and like once you run out of oxygen, the air is so thin up there, cause of how you go, the thinner the air. Basically, if you climb Mount Everest, cause like I think like at 35,000, like you can breathe at like 15,000 feet, but like nothing's going like 35,000 feet, but nothing's going in your lungs. But and then like at that point, like if you're in space, your head just might go boom.
Yeah.
My
I'm melting
8-year-old
this
daughter
water,
pointed
bro.
at the
Like,
9 dead
it's
bodies on the
ice.
news and cheered,
Cold.
"Daddy, look what I did." The reporter was standing
I'm sorry, what did this little 8-year-old girl do? What?
beside a crashed bus on a highway, and Amelia bounced on her toes and shook my IV drip in excitement. "Isn't it great?" I muted the TV and laughed nervously. "Amelia, what are you talking about?" She rolled her eyes like I was being dumb. "I waited all day on the side of the highway for a bus to come, and when it did, I pushed a big rock off the edge so it would crash and kill people." My hands were trembling so hard, the remote slipped off my lap. 3 hard knocks rattled the door, and I grabbed my walking cane to open it. The older officer pointed at Amelia. "Sir, we need to speak speak with your daughter." I stepped in front of Amelia. She didn't do anything. She makes things up. She watches too much TV. She leaned around my leg. "Daddy, I did do it. I did it for us. The bus was silver. It rolled 4 times. I counted. I caught my balance on my cane. What does she mean she did it for us?" The young cop's hand came off his radio and hung in the air. His partner crouched, scooped her up like she weighed nothing, and carried her to the cruiser. I hobbled after them as fast as the cane would let me. "Wait!" But from the back seat, Amelia waved with both hands, like she was leaving on a field trip. I buried my head in my hands because I still couldn't figure out what was going on until my phone rang. A woman from the transplant center spoke. "Sir, there's been a fatal bus crash killing 9 people. This means we have a heart transplant available for you. We need you tonight." I covered my mouth with my hand. My daughter had killed 9 people to get me a heart transplant, and it worked. "Sir, can you come in?" I said yes. My 8-year-old daughter pointed
W daughter? But like, not W. Honestly, there's high key L, low key W.
at the 9 dead bodies. I pressed the guard's master key into a bar of soap the second his back was turned, holding my breath while the shape of the key sank in. My cellmate Reggie stood in the doorway, blocking the guard's view with his body. I'd been sent to prison for a murder I didn't commit, and my lawyer had stopped picking up my calls. I had to take matters into my own hands, or I'd be facing the electric chair next week. Every night, I melted plastic spoons over a lighter. Reggie snuck in from the kitchen, pouring the melted plastic into the soap key bit by bit until it finally held it.
What?
His 9-year-old daughter. Wait, is it 8-year-old or?
Yeah, 8-year-old.
9.
8-year-old. Yo, you still here?
Yeah.
Its shape. A guard walked past my
No,
cell
why
twice
wouldn't I
while
be
I was in
here?
the middle of
I
pouring,
better know
and
why
both
wouldn't I
times
be
I
here?
shoved everything under my mattress, my heart pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. On the 5th night, the key snapped clean in half the second I tried to test it in my own cell door, and I had to start the whole thing over with only 2 days left before my execution. Reggie grabbed my shoulder the night I finally made one
Oh
that
my
worked.
gosh,
"You
I just
sure about
cracked
this?"
my
I nodded,
frickin'
holding the finished key up
Cheeto,
with
bro.
shaking hands. "It's the only shot I've got left." That night during shift change, I slid the plastic key into my cell door, and it opened on the first try. I made it past 2 more locked doors before a guard's flashlight swept down the hallway, and I hid in a supply closet until his footsteps disappeared. I climbed the fence around the prison and ran straight to my lawyer's house to find out why she'd been ignoring my calls. She opened the door pale and shaking, then stepped back to let me inside without a word. I followed her into the kitchen, where a folder sat closed on the table. The killer's brother threatened my daughter if I ever came forward with this. That's why I stopped answering. I didn't want you dragging me back into it. She slid the folder across the table toward me with both hands. "But you don't deserve to die."
Oh my
I flipped it
gosh.
open, and inside were the real killer's fingerprints, which had been matched to the scene, and I finally felt hope that I would get to live. I turned myself back in that same night, holding the proof in my hands, and my execution was canceled. I pressed the guard's
Huh. Yo, can you comment more so I can bring more people in?
Do you want me to comment?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yo, what are the odds Zane is up right now? What are the odds Zane's up right now?
I don't think he's up.
But what are the odds?
Like really low. He like goes to sleep at like 12 or like late, like oh.
Yeah.
Like, am I wrong, bro?
No, no.
Like, he goes to sleep early. Like, y'all were the first people I met, and then I met you first. Then I met Zane, and then I met what is it? Zane's brother. What is his name?
Wyatt.
Yeah, Wyatt. Yeah, I met Wyatt then. Oh, why is just a furry?
Oh wait, no, he's up.
Oh,
Join.
wait, does he know your YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Alright, tell him to join. Tell him to join.
Join up, little. Oh, they got a link for it.
Send a link. Send a link.
Oh, hold up. Yo, I'm gonna disconnect from the call real quick.
In your stream.
What?
I'm watching your stream.
I'm live streaming with Milk.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
No, I'm just saying good luck.
let me send you the link.
Alright, see ya.
Alright, see ya.
I'm watching your stream.
I'm live streaming with
Yo.
Milk. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying good luck. Alright, see ya.
He's calling me again. Hold up. YOLO. Milk. He's calling me again. Hold up. Milk. Milk. YOLO. You there?
Okay. Yeah.
To a bar of soap the second his back was turned, holding my I was hunting
Okay.
elk in the woods when I heard something
Is
Hey, I'm a hunter.
whimpering under the snow. I dug 10 minutes and pulled out a pup, eyes barely open, ribs showing,
Am
too
I getting a
cold to
call?
shake. I wrapped him in my flannel
that
and
was
carried
me.
him 3 miles back to my cabin, hidden inside my jacket against my chest. He was barely breathing when I got home. I warmed milk and fed him drop by drop from an eyedropper until his tongue started moving. He slept on
Wow,
my
so-
chest that night and every night after. Another hour and he'd have been dead. 6 months later, I took him in for his shots. The vet asked his breed and I said he was a husky somebody dumped.
Oh, I
He
seen that
walked
one, I
me
seen
into a
that one.
back room and shut the door. That's not a husky. That's a northwestern gray wolf. Maybe 200 left in this country. He slept in my lap on the way home with my hand on his head, and I never told a soul. I raised him like he was my own kid. 2 winters later, 3 trucks pulled up my driveway, and 3 men in camo got out with rifles. The lead one walked up to my porch like he owned it. Got a tip you've been hiding something up here. Where is it? I stepped outside and pulled the door shut behind me. There's no animal. He laughed. Come on, man. We know exactly what you got. That thing's worth 40 grand to a trophy hunter and we'll cut you in. I told him to get off my property. He held up a folded paper. State signed off on it, friend. Ain't your pet? It's a wild animal. I didn't move. He cocked his rifle and aimed it at my chest. We're walking out with that thing. Don't matter if you're standing there or not. That's when the door behind me flung open and 120 pounds of white fur came through it with his
Yo.
teeth already showing. He launched himself at the lead hunter. The rifle went flying into the porch
Yo,
ceiling
where's
while
he?
my boy held him down
Is he on?
and opened his jaws. I closed my
I don't
eyes
think
as
so.
the hunter started
Oh, I
screaming.
think he is.
The other 2 hunters dropped their rifles and ran. I opened my eyes. The lead hunter dragged himself away, missing
Yo,
a couple
Zane.
fingers off his shooting hand. He
What?
Zane, text in the chat. Text in the chat.
I don't
That-
think he has an account. I don't think he has an account.
Yeah.
He might though.
walked back to me, snow and blood on his mouth, and pushed his head into my hand. I'd spent 3 years thinking I was protecting him, but he'd been waiting for his turn to return the favor. He still sleeps on my chest every night, and nobody comes up that mountain to bother us anymore. I was hunting elk in the I was chipping a rare gem out of a cave wall in the Amazon rainforest when a tribe dropped down from the surface, circling me with daggers pointed at my chest. I threw my hands up, my heart hammering. My father
His sister's sleeping.
What?
Zane's sister's sleeping, so he can't join.
What did you say? Did you say that?
Yeah.
Where? Where?
Me and him.
Oh,
In the chat.
Father spent his whole
In
life
my chat.
hunting this gem
In
and
my
never
Discord.
found it, and now I had to make it out alive with this gem to complete his dying wish. I pulled out my phone and showed them a picture of the gem, hoping they'd let me go, but they started screaming in a language I couldn't understand and jabbing their daggers at my face like I offended them. I'm just here for the gem, I swear, but two warriors ripped my backpack off my shoulders. No, my gear, my samples. Then they slammed me to the ground as their shaman lifted my father's rare gem into a beam of light, glowing, shifting from milky white to deep violet, and the whole tribe dropped to their knees. That's when I realized they worshipped the stone because it glowed, so I dropped to my knees too and bowed at the gem, praying it would save me. But they all looked at me with disgust, yanking me up by my hair, furious that an outsider dared bow to their god. I begged, but they dragged me out of the cave, through the forest, and into their village, where a stone altar sat stacked with kindling. They forced me to my
No,
knees
this
on
is
top
good.
of it and tossed my backpack onto the pile beside me. When they raised their torches, it hit me. They were going to burn me alive, and I'd die without ever completing my father's wish. The torches dropped, and flames roared up around my knees. Then I remembered how their gem glowed, and it gave me the craziest idea. My UV flashlight could make my own stone samples glow the exact same way. So I lunged for the bag with shaking hands, and the tribe roared, shoving their torches into the kindling and pressing their daggers against my back. I grabbed the flashlight and a fistful of stones anyway, and swept the light over them as the flames climbed higher. They glowed and shifted from white to violet, the same glow as their god, and the whole tribe froze, then dropped to their knees in worship. Not for the stone this time, but for me, their new rock god. They doused the flames and pressed their sacred gem into my hands as a peace offering. My father never found it, while I walked out a rock god holding it. I was chipping a rare gem out of a My phone buzzed. Congratulations, you've been cast on our dating game show. I instantly called my brother.
How they get me on this, bro? Yo, bro, you still here?
Yeah.
I'm finally getting a girlfriend. He laughed.
just
Yeah,
eating.
right. You're
That's why.
600 pounds. You've been single for your entire 40-year-old life. I hung up because I was ready to finally prove everyone wrong and get a girl. 2 weeks later, I walked into the villa and 10 of the most gorgeous people I'd ever seen were by the pool. The host spread his arms wide. Everybody, welcome your newest bombshell. I strutted down the steps, popped my collar, and hit the girls with my best Sigma face. But the whole line of baddies burst out laughing so
Bro,
hard
I
they were crying.
water,
I kept
bro.
smiling because
My
I
water's
figured they
not
were
even-
laughing with me.
My
The
water's
host
still
squeezed
ice.
my
I drank
fat
all the
roll.
water.
Ladies, which one of you wants to steal him for a date? Every girl went completely still. I scratched my head
Oh
in
my
confusion,
gosh.
but I figured they were just playing hard to get, until the blonde in the red bikini pointed at me. Babe, no offense, but this is a dating show, not a cooking show. A cameraman snorted behind his lens, and I completely froze, because I realized they cast me to be the punchline, and 40 years of being single was about to turn into 41. My heart broke in my chest, and I turned to walk out, because I felt like a lost cause. But on the way out, I saw the buffet table, the open bar, and the infinity pool, so I made a decision. If I was the joke, I was going to be a joke with a mimosa. I loaded a plate with lobster tails and ate them in the hot tub, while the cast screamed at each other over some guy named Braden. After just an hour, I was on plate number 8, dipping unlimited chicken nuggets straight into the chocolate fountain. They flew me out to be laughed at, but I was the only person in that house having a good time. On the last night, the host asked if I'd found what I was looking for. I popped my collar and hit the Sigma face one more time. Best vacation of my life. My phone buzzed. Congratulations, you've been cast on our dating game show. I instantly called my brother. I'm finally getting... When I came home with my adopted son, he instantly ran to hide under the table. Take cover! I gently walked over and patted his back. It's okay, son. That was just a car engine, not a bomb. There's no war here, don't worry. He kept shaking, and I had no idea how I was going to help him heal from his trauma. But that night, I heard a laugh coming from the inside of his room, and when I peered inside, I saw him crouched over a tiny animal. He saw me standing behind him and turned around. Dad, look, I found a hamster. It's my friend, and his name is Mr. Nibbles. He teaches me I don't need to be scared. Another car passed by, but this time my son sat perfectly still. I breathed a sigh of relief because I thought for sure that he'd somehow found the cure to his PTSD. But 4 months later, I walked into my son's room to feed Mr. Nibbles, and he was curled up in the shavings, not breathing. I felt my heart break, and I was still thinking about how to tell my son when I heard footsteps in the doorway.
Fun fact, Hypes is actually hamsters actually hibernate. Fun fact.
Oh my god.
Instantly ran over to the cage. Are you feeding Mr. Nibbles without me? He grabbed the hamster, and his face immediately dropped. But before I could say anything, he gently patted my back.
Mr.
It's okay,
Nibbles.
Dad. He stroked the gray fur with one finger. I'm glad I got to be his friend,
Who's-
even if it was only for a
I
little
love
while. For
my
we
Android here. Who is that?
Love my Android. Yo, what up?
Who is that?
I don't know about some random video.
Oh,
Yo,
what's
Silk,
up?
I went up by 1. Let's go.
Yo, there's 3 people. There's 3
Yes.
people.
Yes. Yo, if you sub, you get a. Okay, but why am I asking for subs? Why am I actually?
Yo, like up, like the stream,
Yo,
like the stream.
guys, if you subscribe, if you guys send me a dancing disco, I will shout you out. No, but you can do whatever you want. By the way,
It's me, guys. Oh,
Zane.
that's
Oh, Zane.
Zane, that's Zane.
Zany boy.
What's up, Zany boy? What's up, Zany boy? Like the Zany boy. Bro, my
Yo,
cream cheese
guys,
is full of
send a
hot Cheeto dunks.
dancing
You don't understand.
disco.
Weeks I'd been wondering how to comfort my 6-year-old son, and now he was comforting me. We buried Mr. Nibbles by the fence, and when a car passed by, he laughed.
Man, Mr. Nipples, man. Mr. Nipples.
Why was I so scared before? When I came home, I was about to go down a water slide with my biggest friend when he grinned. You sure you want to ride with
Son, he looks bigger than me.
me? I might clog this
Stunning.
thing. I laughed and told him to get on. We squeezed onto the raft and shoved off, screaming, and he got so hyped he ripped his shirt clean off. But halfway down the tube, we slammed to a dead stop. Bro, did you actually clog it? He shoved against the walls while I pushed from behind, but we were completely stuck, and my balls dropped. I screamed up the slide. Help! We're stuck in
Yo,
here,
Zane,
but my
didn't you
voice
say
just
that your
echoed.
sister was sleeping?
Yeah, Zane.
No one could hear us, which meant another raft would come flying down any second and kill us. Then I felt cold water
Turn on
crept up
donations.
my
Turn on
legs.
donations. He said turn on donations. Turn them on. Turn them on.
I don't have my card. I don't have my details connected to my stream.
Bro,
Bro, I have to get popular for that.
he was gonna donate some money. Hey, Zane, can you please donate on my stream, bro? Can you donate on my stream, bro? Help your boy out, bro.
Honestly, Zane, just you being here is just helping out the stream. Why did I open Roblox, bro? Like, literally. That's related. I don't know how to turn on donations. But tomorrow I will have donations on when I'm live.
You better. Wait, tomorrow you're gonna stream?
Yeah, but I'm gonna stream for like 4 hours tomorrow.
Oh, damn. Wait, today or?
Yeah, later today.
Bro, the water's rising because we're clogged. We gotta move now, or else we'll drown. But
Because
my
we're
friend just
all-nighter?
sobbed. I'm gonna die because of my rolls. This is so I begged him to lock in and help me, but he
Is it?
cried harder.
Is
It's
it?
no
Is it?
use. This is how I go out. Every second he cried, the water climbed higher, now up to my chest. Then a surge
I
of
have
water
my
shoved
cream
us
cheese.
forward before we jammed again, and that gave me an idea. Bro, the water pressure can push us out. Then I heard screaming echoing down the tube. The raft was coming, and it was now or never. I yelled, "Bro, suck in and hold your breath." We sucked in, and I felt the other kid's toes skim my head right before the water exploded behind us, blasting our raft out like a cannon. We crashed into the pool, gasping, but when I looked back, the other raft never came out. They were stuck, but I didn't understand how. I yelled, "They're stuck in there, save them." A
Well, he's
lifeguard
calling
ran to
me.
shut the ride down, and they pulled the kids out just in time. Then a worker climbed up to find what clogged the slide.
What? Yeah. Yeah, why'd he leave? Yo, Milk. Yo, what up, boys?
Right now, I'm not getting no one.
Okay, whisper then, my boy.
It's okay. Just you can talk.
Bro,
Whisper.
bro, go in a different room. Go in a different room.
Well, I don't want to.
Wait, what did you say?
Bro, what should he do? I don't know, man. What?
I can barely hear you saying.
Oh, same. Yo, you guys still watching the live?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Well, wouldn't I?
Bus is clear.
Bro,
Mom, I
that
need
hard Cheeto cracked.
Mom, I need to use the bathroom.
Oh, I'm back, boys.
But I'm getting the hot Cheetos in the back because those are the biggest.
Well, guys, I have to go.
Alright.
Alright. Oh my gosh, I cracked my freaking hot Cheeto again.
Then held up a soaking wet shirt. This huge shirt sealed the drain shut, backing up the whole slide. My friend and I locked eyes. Bro, it wasn't cause of your rolls. It was your freaking shirt. His jaw dropped. But then a manager headed straight towards us. We thought we were cooked, but he said, please don't sue us. Free passes for life. We grabbed them and grinned, knowing damn well we were the culprits. I was
Yo, can you entertain the stream real quick? I have to use the bathroom.
A bit. Oh. Um. I'll go put this cream cheese away. Wait, Zane, what time is it for you, bro? I know you live in New York.
What are you saying?
Saying what?
Yo, what was that?
Yo. Bro, you already hit puberty, bro.
Yeah, I did, I think.
You hit puberty in like 5 seconds.
Bro, I hit puberty like 5 seconds, man. Yo. Yo, I got a full flip, bro. I got a full beard.
was about to go down a water slide with my biggest friend when he grinned. You sure you want to ride? I was sitting on my friend Peyton's couch. I was
Honestly, the lesson we learned in this is, don't take your shit off. Auto stuff, what's that?
Am I the only one that does this?
What?
When I poop in the shower, I grab it and then I throw it in the, and then I play like I'm Kobe and then I throw it in the trash can.
What did you just admit to?
Your stream's gonna get big.
Mo, what was that for?
was about to go down a water slide with my biggest friend when he grinned. You sure you want to ride? I was sitting on my friend Peyton's
should get
couch when I
banned in, like,
finally said it
2
out loud.
minutes.
I have the biggest crush on Navia. Peyton put his Xbox controller down. Have you told her? I shook my head. I just wish she felt the same way. Peyton laughed. Careful what you wish for. The next day, Navia started texting me every 5 minutes. I told myself it was nothing,
That
but
would
then I
play
looked up
on
from my
Navia, bro.
lunch and saw her standing outside the cafeteria.
gonna play on my video.
Can you join the Discord on? Can you join the Discord on? Wait, no, bro. Yeah, bro. After the stream, bro. After the stream.
Okay.
A window watching me eat. I waved slowly, and she did not move. I packed up my tray and hurried out the side door, and she was standing there waiting for me. My heart started pounding in my chest. Were you just outside the window? She tilted her head. Yeah, I just wanted to see you. The next day, she cornered me
I don't know what I'm saying.
by the lockers with her eyes red and her voice shaking. I see the way you look at other girls. I stepped back. Nevaeh, I do not know what is happening right now. She grabbed my arm. Why do you not love me? I would do anything for you. Anything. People in the hallway were stopping to stare. You need to calm down. Do not tell me to calm down. She was crying and shaking, and I started shaking too. Then she went completely still. Her face scrunched up like she was fighting something. Then she burst out laughing so hard she had to grab the
The first time I ever was shaking, it was like out of fear because I crashed my e-bike. Milk.
Yeah.
Just wanted to see if you still here.
the locker to stay upright. I'm so sorry. Peyton told me what you said, and all I could think about was that horror movie we watched last month. I could finally breathe again. The one with the girl who is obsessed with that guy and stalks him. She nodded, still wiping tears from her eyes. I just wanted to see what you
Did
would
you
do.
stream?
She reached out and
What?
Did you end the stream?
No.
Oh.
Why?
I don't know, because it
grabbed
paused.
my hand. For what it is worth, I do feel the same way. I was sitting on my friend Peyton. Our priest raised his hand halfway through my vows, pressed a finger to my forehead, and yelled, "Tag, you're it." Then he immediately hiked up his robe and sprinted down the aisle. 200 guests spun around while my bride stood there holding her bouquet with her mouth wide open in disbelief. I kissed her hand and said, "Hold that thought. I have a priest to catch." I ran after him but slipped over the carpet in the aisle, so I desperately yelled, "Stop running and let me tag you back." I saw him slide under the buffet table and build a huge lead, so I vaulted over it but brought down a whole tray of shrimp. He cut through the string quartet and turned around to face me, holding the cello like a shield. I faked left, but he read it and swished past me, bursting out the venue doors into the parking lot. He ran past the cars and onto the concrete, but I was too far to catch up. I turned my head and spotted our wedding getaway car sitting there with cans tied to the bumper, so I jumped in behind the wheel without a second thought. 200 guests crowded the venue windows behind me as I gunned it across the parking lot after the priest. He glanced back at my car closing in with widening eyes, so he cut back toward the parking lot and dove into our limo and closed the door right as I skidded up beside it. He smiled and waved goodbye at me through the glass, thinking he was safe, but the partition inside was up, which meant he couldn't see the front seat, and our limo driver was sitting there with a confused expression. So I traded the driver the rose on my suit for his cap and his keys and slipped behind the wheel. The priest was fixing his hair when I slid the partition down, revealing me sitting there with a huge smile. I reached back and pressed one finger to his forehead. "Tag, you're it." His scream did not sound holy at all. We drove back to the altar and finished our vows, while the bride stood there with the same expression of disbelief. Our priest raised his hand halfway through my vows.
Honestly, yo, do you agree that this was kind of funny?
Pressed a finger to my forehead.
Yeah.
My teacher ran into the classroom and started barricading the door. "Someone's after me," she said between breaths. "Help me." We jumped up
Yo,
and
can you
pushed
give
two
me
more.
mod on
She
your
got
channel?
What?
Can you give me mod on your channel?
Yeah. How'd I d- what? But won't let me do that. Yo, I don't know how to do that.
Just go to a comment. You know, I'm gonna comment on one of your videos, and then it's gonna say, you know, and then say put mod, and give me high mod, give me good mod, bro. The fact that you still have
got rid
your
of all
that
the light
stream
in the room.
scheduled.
I asked who was after her. The principal. The classroom went silent because we'd all heard the rumors about him. He was known for being creepy with the female teachers. She pulled a chair into the corner.
Yo, do you comment on one of the videos? Yo, comment on the one you've been
I'm playing on my son.
Okay, you are a mod now.
Good.
corner and sat
Back your elbow.
down while still panicking. One of the girls crouched beside her and grabbed her hand. That's when she saw the bruise on her wrist. She pulled her sleeve down. I said we should call the police, and suddenly she slapped my hand. No, he runs this building. They'll take his side. Half the class pulled out their phones. One kid filmed the bruise up close. One of the guys crept to the door window. He turned back to us, white-faced. He's just standing out there, staring. Someone in the back stood up and reached for the
Yo, can you start a poll saying should we play Roblox or keep on reacting to his toys?
I mean,
door
you can
handle.
play some Roblox if you want.
Or do you want to do a try not to laugh? What do you want to do a try not to laugh?
Three kids grabbed him and pulled him back before he could touch it. Please
Yeah,
don't
let's
let
do
him
a
in
try
here.
not to
He's
laugh.
obsessed with me.
Why
And that's
not?
when the door started banging. One of the guys stepped in front of her. The kid nearest the door pressed his back against it. We could hear
Come on
sirens.
now.
He called the cops on me. Then the door came off the hinges. Two officers
Yup.
stepped through.
Look
The
at my
principal
dad.
behind them.
Look
Behind
at
him,
my-
a man none of us recognized. The officers moved straight for the teacher. She grabbed onto a student. The principal held up his hand. The teacher isn't who you think she is. Her real name is Diane Peanut Butter. The officer turned to us. She's wanted for a
put
hit
some
and run
respect
that
on my
killed
name.
this man's 7-year-old daughter. She drove drunk, fled the scene, and changed her identity. I found out today. She tricked you into thinking I was the bad guy.
Okay,
We all slowly backed away
what
from
do
her.
we-
The officers cuffed her and walked her out. I gave her the finger. My teacher ran in.
Honestly, there are certain things where the finger is valid. Yup.
Diana peanut butter. What?
I'm finding the try not to laugh.
No, let's do it. Let's do it. Diana.
Man, what's coming doing, man? Okay. What should we do?
Just like some react to like funny videos, you know?
Alright.
Keep like the stream update.
Dicker, ich halt schon safe.
I'm making my bed right now.
Is that really a pumpkin? No.
Bro, look at this goofy ass harnesses tight. It looks like an AK.
Wait, how many hours? Wait,
Man, you on the playground?
we're gonna have to play some Roblox later on because
Yeah.
we cannot keep doing, you know,
Actually, yeah, let's play some
One
Roblox
thing.
now. Let's play
some rivals, some Roblox rivals,
sure.
and then we'll play some more and more and more games. Just turn on my AC.
Just don't use RPG, bro. That's way too overpowered.
Don't use what?
Don't use RPG.
Alright. I don't use RPG, bro. Okay. Okay, chat. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna join you, bro. I'm joining you. Sure. Cause you love you, James. You know it's love. I 1v1.
Yeah, 1v1.
Freak. I accidentally just clicked on the free key for an ad.
What?
What?
A free key for an ad. A free key, but you have to watch an ad. Okay, who?
Bro, son, you need to
mean, yeah, splash, splash. Okay, do we do some two of the 1v1s and two, and then the rest some 2v2s, and then we'll move on to other games, right? I'm making more okay? You know more, you know. Mhm. I'm gonna let you win. I did not mean to hit you. I did not mean. What? I was trying to help you. Bro, it's because assault rifle's like the best. Oh my gosh. I beamed your ass. Did you just freeze yourself? Be careful, because if you freeze yourself, like, you're cooked. Yeah, buddy, you're cooked. Stop freezing yourself. If you freeze yourself, if you freeze yourself, I'm just gonna let it, okay? If you freeze yourself one more time. Oh my gosh, can you stop freezing yourself? Oh my gosh, that's a good shot. That was a good shot. Oh my gosh, that was a good ass shot. Oh my gosh, why didn't I move? Why didn't I move? I'm gonna do my method. I'm gonna do the McViorn method. Oh my gosh, good thing you didn't freeze yourself. Okay, okay. Okay. Oh my gosh, I just started so damn hard. Do we do some 2v2s or 1v1? Okay, buddy. Alright, 1v1 spit. One more 1v1. Come on.
He doesn't know this one. I'm gonna use the snipe. Let's do crossroads. He doesn't know this one. I'm gonna use the RPG.
Didn't you say no RPG? Okay, I'm gonna hit you with a mini top. You should be scared, buddy. I'm hitting you with the mini taps. Good thing, bro. Thank God you didn't. I shouldn't have equipped sniper. Need that. I'm the mini tap king. I swear, bro's gonna pull out the RPG.
Well, I'm not. I would never do that.
Oh my gosh, I just missed that. Oh my gosh, I suck.
I suck.
Buddy, what? Buddy, where are you?
I'm above you.
Mini taps now.
Shouldn't hit
Boy, I'ma hit you with the mini taps.
Yo! Yo! Wait.
Bro, do you think I could? Do you think I could win a tournament of rivals? I blocked that shot. But I'm gonna hit you with the mini tabs. Yeah. Bro, I almost lost. You only got 200 damage, by the way. And you got sniper, by the way, so. Holy. That was a crazy headshot. That was dead ass. That was a crazy headshot. Gang, are you hacking or what? Okay, I'ma have to spam site, bro. Mini taps now. I just needed one more mini tap.
Yeah, but
Bro, I think you should press F1, bro.
yeah, buddy, I'm not stupid. I'm not.
No, stupid, buddy. Yo no soy estúpido, güey. Ah, pinche pendejo. Puta madre. Ay, güey. Reload. Puta madre, puta madre. Para, güey, para, güey. Puta madre. Alright, let's do some 2v2s now. Let's do some 2v2s.
Yo, should we 1v1 the viewers?
Like we have any view. Do we even have any viewers?
I don't know.
I feel like we have like one viewer right now.
Let me check. That.
How many viewers?
Oh my god, bro, we have like 50, bro. No, I'm just kidding.
How much?
One watching.
That's not me though.
Oh, what? Yo! Let's go. But it might be Zane.
Yo, it might be. Yo, Zane, Zane. Yo, Zane.
Some random person type in Travis Zane and Trevor, cause someone who says actually love you, bro. So everyone here, you watch my lives on W.
Yeah, bro. Spam W's, bro. And also, can you please donate money to me? Cause like I'm really broke and like I have no.
Bo's asking for money at Bo's asking for money at my life. Yo, do you wanna go
Hey,
back
but
on
guys,
Travis
I'm
story?
actually broke, bro. I'm broke. So like,
my level.
yeah, you have a $1,000 PC.
Okay, so my
Oh wait, I have a $1,200. I have a $1,200 phone.
how can a phone cost that much?
It's an iPhone 17. Dun, 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 dun.
Yo, should we watch some more histories or what do you what do you want to watch?
Like let's like keep playing like random games, you know?
Don't play alright.
I'll just join you. Wait. I'm gonna join you. I'm gonna join.
Bro, what happened to the OG games, bro? You wanna play Driving Empire or Jailbreak?
I don't know.
Ooh, let's play Hunting Season.
I'm falling asleep, guys.
Yo, if you fall asleep, I'm revoking your mod powers. I'm revoking your mod powers.
You're probably gonna play the loudest dang noise in the world.
Bro, I am, but I have a soundboard already.
Oh, you have a soundboard?
Yeah.
Um.
Yo, join me.
Oh my gosh, I didn't join you.
Send
How do I even join you? Like,
like private server, you doofus.
bro, it's not showing that I joined you. It says Owen has moved to another restricted location. Bro, that means I can't join you. I can't join you, bro. It's not letting me.
Yo, do you wanna watch a movie?
A movie? On what?
I don't know.
Why would we watch a movie?
Like on YouTube?
Oh my god. Oh my gosh, bro.
Like Spooderman.
Bro, fine, fine, fine. Let's watch like a little movie. Bro, I wanna. What? I thought you were talking about like Netflix movie.
Nah.
Isn't that copyright?
Yeah.
Yeah, and like it's like music and there's like copyright music. Wait, we can't play Dead Rails. We can't play like a lot of things. Wait, do we play some Driving Empire?
What do you wanna watch?
Um,
Bro, that's coming
where's what?
coolest stuff, bro.
Bro, there's like 2 people watching, bro.
Yo, what up? We're trying to find something to watch. You guys have any recommendations, like a good short film? Let me look something up.
Bro, why do I have 0 XP, bro? Like, that makes no sense. Or like maybe when we are at a bar, we just be funky and maybe when like, did you end the stream?
No, I'm still alive. Well, what should we watch?
Like, I don't know.
You watch Dinosaur Facts?
I don't know. Whatever you wanna watch and whatever you wanna watch. Or like maybe I just pick up it.
Can you stop?
What am I doing, gang? What am I doing?
Probably gonna get me copyrighted, gang.
What am I doing? Like, I'm not even doing anything. I'm just doing that. Baby, or just.
You are found something for us to watch.
Hi. Their screen is just black.
We're watching 25 Hidden Secrets in How to Train Your Dragon.
The How to Train Your Dragon movies have been
He reached alpha mode.
wowing audiences since 2010 with their amazing animation, sweet storylines, and charming characters. The story with their amazing animation, sweet story.
But what's Scarface doing in the background, bro? Nah, bro. Scarface is straight old farming.
Storylines and charming
I order
characters.
farm
The
every
story
day.
of the unlikely friendship between Hiccup and Toothless has been nominated for a ton of awards and are
Shippy,
some awesome
shippy,
secrets
shippy.
from all 3 movies that you've probably never seen. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel and
No,
ring
whoa,
that
give me that
notification
whoa.
bell to stay up to date
Push
with
out,
all
whoa,
the
whoa,
exciting new
push out,
content
push
from
out.
Screen Rant.
I am not listening to anything you have to say.
Then I won't speak. Just let me show you.
The first surprise
Bro, am I the
DreamWorks
only
has
one
for us in the first How to Train Your
that
Dragon
wants curly hair so bad?
movie is we actually meet Toothless before we
too.
even realize it. In the very beginning,
Because you can spot a night feeling, which is Toothless probably. Which, in my theory, I think this is because this is right by Berg, and I think Toothless is flying here, and it's right by Berg, which basically means he's in here flying to Berg.
as the classic DreamWorks logo appears
How?
Say I'm on something if I'm wrong, but that's my theory, bro.
on screen, in which the boy sits on a crescent moon with a fishing line dangling into the night sky, we can spot the Toothless silhouette as he flies by. It's one of those blink and you'll miss it moments animators love to slip in under our noses. A lot of people may not know this, but How to Train Your Dragon was actually a book first, before it became a successful animated movie franchise in 2010. And in the 12-book series, Toothless, the adorable but hardly tiny dragon character, is actually very, very small. His original
It's basically more the closer design to a table terror.
description has him at only the size of an iguana, but it was decided by animators that for the movie, he should be a lot bigger. And we ended up with the giant, lovable Toothless we have today. His size wasn't the only aspect of Toothless that was modified from
Bro, what are you even saying?
the the book version. Along with making him larger, the animators also modeled his
Wait,
look and
wait,
behavior off
is
of a
the
black
Brazilian song copyrighted? Is it copyright?
Bro, I think any song is copyrighted. But
It's Soda Pop.
what?
Oh my gosh, tornado. Tornado. No, tornado. Tornado hit my house. Oh, you know there was a tornado in Illinois.
What?
There was a
Bro,
tornado in Illinois.
bro, isn't that bro? It don't it.
You know what's the good thing?
Isn't that like? Are you in Tornado Valley? Aren't you in Tornado Valley?
Like, we get tornadoes every week in Illinois.
panther, with additional qualities from dogs and
But you know
domestic
what's the thing?
cats. These
What?
I literally don't get tornadoes. You know what?
Why?
Because I don't live near the tornadoes.
Have you seen a tornado?
Yeah.
Bro,
And I was in my old house.
I wanna go. Bro, my dream job is actually to keep up like live streaming and content creation, but like I really want to do like storm chasing.
qualities not only
Oh.
make Toothless a very cute dragon, but they allow him to be
I
more
wanna,
relatable to
like,
the audience. The dragon
What?
I wanna do I wanna, what is it called? I wanna ding dong ditch like dorm rooms, you know?
Nah, Bo thinks he's kind of sorta. The engine, whatever. Trying to think of. Nah, Bo thinks he's Fred, bro. No, the best Fred videos is either the drive-through Connect headsets or the walkie-talkie headset or the walkie-talkie pranks, bro. Those are fire. And especially the ding dong ditch ones. I'm pretty sure he just
For
released one
real.
today. I'm pretty sure he released one today. I haven't watched it yet.
Bro, when I ever see you, bro, I'm gonna ding dong ditch like your friggin' house.
Yo, if you ever come over to my ding dong ditch my neighborhood.
Fuck yes. Let's do it, gang.
Don't say that word, bro. Don't say that word, man. Oh,
Oh, I forgot.
I'm family friendly.
Wait, they don't let you cuss? They don't let you cuss?
I mean, they do, but like, I still want to get paid from YouTube.
Oh.
And that's not why I'm
You
doing
don't
this.
wanna get.
I'm doing this to make people happy. But like, I still want to get paid from YouTube. Like, Jesus, man.
dragon is able to express different emotions that remind
Oh, yeah, are you even watching the stream?
Uh,
But watch the stream.
why? I can't.
Then I'm gonna kick you
Maybe
off
I'm
of
just
it.
getting a thing.
Then I'm gonna kick you off of it. Because you have to be here on the stream in order. Because you have to be on. If you want to be on the stream, you have to be watching the stream. Yo, bro, join up, bro.
I am joined. I did join.
Oh yeah, then what's on the screen?
The movie.
What movie? But we're not even watching a movie, bro. Can't find one.
To be honest, bro, I'm playing Roblox.
Bro, screaming death.
Dun 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 dun.
And what do you want to do, bro?
The bomb soda pop.
Bro, no.
Soda pop is weird.
What do you want to play?
I'm playing, bro. I'm just playing.
But you're not even on anything, bro.
Oh yeah, because
Wanna play How to Train Your Dragon?
but yeah, I'm playing, bro.
What?
Let me play, bro.
Well, even no, bro, you're not even on, bro. You're not even on.
I am playing though.
What are you playing?
I'm playing Build a House.
What are you playing? Forbidden Gummy Room?
I'm building a house because I build in houses in real life. I don't, but like I know how to.
No, you don't, bro.
Yes, I do. You need that cement thingy. You need cement, and then
Actually, how?
bricks. Cause you need. I used to. I build like a small small house before. It was like the size of like. It's probably the size of your room. I mean, that's still impressive though. I did it because it was for an office for my dad.
Can you please watch the live, bro?
I'm playing. Oh my gosh. Fine. I am in the live though.
Yeah, then what am I doing right now?
What are you doing right now? Wait. The screen is black.
Okay. Just watch this, alright? Alrighty.
What was the most
This of our pets
viewers
and
did you
other
ever
animals
get
we've seen in the
in one live? What was the most viewers you got in a live?
Huh?
What was the most viewers that you got in live?
25.
wild. There's one perfect example of animators using real-life animals as inspiration for Toothless.
My
For a scene
friend
in which
is 1,000.
Can we watch this?
Sure.
Toothless is having a problem with the tip of his tail and is flailing around not knowing what to do, one of the animators actually stuck a balled-up piece of duct tape to the end of his own cat's tail and filmed his cat trying to get rid of it. Don't worry, his cat was totally unharmed, and it makes for a very cute side-by-side video. A big plot point in the first movie and a very important character trait about Hiccup is that he has never killed a dragon. While all the other Vikings take pride in the fact that they have, Hiccup is far gentler and would rather not cause them harm. Ironically, he's
the one who killed the Queen of Dragons.
He's the only character we see actually kill a dragon in the end, when he has to take down Red Death to save everyone and bring peace between dragons and Vikings. In the scene where Hiccup reads the Dragon Manual, it might appear as though he's reading an ancient language or something made up for the movies. Actually, what he's reading is written in plain English, which has been coded or cryptographed into ancient runes. Runes are the first written language developed by the Germanic people, so what he's reading is actually accurate for the time period in which Hiccup lives. With some careful translating, it's possible to figure out exactly what Hiccup is reading. The Terrible Terrors are known for being the smallest species of dragon, but no less frightening to anyone that should be unlucky enough to cross their path. What you might not know is that the sounds that the Terrible Terrors make is actually based off the sound that a chihuahua makes. Not any chihuahua either. Specifically, a chihuahua named Paco. One of the sound designers had seen Paco on the internet and they contacted his owners. Paco was compensated with $100 for his time and effort. One of the most touching and interesting things about the ending of the first movie is how the storytellers decided to have Hiccup lose his leg. He's the first amputee to feature in an animated movie that isn't for comedic relief, and apparently the public had a lot to do with why that was kept in. When DreamWorks screened the movie to a focus group, people were so touched by the ending they
What?
Wait, if I do go to your house, like, are we ding dong ditching your neighborhood?
Yeah.
Isn't that gonna be awkward? Because what if you see them the next day?
I don't know.
What if you do it in the rich neighborhood?
Honestly, my dad doesn't even let me go down there anymore on my bike.
Oh, why?
I don't know, he says it's too far.
Oh.
Insisted that it stay the way it was because it took nothing away from who Hiccup was as a person. In the scene right before Toothless brings Astrid and
Gloria.
Hiccup to the dragon's nest, we're given a glimpse of many different species of dragons all flying creepily together through the blue clouds. If you look closely at one of the dragons, you can see an Easter egg from the animators. Clutched in the talons of the monstrous nightmare is poor Gloria, the hippo from Madagascar. While you might say that it could be any hippo, this fact has been confirmed by the filmmakers in the audio commentary. The village where Hiccup and Astrid live is called Berk, which might just seem like any old Viking word, but it actually really has a deeper meaning than that. Berk is actually a British slang term and a bit of an insult. It's taken from the song Berkeley Hunt, and the abbreviated form is an affectionate way of calling someone a bit of a fool. This is only used by people who don't actually know that it comes from the song, however, so it doesn't really mean anything hurtful. Animators love to throw in references to some of their favorite classic movies wherever they can, and this one that's hidden in the first How to Train Your Dragon is so quick it just might pass you by. In Hiccup's design board, where he draws up plans to fix Toothless's tail, you can see a drawing that looks suspiciously similar to the flux capacitor from Back to the Future, the small Y-shaped device that allows Marty and Doc to travel through time in their DeLorean. The scene in the first How to Train Your Dragon movie in which Toothless learns what a smile is and how to do it was in the script, but actually got its inspiration from somewhere more personal. The entire scene is inspired by the way that one of the animator's sons himself learned to smile. After knowing this fact, going back and rewatching the scene makes it even more adorable and heartwarming when you can picture a tiny toothless baby learning how to do the same thing.
We crack this mountain open, all hell is gonna break loose.
And my undies. Good thing I brought extras.
While the Vikings and Viking lore were a huge part of creating the world of How to Train Your Dragon, these aren't the only popular animated and movie characters who have drawn from the same culture. The famous Asgardian god of thunder Thor is also drawn from Nordic mythology, and you might see one important similarity between him and Stoic. If you take a close look at Stoic's hammer, you'll see that it bears a strong resemblance to Thor's Mjolnir from the Marvel movie franchise. How to Train Your Dragon has quite a few famous voices lending their talents to the cast of characters, such as Jay Baruchel, Gerard Butler, America Ferrera, Kristen Wiig, Jonah Hill, and Christopher Mintz-Plasse. But one secret cameo might make fans of both the books and movies very happy. David Tennant, who actually recorded the audiobook versions of the original stories, has a tiny cameo as Spitelout, Stoic's second in command. While he's unnamed in the movie, he appears in the credits, and superfans will recognize his voice right away. While anticipation is building for the third installment of the How to Train Your Dragon franchise, there is a little that we do know about the upcoming movie. We know that it will be the final movie in the series and will wrap up the adventures of Toothless and Hiccup. It'll also introduce us to the entire hidden world of dragons. It's also been revealed in the trailer that Toothless is the last of the Night Furies because the rest have been hunted to extinction by Grimmel. With every good movie comes a ton of rumors.
Well, the species is really rare.
Either fans go crazy trying to figure out what the plot
you
will
been
be
streaming
about,
for like
or
almost
something
2
leaks from
hours?
the studio and unexpectedly gives it away. The rumors about How to Train Your Dragon Hidden World
Wait,
are
are you gonna
purely
do 4 hours
speculation,
or
but
3 hours?
Well, I like 3, I'm gonna end.
might be onto something. Some suggest that in this movie, we will finally learn the reason that
Like
all
3
species of
hours?
dragon have gone extinct, and why we don't have dragons
What?
3 hours is crazy, bro.
coexisting with us today. Whether it's correct remains to be seen, but it could be right. In the trailer, we get to see the introduction of the White Night Fury, who Toothless becomes immediately enamored with, and we get to see his hilarious attempts at wooing her as he dances around like a bird
Yo,
of
I need
paradise.
to-
Some think that
I
because
need
of the
to-
danger that they're in by
Like, I need to like do a video of my channel.
being the last two Night Furies, that the movie will see the two of them fly off into hiding together, being forced to leave Hiccup and the rest of the humans behind to protect them. It would be bittersweet and perfect.
Oh no.
There they are.
What do you want to do now?
I have no idea. I
What?
I'm gonna play some. I don't know what to do, bro. I don't know what I'm gonna do, bro. But wait, wait. Let's play something. Wait. Let me just do this. Ready.
What are you doing?
I'm putting my joints on
And what?
Roblox. No, ask why I have them off.
Hmm.
Join me. And yes, I got like 700 Robux. So if we die, no, I don't think you could die in this game.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I need to make you louder on my thing, cause alright, that's good, bro. That's good. Yo. Okay. Come. Okay, let's go. No. Two. No, leave. He's gonna.
Get in. Get in.
House? Okay, house. Because I have some progress in house.
Welcome to your
Okay. Look at me.
What is that I hear?
Tornado. How did you not get stuck? This is all my fault. What the freak did I do, bro?
Fix this now.
I literally did nothing. Okay, grab some bricks. You don't want to hold on it, and then you get more bricks.
What do I press?
Hold. And then you don't want to place it. No, not one by one. You have to hold like that. You hold it. Yeah, you see. Oh, bro, we're doing. Bro, it's like building a little house in Mexico. Okay, you do the bricks, and I'll do the flooring.
I'm doing some flooring.
Okay, you do the flooring, and I'll do the bricks. I'm gonna do this side first. Then I'm gonna move on. Okay, I'm gonna do flooring now, cause bro, I wanna become faster.
How about let's all get? How about we get the brick done and then we place down the flooring?
Oh yeah. I bet. I'm gonna do the missing pieces that are missing. Hey, we have 5,000 bricks. Either way, I could refill them. Cause I know how to play this game. Bro, I want to go to New York City. I don't know. I just want to go there. But it's like, are you crazy? ICE is over there. They're gonna take us. He said, are you crazy? ICE is over there. I mean, I can outrun ICE.
Like the rapper?
Yeah. Okay, how do you have so much of it? I'm just trying to. Bro, we're gonna be here for hours. I want to see if I could carry more. Okay. Movement speed, carry limit. Okay. I'm gonna watch an ad. I'm gonna get more money, bro. It's cause I need the carry limit. We need carry limit. How much money do you have? 105. Okay, okay, what you're gonna wanna do with the money is upgrade and then go to power, and you're gonna see power up, and then you see the backpack, and that's carry limit, and then you're gonna upgrade that. You can carry more. Carry limit. You wanna go to what is it called? Upgrades and then power ups and then the backpack and then upgrade that. Cause that's for the carry limit. It can be higher and then. You don't have enough? How much does it cost? Okay. Okay, I bought more. I bought it. Oh, holy, this is a big stack. And I need you to turn around and die. Okay, I'm gonna keep watching ads so I can get more money. More money. Oh. I think because you're on PC. Okay, why is the carry limit $200? Keep getting more money. Nay. Okay, I upgraded the carry limit. Yo. Show. Yo, bro. Why is the carry limit so dang big? Okay, I'm gonna keep upgrading it. $300. Okay, we gotta keep going. Cause we gotta keep. Come on. Oh, you get the money. You get more money, and I get more money from watching ads. I'm gonna keep watching ads and keep watching ads. So I can get more money. Okay, I'm gonna watch more ads. Oh my gosh, I don't have that. Oh, okay. Okay, we got $300, I think. Wait, how much money do you have? 130. Okay. Oh, so I think we have separated money. Okay. I bought it. Look at this. Look at it. Let me refill it. Okay, we need $400. Your knees hurt? Oh. In real life?
Yeah, but like, I'm gonna do like one of those like I might do a slip-on, not gonna lie.
Yep.
Yeah, but watch this.
I'm gonna do some flooring. Cause that's easier. Okay. Okay, we got $200. We have $200. Not bad. Okay, let me watch some ads, some more ads. Hey, buddy, we need the money, okay? We need more upgrades. More upgrades equals more money. More money. We need more money, bro. I need more money. We need more money. Okay, I got $300. I have $300. $300. How much money do you have? 212. Okay. How much money do you have now? 400. Also, we share the same money. Okay, I'm gonna keep watching more ads.
Well, it's because I'm working.
Well, I'm making more money, okay, buddy? By watching ads. Yeah, I'm making more money by watching ads. Okay, $500. We have $500. Do we buy it? Do we buy the carry limit? Do we buy it?
Yes.
16. Okay, we bought it. We bought it.
Yo, but watch this, watch this, watch this.
Let me fill that up. Let's fill it up. Let's fill it up. We need a ladder. Do you think we need a ladder, bro? Like, it's gonna get taller and taller.
How do we even get a ladder?
I have to buy it. Not buy a ladder. Do you have any Robux? Great. Okay. I bought it. How do I equip it? Did I just get scammed? I just got scammed. Dang, bro. Where is it actually, bro?
I don't know. Nothing. Doing something. Really? I'm making a playlist of things. Playlist of things so when I go to bed, I'm gonna keep the live stream up. And I'm gonna have videos and facts of how to train a dragon for them to watch. So yeah. What? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna go to bed, alright? Alright, see ya. Wait, but you still here? You still here? Hmm. No. Yeah, I was asleep. Yeah, kind of, basically. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Nah, I'm gonna do another thing. Oh, yo, what up? What up, everybody? What's in the live? No, not yet. Oh, now they can.
Yeah, they can't hear me. Like, bro. Alright, bro. Good night.
Good night.
No,
Since the original How to Train Your Dragon, fans fell in love with the misunderstood Toothless. The trailer for the third movie in the series have ramped up anticipation as a female and potential love interest is introduced. Watch until number 1 to see why we think the trailer is trying to mislead us. If this is your first time visiting The Things, don't forget to subscribe, and please give this video a big thumbs up. Here's 10 things that don't make any sense in How to Train Your Dragon 3: The Hidden World. Flirting lessons. One of the main elements of How to Train Your Dragon: The Hidden World trailer that caught audiences has to do with the new courtship between Toothless and a female dragon. We can already see that Hiccup does his best to coach Toothless when it comes to flirting. However, Toothless's apparent lack of any type of knowledge related to how to flirt doesn't really make any sense. Light Fury, as she is being called, is considered to be a wild and elusive dragon who is afraid of humans.
Oh, sorry.
Toothless, on the other hand, considers humans to be his family. He also seems to be instantly attracted to her based solely on the fact that they look like they're the same species. An article from Nerdist suggests that Toothless's lack of game has to do with the fact that he doesn't have a family that would have taught him these subtle social interactions. Hiccup isn't very helpful either, but that's because he's too closely connected to Toothless and doesn't want to see him grow up and go away. Not only are these statements contradictory, but by this time, wouldn't have Toothless been affected by seeing other dragons around him, not to mention Hiccup and Astrid? It doesn't make sense that Hiccup is this clueless about flirting. Stoic is back? There's no questioning Stoic as a great memorable character and a wonderful dad.
I'm proud to call you my son.
Voiced by Gerard Butler, he's left a lasting impression on audiences. Spoiler alert if you haven't seen the second movie, but it would be safe to assume that most audiences would not be looking for Stoic in the third and large installment of the How to Train Your Dragon series. Yet he makes an appearance. Though this doesn't make sense, we can maybe entertain possible theories that would make Stoic's comeback possible in How to Train Your Dragon: The Hidden World. A MovieWeb article suggests that Stoic could be part of some kind of dream sequence in the movie. Though this would explain the confirmation of Butler as a member of the movie's cast, it still seems like a small detail to have included in the trailer, as it would have been a fun surprise reserved for just a scene of the movie. In an interview with Screen Rant, Butler has said that he believes this movie to be the third and final chapter the series deserves, adding that he is confident fans won't be disappointed. Maybe we will just have to wait to see how Stoic makes it back into the Hidden World, but one thing's for sure, we're happy he'll be a part of it. Underground World. As a title, The Hidden World is cool because it suggests the discovery of something new and exciting. It wasn't until the trailer was released that it became clear that it also alludes to an important setting for the movie. The trailer is stunning, revealing an underground world full of dragons. There's a lot of light and glowing too, as well as cave-like structures that extend overhead. There seem to be effervescent moss and emerald-like stones jutting out of the ground. There are also bright neon coral reef-type plants in the background of the poster. Wow. The post published by Big Eyes on Ain't It Cool compares the setting of this underground hidden world to a psychedelic forest like something out of Avatar, or the Dwemer Underground Village from Skyrim. It's definitely visually appealing and suggests a mythical or magical element that should be very interesting. The main issue with this literal hidden world is that it doesn't make sense in the context of the story as presented in the trailer. We are told that the dragons will have to be protected by the humans. We're having trouble wondering how hiding them in the hidden world isn't the obvious solution to this problem. Hiccup's beard. One character whom we are excited to see back in action in How to Train Your Dragon: The Hidden World is Hiccup, voiced by Jay Baruchel. Hiccup's journey allowed him to find his own place in his village, ultimately following his father's footsteps and becoming a leader, while also forging his own.
The Alpha was forced to control the dragons against its will. After Toothless became the new Alpha, the dragon disappeared from the story. However, in the third movie, observant viewers can spot this same Alpha living peacefully inside the hidden world. It can be seen among the other dragons, showing it was finally freed from Drago's control. This small cameo quietly gives the character a peaceful ending, and shows that dragons can recover and live safely once they're no longer controlled by humans. In the first movie, Hiccup earns Toothless' trust by drawing him in the sand. Toothless later copies this action by drawing Hiccup using a tree branch, showing their growing friendship. In the third movie, Toothless repeats the same behavior while trying to impress the Light Fury. He draws pictures to communicate and show affection toward her. This moment is a direct callback to how Hiccup first connected with him. It shows that Toothless learned emotional communication from Hiccup, and now uses it in his own relationship. The hidden parallel highlights how their bond shaped Toothless' personality and social behavior. When Hiccup prepares his new armor inside the forge, there's a touching hidden detail in the background. If you watch carefully, you can see the old leather tail fin that Hiccup first built for Toothless hanging on the wall. The tail fin looks worn and damaged after years of use, but Hiccup still keeps it safely instead of throwing it away. The movie never talks about it directly, but it acts as a quiet reminder of the beginning of their friendship. It shows how important that first invention was because it allowed Toothless to fly again, and started their lifelong bond together. At the very end of the movie, Hiccup gives a final narration that connects the entire trilogy together. His voiceover begins with words very similar to the opening line from the original How to Train Your Dragon book, saying that dragons existed when he was younger. This creates a full circle moment for the story. The trilogy begins with Hiccup speaking as a young boy, discovering dragons, and it ends with him speaking as an adult, remembering them. This makes the entire journey feel like a memory being shared with the audience. It also adds emotional closure by showing how much Hiccup's life changed because of dragons. You guys must have noticed that during many scenes in the third movie, the Light Fury eye design shows an important personality detail. Unlike Toothless, whose pupils usually stay round even when he feels excited or emotional, the Light Fury pupils often change into thin vertical slits. This happens when she's alert, hunting, or feeling strong emotions. These slit pupils are similar to real cats and reptiles that rely on sharp focus and strong survival instincts. This small design difference shows that the Light Fury is still more wild and cautious around others. It visually explains why she takes longer to trust Toothless and humans compared to how friendly Toothless became. Another interesting detail here is Gobber's dress during the wedding scene. Gobber wears a funny and exaggerated ceremonial outfit while leading the ceremony. His robe looks oversized and decorated, and he even carries flowers like a bride would. This is a playful joke connected to his long-running comments about never getting married in earlier movies and shows. Instead of being part of a wedding as a groom, he humorously dresses like the bride he always joked about never having. The movie never explains the joke directly, but longtime viewers can recognize it as a self-aware and lighthearted payoff to Gobber's personality and his comedic role throughout the trilogy. Speaking of Gobber, another interesting detail about him in this movie was that along with his prosthetic limbs, he's now seen with a stone replacement tooth. He lost his original one during the events of the earlier films, and true to Viking creativity, this replacement is literally wired in place. If you look closely during his speaking scenes, you can notice the rough stone texture and the thin piece of metal holding it steady. It's a blink and you'll miss it detail, but it perfectly matches Gobber's character. Even his dental problems are solved with brute force engineering, reinforcing both the rugged Viking culture and Gobber's long history of surviving chaotic dragon-related accidents. I know that some of us thought that the Light Fury actually disappears, but that's not the case. During her first encounter with Toothless, the Light Fury shows an ability that looks like invisibility. However, she's not actually disappearing. She heats her scales to create a mirror-like surface that reflects the environment around her. If you watch very carefully, you can see a small heat wave or shimmer effect right before she vanishes. This detail makes her ability feel more scientific than magical. It also shows how advanced and rare her species is compared to other dragons. The cloaking ability helps explain why she survives alone for so long, and why she's extremely difficult for hunters to track or capture. Lastly, I know it's a bit hard to notice, but in one of the sweeping wide shots, the filmmakers managed to render more than 65,000 dragons on screen at the same time. That number is honestly insane when you compare it to the first film, where the animation team struggled to render even 10 dragons in a single shot without pushing their systems to the limit. It really shows how far the technology and animation pipeline evolved across the trilogy, mirroring the way the dragon world itself grew larger and more alive with each movie. That's it, folks. Let me know in the comments which of these details you guys had noticed during the movie.
Watch hit movies and TV shows on YouTube.
Your king has returned!
Buy or rent new releases and get more streaming channels to watch your favorites on YouTube.
From fire breathers to ice blasters, from two-headed pranksters to invisible stalkers, this is every dragon in the How to Train Your Dragon universe explained. We're going to be breaking them down by their official classes like Strike, Mystery, and Tracker, but not every dragon fits into a box. Some are so strange or so rare that they haven't even been classified yet. So get ready to learn everything there is to know about every dragon from Toothless to Hook Fang. That said, we have a lot of dragons to cover, so let's not waste any more time and let's get right into it. First up is the Boulder class, dragons defined by their sheer durability and volcanic organs. These dragons have lava flowing through them and are armored in a thick stone hide. They tend to live underground where they can snack on rocks and magma, and while their bodies might suggest otherwise, many of them are capable of flight. So let's take a closer look at the bulkiest dragons in the series. The Catastrophic Quaken is a dragon that definitely makes an impact. This Boulder-class heavyweight uses its body as a weapon, curling into a spiked ball and launching itself with enough force to shake the ground and even knock flying dragons out of the air. Its stone-colored hide helps it blend in with rocky landscapes, turning entire cliff sides into potential ambush sites. And while it may not be built for speed, once it starts rolling, there is basically no stopping it. Among the most notable Quakens is Tormentor, a once hostile dragon who made a habit of flattening anything that moved. However, he eventually bonded with Fishlegs and Meatlug, choosing a quieter life on Darkdeep. Spikeback is another standout, known for his shimmering crystal-like armor that catches light as he hurls himself into battle. And then there's Liberated Trollboulder, a Quaken who prefers stealth rather than brute force. Up next we have the Crimson Gorecutter, a dragon that looks like it came straight out of a Viking's fever dream. But despite its warlike appearance, this Boulder-class dragon is more guardian than gladiator. Its molten-tipped antlers and heavy axe-like tail are weapons, but they only ever really get used when something or someone that it cares about is in danger. Gorecutters are known for their deep, resonant calls and their intense sense of loyalty. One was even seen destroying a trapper's ship to protect fish meat. Next in the Boulder class is the Eruptodon, a volcanic giant built to keep nature in check. With fireproof scales and heat-shielded eyes, the Eruptodon can dive into magma vents where he feeds on lava to prevent eruptions, acting less like a weapon and more like a pressure valve for the island. First introduced in Dragon's Race to the Edge, this calm and colossal dragon isn't so much about flashy battles or thunderous roars. However, it is capable of launching molten fireballs when it finds itself in danger. The Great Protector, a legendary Eruptodon, served Caldera Cave for over 40 years, never straying far from the volcano that she kept in check. Even when she was kidnapped and forced into a trapper's pit, she continued to protect her home until the very end, and eventually passed her role on to her only child. This was the new Protector, who took over that responsibility without any hesitation. Hatched during a time of crisis, he quickly grew into his role, fighting off threats, saving villages, and joining epic battles as he earned his place as the next guardian of the wing. Next up is the Gronkle. Slow, round, and lovably grumpy. And no Gronkle is more iconic than Fishlegs' faithful companion, Meatlug. Debuting in the first How to Train Your Dragon movie and staying by Fishlegs' side throughout every major battle and emotional moment, Meatlug is the heart and soul of the Boulder class. With stumpy wings, a potato-shaped body, and a dopey grin, you might mistake her for being a lazy couch potato. But if you underestimate her, you will get a face full of magma. Gronkles eat rocks and use their specialized stomach to melt them down into molten lava, which they are then able to use to spit out into devastating blasts. And that's just the start. They can also produce Gronkle Iron, a lightweight, nearly indestructible alloy that changed the game for the riders. Meatlug's ability to create this metal made her one of the most valuable dragons in the group, even if she'd rather be napping or chasing a belly rub. But that's not all. Meatlug is strong too. She has lifted dragons way heavier than herself, pinned down foes like Razor Whips and even Toothless, and tanked hits from dragons many times her size. And even her bite strength is insane, as she is strong enough to crunch through solid boulders with ease. And of course, she is a mom. In the Hidden World, Meatlug gave birth to the endlessly energetic baby Gronkle, Fishmeat, who immediately bonded to Fishlegs. Whether napping mid-flight, eating glowing algae, or being cradled in Meatlug's mouth, Fishmeat's presence continued the Gronkle tradition of being adorable, loyal, and quite a bit chaotic. But Meatlug isn't the only Gronkle with a legacy. We also have Bookworm, a fiercely protective female Gronkle tasked with guarding the Book of Dragons on Outcast Island. She may not be a fighter by trade, but when Savage and the Outcasts tried to grab the book, she made it very clear that they'd have to go through her, and that didn't end well for them. Bookworm might not have Meatlug's screen time, but she represents another side to the Gronkle breed. She has serious loyalty, a sense of purpose, and a willingness to bite anyone who gets too close to something she is sworn to protect. On a very similar line of thought, we have the Gronksicle coming in from Ice Storm Island. This icy Boulder-class dragon made its debut in Dragon's Rise of Berk and quickly stood out for being, well, cool. This one has a stocky build similar to the Gronkle, but is wrapped in frosty blue scales and icicle-like spikes. Not only that, but rather than breathing fire, this dragon sprays liquid nitrogen, instantly flash freezing everything in its path. Despite the frosty appearance and fearsome cold breath, the Gronksicle is one of the friendliest dragons around. It is social, loyal, and a bit of a softie. But like a snowball in the sun, it doesn't do well in warm climates, and so it tends to prefer frozen islands instead. And of course, one of the most famous of their breed is Sweetsicle, a rainbow-colored Gronksicle who got hooked on sugary, glowing algae. Next up is the Hot Burple, a dragon that might just be asleep when you meet it. Hot Burples are laid-back boulder-class dragons, often mistaken for wobbling rocks with wings, but beneath their how lazy they look. And because of their size and their tough hides, they essentially become living wrecking balls when bothered. And of course, the most famous Hot Burple is Grump, Gobber's sleepy but fiercely loyal partner. Grump might snooze through most situations, but the moment that Gobber is in trouble, he charges, or at least sleepwalks, into action. Whether he's lighting the forge or knocking out dragon hunters mid-snore, Grump proves that even the slowest dragons can make a big impact when it counts. Next up are the Sentinels, the silent guardians of Vanaheim. These boulder-class dragons are born blind, yet there are few species more alert. Instead of sight, they rely on razor-sharp hearing and scent, which makes them terrifyingly efficient at detecting intruders. Mistaken for statues until the moment they strike, Sentinels use sonic screeches and downdraft wing blasts to protect the sacred island where dying dragons go to rest. But they're not just enforcers, they are also caretakers. Sentinels guide the sick to safety, construct burial grounds, and defend their island from predators like Grim Gnashers with enduring commitment. They're also highly intelligent, capable of recognizing friends and enemies, and adapting to unfamiliar threats, even dragons they've never encountered before. The Elder Sentinel once partnered with dragon riders to fight off Stormheart's forces, showing that these creatures value protection above all else. And then there's Timbertoast, a well-meaning but overly excitable sentinel whose fire-happy habits have accidentally burned down a few of Berk's forests maybe one too many times. Following the Sentinels, we have Shovelhelm, probably one of the most practical dragons in the Boulder class lineup. These dragons don't rush in with brute force, instead they pause, assess, and act with precision. With a chin built like a scoop and a skull hard enough to hammer through stone, Shovelhelms are indispensable for construction and defense alike. One of the most famous Shovelhelms is Clawlifter. This dragon is loyal and methodical, and once even airlifted Hiccup right off Toothless's back and delivered him to Vulca without breaking a sweat. Despite his intimidating size, Clawlifter embodies the Shovelhelm mindset, calm under pressure, fiercely strong when needed, and deeply bonded to its rider. Next up in the Boulder class is the Snafflefang. Snafflefangs are among the friendliest boulder dragons you'll meet. Stocky, round-headed, and equipped with a spiked tail and powerful jaw, these dragons thrive in crystal-rich environments where they can munch on geodes like dogs chew on bones. Their explosive fireballs contain sharp crystal shards, making their breath weapon both beautiful and destructive. Unlike their slower boulder cousins, Snafflefangs are curious and spry. They often get underestimated because of their trusting nature, which is a quality that dragon hunters sadly exploit. From one of the friendliest to one of the most fearsome dragons, the Whispering Death is built for burrowing, brawling, and terrifying anything above ground.
What do we know about the Whispering Death?
Boulder class, razor-sharp teeth, incredibly strong, hunts from underground.
Armed with 6 rotating rows of buzzsaw teeth, this underground predator drills through stone like butter. You won't see it coming, but you will hear it, the unsettling whispers of grinding jaws beneath your feet. That is your cue to run. Though nearly blind and sensitive to light, Whispering Deaths more than make up for their weaknesses with brute force, deadly, ring-shaped fire blasts, and the unnerving ability to launch spines from any part of their body. They tunnel at incredible speeds, turning the terrain itself into a weapon. But not all Whispering Deaths are mindless killers. For example, Groundsplitter. Originally captured and trained by Alvin the Treacherous, she later becomes the mother of the Screaming Death and showed deep maternal instincts. Despite her violent past, she helped reunite her family and even saved Hiccup and Toothless, proving a Whispering Death can recognize kindness and return it. On the other end of the spectrum, we have Toothless's nemesis, a long-bodied, grudge-holding Whispering Death with a bite mark from a Night Fury on its tail. He nearly killed Toothless more than once using his intelligence and combat skills to exploit Toothless's weaknesses. We also have Trail Twisters, a feral group residing on Whispering Death Island. These dragons are hyper-territorial and have even been seen drawing lines in the sand to mark their domain. When the riders approached the island, trail twisters erupted from the earth in a coordinated ambush, sending a clear message that the island belongs to them. And then there's the Screaming Death. From the depths of the earth rises a dragon so terrifying that it is named after the sound that drives other dragons mad, the Screaming Death. This is a rare mutation of the Whispering Death, with pale scales and red eyes that is born only once every century and grows to an immense size, making it capable of drilling through solid stone and unleashing massive firewalls. Unlike its sun-fearing cousins, the Screaming Death thrives in daylight and flies with unbelievable speed. Its piercing scream can disorient enemies mid-air, and its dense scales make it nearly impenetrable to plasma blasts, nadir spines, and even dragon root. However, despite its terrifying presence, the Screaming Death is not mindless. Its bond with its Whispering Death mother and siblings can run deep, and in rare moments that connection can even calm this destructive beast. On a bit of a cuter note, we have the Rock Spitter, a dragon that proves that brains and belly can go hand in hand. And no one embodies that better than Burple. With 4 stomachs, 1 for food and 3 for just about anything, Burple can store and spit rocks, tools, snowballs, even eggs with impressive force. He's also a master of the barrel roll, curling himself into a ball to bowl through obstacles or even scale walls. While rock spitters aren't fast flyers or great swimmers, their thick skin offers heat resistance, and unique quirks like turning magnetic after eating iron ore make them unpredictable but reliable allies. Burple has also been known to start fires by sparking rocks or even using his infamous back burp for underwater propulsion. Despite his bulky frame and self-doubt, Burple is loyal, clever, and always ready to support his team, often literally. And our final entry for the Boulder class is the Fault Ripper, a massive dragon from the 9 realms that is best known for its armored hide, spinning fire drills, and seismic tunneling that can literally trigger earthquakes. This subterranean behemoth is blind, but makes up for it with razor-sharp hearing and a nose that can sniff out intruders from afar. They are highly territorial and aggressive, and because of this, most Fault Rippers don't play nice, unless you are Tom Cullerson. Tom's bond with the Fissure Fault Ripper began with fear and chaos, nearly bringing Icarus to ruin. But after a near-tragic fight, Tom returned to the wounded beast to make amends, and surprisingly it listened. This once hostile titan not only forgave Tom, but led an army of Crystal Realm dragons against the Sky Torture, and even helped to save the 9 realms from Jormungandr. Up next, we have a class of dragons shrouded in mystery, the Mystery class. These are stealthy, unpredictable, and often feared. They're known for rare abilities and strange behavior, and are amongst the most diverse and unusual dragons in the world. Up first is a dragon that doesn't grow scales, but instead builds armor, the Armor Wing. A mysterious, solitary dragon with a body so vulnerable that it armors itself in welded scrap metal drawn in by its magnetic skin. It fuses everything from iron to gold into a protective shell, creating an ever-evolving suit of armor that can deflect even monstrous nightmare blasts. However, underneath this fearsome exterior lies bare, scaleless skin, which is its greatest weakness. The most well-known Armor Wing is Bandit, first encountered on Iron Island. Initially aggressive and territorial, Bandit came into conflict with the Dragon Riders after accidentally fusing Snotlout's ancestral axe to its body. But once Hiccup realized that the dragon's armor was a necessity, not vanity, they slowly began to build trust with one another. Later, Bandit would fight alongside the riders against dragonflyers and even rescue Hiccup with his flaming metal projectiles, going so far as to expose his own weaknesses in the process. An even more terrifying dragon to look at, though, is the Bone Napper. This mystery class dragon lacks the durable scales of its kin, so it crafts its own armor from bones scavenged from other dragons, animals, and occasionally even Vikings. Its armor isn't just for show, though. Like the Armor Wing's metal, the Bone Napper uses these to protect its delicate body, as well as to enhance its combat abilities and even enable itself to roar with devastating force if it has all the right pieces. The most famous Bone Napper is Gobber's nemesis, a dragon that spent years chasing Gobber across land, sea, and volcanoes, all for one missing piece. A bone Gobber had unknowingly turned into a belt buckle. Once reunited with the fragment, the Bone Napper revealed its true nature, being truly loyal, gentle, and even affectionate. With its armor complete, Gobber's nemesis let out a thunderous roar, giving the riders a lift back to Berk, and proved that even the most intimidating dragons have a soft side. Well, under all that bone at least. Up next is the Buffalord, a dragon that looks like a walking hay bale with thorns. But don't let that fool you. Behind these sleepy eyes and peaceful grazing lies one of the rarest, most valuable dragons on the archipelago. For example, Big Buff, the Buffalord who accidentally became a legend. When Astrid caught the deadly scourge of Odin, it was this dragon's green-tinted drool mixed with the herbs that he grazes on that turned out to be the cure. These dragons are known to be calm to the point of oblivious. For example, Big Buff allowed himself to be netted, carted, and bullied across his island. However, the moment that someone tried to remove him from the island, he puffed up like a balloon, launched fire in every direction, and bursted out of a dragon-proof cage, only to return to grazing like nothing happened. Buffalords have a handful of unusual abilities as well. As I mentioned, they can inflate their entire bodies like pufferfish, they can fire off high-speed spikes from their hides, and breathe a wide cloud of fire around themselves. They aren't exactly precise, but they can keep their enemies at a distance. They're also deceptively strong, capable of dragging entire ships and even bending dragon-proof metal when angry. Then there's the Brute Buffalord, a more volatile cousin who doesn't control when it inflates or breathes. And then there is the Cavern Crasher, a wingless, slime-coated dragon that's just as clever as it is creepy. It crawls across cave walls and ceilings like a gecko from your nightmares, and makes up for its lack of wings with fireproof mucus and the unsettling ability to collapse its skeleton to squeeze through cracks. And of course, it spits out flammable goo. The most infamous of its kind is Firecomb Crasher, Snoutlouf's self-declared nemesis. This dragon stormed Fireworm Island, chased off the queen, and started feasting on eggs because that's what it does best. He managed to hold his own against multiple dragons until Hook Fang and the Fireworm Queen teamed up to cook off his protective slime, ultimately forcing him to retreat. And then there's Slimeball, Eret's walking biohazard. A dragon so terrible smelling that other dragons will even evacuate their nests to avoid him. Next up, the Changewing, one of the most elusive and mesmerizing dragons in the mystery class. This acid-spitting predator has the ability to change colors and completely blend into its surroundings. The Changewing can stalk prey undetected and then unleash a stream of corrosive acid that melts wood and even rips through dragon-proof metal. But what really sets them apart is their hypnotic gaze, a swirling trance that can make even the fiercest dragon obey them. Among the most notable of them is Phantom, who demonstrates this hypnotic skill in battle. Then there's the infamous Mother Changewing, who mistook Snotlout for her baby, keeping him hostage in a cuddle prison until Hiccup intervened. Following that, we have the Death Song. This is a dragon that is as stunning as it is sinister, with wings like stained glass and a voice that can lull a battlefield into silence. This dragon sings its praise to sleep before sealing them in unbreakable amber. Death Songs are apex predators, and even other dragons fear their hypnotic melody. There are very few Death Songs who stand out like Garf, the dragon that the riders adopted as a baby. Over time, Garf learned to mimic human songs and even began protecting his rider friends by encasing himself in protective amber armor as he led armies of dragons into battle. Then there's his adopted father, the true terror of Melody Peaks. This Death Song was able to freeze other dragons mid-flight by locking them in amber, and then would pull them away once they couldn't resist him. However, with Garf's help, even this dragon was won over and eventually began bonding with the riders. Next up, the Dramillion, one of the most unique and tactical dragons in the mystery class. Known as the Parrots of the Dragon World, these mimic masters can replicate nearly any dragon's firepower. From Gronkle Blast to Razor Whip Slices and even Night Fury Plasma. The Dramillion sees it, copies it, and fires it right back. But mimicry isn't its only trick. They're fiercely loyal pack hunters who share energy like batteries, refueling each other mid-battle to stay in the fight. There are a few Dramillions more memorable than Fishlegs' Dramillion. At first, he saw Fishlegs as a threat, but once Fishlegs proved himself, the dragon mimicked his Fire Blast combo to melt his own shackles and free the rest of his captured pack. Then there's the Titanwing Dramillion, a silent guardian hiding in plain sight. Massive, durable, and cloaked in camouflage, this elder led a devastating charge against the dragon flyers. Even while poisoned with dragon root and impaled by a harpoon, the Titanwing Dramillion endured, escaped near death, and returned to battle with a vengeance. Up next, we descend into the eerie shimmer of ghost stories with the Flightmare, a glowing, screeching dragon that paralyzes its prey with its chilling mist. Fueled by glowing algae and armed with hit-and-run tactics, this ghostly predator avoids brute force in favor of speed, confusion, and terror. The most infamous is Hofersonsbane, the spectral menace that froze Astrid's uncle Stiff and that haunts Berk every decade. They were later revealed to be drawn in by glowing algae and terrorized the skies until the riders cleverly redirected its food source into the sea, luring the dragon away once and for all. Then there's Vigo's Frightmare, captured and muzzled by hunters who tried to weaponize its mist. However, even restrained, it was tactical, laying mist traps mid-flight and targeting enemies with algae markings before swooping in. Up next is the slumbering giant of dragon legends, the Foreverwing, a mystery class so massive it's mistaken for a forested mountain. This ancient dragon is rarely seen awake, and as a result of its woody appearance, vine-covered body, and beard-like foliage, many even mistake it for an ancient forest spirit. The Foreverwing is capable of producing lava blasts and green acid, which it uses to defend its territory. However, they are no tyrant. It rules a peaceful flock of seedling dragons, communicates via telepathy, and even goes on to form a connection with Hiccup in the comics. On top of that, it can create calming compounds that sedate nearby dragons, and may even be able to control plant life, which it could use to entrap foes. Up next are Barf and Belch, the hideous Zippleback. This two-headed terror is one of the weirdest dragons around. Barf releases a thick green gas, and Belch ignites it with a spark. Despite their constant bickering and inability to agree on just about anything, these two are surprisingly effective in a fight. Whether they're lighting up a battlefield or knocking out enemies with synchronized headbutts, they will always get the job done. Then we have the chaotic gremlins of the dragon world, the Hobgobblers. Small, round, and constantly drooling, Hobgobblers are mystery stoker hybrids with a destructive streak and a stomach that never quits. These dragons can eat just about anything, and when in a pack will tear through entire ships or houses in seconds. Their powerful jaws allow them to latch onto much bigger dragons than themselves, and despite their size, they've got the stamina to cross continents without breaking a sweat. Among the most memorable is Hobbs, a hobgobbler who bonded with Phil Baker after being saved from choking. Then we have the gentle healer of the dragon world, the Prickleboggle. Originally classified as a Stoker class due to its icy blasts, the Prickleboggle was later reclassified as a mystery class thanks to its unique healing properties. This dragon may not dominate the battlefield with brute force, but it is a miracle worker on the sidelines. Its icy mist can either freeze enemies or heal wounded dragons, and dragons that are healed by the Prickleboggle often form strong bonds with it and become fierce protectors of their healer. Up next, the beach-dwelling menace, the Sandbuster. This elusive mystery-class dragon hides beneath sandy shores like a pirate guarding buried treasure. With a snake-like body and a hoard of stolen gold, lures victims close and then strikes with molten glass blasts that harden on impact, trapping their prey in shimmering prisons. Its ability to swim through sand, snow, mud, or even sawdust makes it impossible to track, and once it finds its prey, it can yank targets as big as entire Vikings underground with its prehensile tail before they can even scream. However, it does have a major weakness, which is sunlight. A single ray can burn its sensitive skin, forcing it to remain hidden unless it is covered in ash or shadow. Following that, we have the Silk Spanners. At first glance, Silk Spanners might not look like they're capable flyers, but these spider-like mystery-class dragons are masters of the breeze. Using silk spun between their 6 legs, they glide from island to island like living parachutes, catching air currents and floating across the sea. While they may seem fragile, don't be fooled. Their silk is strong enough to immobilize full-grown dragons, and their claws make them expert climbers. But most importantly, Silk Spanners feed on toxic dragon vine and can even suck out the poison from infected dragons to keep them safe. Up next, the vibrant but venomous Slitherwing. These serpentine mystery class dragons are armed with toxic fangs, venom-coated skin, and deadly coloration that is more than just for show. The brighter the dragon, the deadlier the poison. Slitherwings can spit venom, sedate dragons with a bite, and even weaponize their tails to splash toxins around. Just touching one can be fatal. They're also the only known dragons immune to Death Song Amber, making them rare predators even among dragons. Then we have the sneaky, smothering Smoke Breath. These small mystery class dragons may not breathe fire in the traditional sense, but they're far from harmless. Smoke breaths exhale dense black smoke from their mouths and their skin, blanketing their surroundings in a ghostly fog. But behind the eerie legends is a very real obsession with metal. These dragons collect and weld shiny scraps to build armored nests that protect them from larger predators. Individually, smoke breaths aren't really much of a threat, but in swarms, they've managed to bring down entire ships. Following the Smoke Breath is the Snap Trapper. Originally listed under the Fear class, Snap Trappers use their beauty and scent as their main weapons. With 4 heads and jaws that split 3 ways, they emit a mouth-watering chocolatey aroma to lure prey right into their leafy camouflaged trap. And when that doesn't work, they can also unleash acid, venom, or a defensive stench that will send even the Titan wings running. Snap Trappers will wait completely still for hours and sometimes days until their prey wanders into striking range. Notable individuals like Death and Chocolates once gave Stoic and Gobber the fight of their lives. On a much bigger note, we have Grumbleguard, the grumpy grandpa dragon you didn't know you needed. Grumbleguard is a 275-year-old forever horn dragon who first appeared in Dragon's Rescue Riders. With a temper as fierce as his wind breath, he literally drove the rescue riders off his island for trespassing. However, after realizing they were helping orphaned hatchlings and not stealing from him, he had a change of heart. Grumbleguard can unleash powerful wind blasts strong enough to knock dragons from the sky or clear entire beaches, but he's also capable of reversing the airflow, creating suction to pull things towards him. On top of that, he can slam his wings together to create shockwaves and has endured attacks from multiple dragons without a scratch. Next is a dragon that only hatches once a century. The Golden Dragon is made of solid gold, as their name suggests, making them as rare as they are valuable. Golden dragons like Gemma can shoot a dazzling golden glitter blast that irritates eyes and sticks to just about everything. However, this ability only emerges once the hatchling eats its own eggshell. While protective and proud, golden dragons are also migratory and prefer to stay hidden until it's safe to nest. Despite her fierce independence, Gemma learns to trust the rescue riders after they help her defend her precious egg from pirates. Up next are a set of dragons that could headline in a musical, the enchanting Songwinds. Songwinds are large, brightly colored mystery class dragons known for their hypnotic singing voices. Unlike their more dangerous cousins, the Death Songs, Songwings use music not to hunt, but to calm or enchant. Most live in pairs called songmates, and if separated they will grow lonely and emotionally unstable. That's exactly what happened to Meliodia, a vibrant songling who hypnotized an entire village just to create her own choir. Though her power can affect both dragons and humans, the spell can be broken by louder, dissonant voices or a voice even more beautiful, which was proved by Layla. Once reunited with her songmate Kantana, Meliodia's manipulative behavior completely stopped and was replaced by a joyful harmony. Beyond just their voices, Songwings can refract sunlight with their wings, creating a dazzling, peacock-like display mid-flight. However, they do have some odd vulnerabilities. For example, Dragon Pepper ruins their voice, and Shriek-scale screeches can completely disrupt their songs. On to the Deadly Spinner. This medium-sized mystery class dragon is yet another spider-like addition, this time with the ability to shoot flaming webs strong enough to suspend a magma breather mid-fall or to seal active lava vents. Their webs can also be fired like tether lines or in multiple rapid blasts depending on the situation. These dragons are agile in the air and on the land. They can crawl upside down on crystal ceilings or spiral through mid-air with eerie precision. But despite their creepy build, Deadly Spinners are actually very friendly, sensitive, and social. Webmaster, the first known Deadly Spinner and Eugene's dragon, quickly developed an inseparable bond when Eugene saved him from flamethrowers. Webmaster is loyal, affectionate, and always ready to prank. But when it counts, he is a fearless fighter, even managing to hold off a Death Gripper and help stop a larger threat like the Glasscaster. Then we have the elusive Featherhide, a dragon so skilled at hiding that according to legend, even Bork the Bold was said to have been stalked by one without seeing it. In Dragons the Nine Realms we meet Feathers, the only known representative of her species. Feathers can vanish into her surroundings and even cloak herself under her wings, making her the ultimate stealth companion. But stealth isn't all she has. She packs a powerful sonic scream that can knock out dragons, shatter ice, and even peel off old scales. Despite her shy nature, she bonded deeply with her rider Alex. Up next is the Gem Blaster, a towering sentinel from the hidden world with fire hot enough to ignite life itself. This large mystery class dragon made a debut in Dragons 9 Realms, and though it's only been seen once, it left a pretty lasting mark. It has stone gray scales and jagged green crystal spikes down its back. The Gem Blaster looks like it was carved straight from the earth, and it uses its scorching blue flame to breathe life into the realms by activating the central Dragonsight gem, which keeps oxygen flowing through the hidden world. Gem Blaster is an essential part of the ecosystem that it fights to protect. And that brings us to the Jormungandr, the colossal world serpent that slithered out of myth. With a name straight from Norse legend, this enormous mystery class dragon lives up to the hype, bringing an apocalyptic presence with its venom breath, earth-ripping strength, and unnerving intelligence. Jormungandr is like a monstrous eel with a cobra-like hood, a triple-split jaw lined with fangs, and a body big enough to rival a screaming death. It can tunnel, unleash a poisonous gas that suffocates all life, and even breathe fire. But what makes it truly terrifying is its mind. It learns, adapts, and even outsmarts traps set by the dragon riders. Jormungandr has incredible destructive power and the brain to keep itself from being stopped. Up next is the Spiderwing, a small but dangerously crafty mystery class dragon. What it lacks for in size, it makes up for in numbers and strategy. Spiderwings shoot fiery webs that harden instantly, trapping both dragons and riders alike. These webs are resistant to fire and require a combined blast to break through them. And one of these dragons might be manageable alone, but a pack of Spiderwings can totally seal exits, drop in from above, and overwhelm their prey. And this idea of teamwork is actually their greatest strength, as Spiderwings are known for using sentries, coordinated ambushes, and clever distractions to defeat their enemies. That said, they're not unbeatable though, as they're vulnerable to loud sonic blasts or coordinated attacks that scatter them. And last in this class is the elusive and deadly Yetiwing, a large, stealthy mystery class dragon known for its haunting presence in the frozen expanse of the Ice Realm. With thick white fur, massive wings, and eerie antler-like horns, the Yetiwing is built for the cold. It uses its icy camouflage to stalk prey, waiting for hours before springing its ambush. When it strikes, it unleashes a freezing blast strong enough to knock even a nightlight out of the sky and pin dragons like Feathers and Webmaster to the ground. Despite its size, the Yetiwing is a skilled climber, scaling icy walls with ease, but its intelligence is just as chilling as its breath. One even collapses its own cave to trap the dragon club inside. However, its bulk does come at a cost. It has limited stamina, making prolonged fights very difficult for it, and so it relies on ambushes over drawn-out chases. And now we have the Sharp class dragons. These are known for their razor-like features. And finally, the Woodchipper, a small member of the Sharp class from Dragons the Nine Realms. Don't let their chubby, spotted bodies and stubby legs fool you. These beaver-like dragons are the ultimate lumberjacks of the dragon world. With chisel-like teeth strong enough to tunnel through solid tree trunks, Woodchippers chew elaborate dens inside towering trees, building entire colonies governed by a single winged queen. Much like bees or ants, the queens control their colonies, directing her loyal workers with a mere thought. Whenever united, these dragons act with perfect coordination, digging, defending, and even rescuing trapped intruders if the queen deems them trustworthy. These dragons are peaceful and curious by nature, but once agitated, they can and will swarm like a storm of teeth and tails. Our next group is the Stoker class dragons, and they are all about the element of fire, whether breathing it, blasting it, or setting themselves ablaze. These hot-headed and high-powered dragons definitely bring the heat, and there is no better place to start than the fireworm. Fireworms are a tiny but scorching hot dragon that proves that size isn't everything. These glowing crawlers are about as big as your fist, but their skin burns hotter than the sun, and when they gather in swarms, they are nearly unstoppable. Fireworms live in massive colonies inside volcanic tunnels, producing a flammable gel called Firecomb that powers their flames and fuels their nest. But leading them all is the Fireworm Queen, a massive golden titan who rules over the colony. She's not just bigger than them though, she also has a venom that can reignite the dying flame of any Stoker class dragon, giving her the ability to save the lives of any dragon in her colony. The Fireworm Queen is fiercely protective, will never forget someone who threatened her hive, and will fight to the death to keep her subjects safe. Our next dragons though are less about saving lives and more about clearing a room. The Gobsuckers are dragons best known for igniting their own farts to propel themselves forward, and while this might seem pretty silly, it does allow them to reach pretty incredible speeds. But it's not just a flying fart machine. Gobsuckers also fire powerful acid blasts from their mouths that can melt right through armor. However, while their offensive skills are pretty impressive, they're not exactly the brightest dragons around, and some have even been tricked into thinking that rocks are their eggs. Despite their general goofiness though, these dragons have proven themselves time and time again to be both powerful and surprisingly useful. Our next Stoker class titan is the legendary Green Death. First introduced in Dragon's Rise of Berk, this colossal creature is the cousin of the Red Death, but with a far calmer temperament. Thanks to their immunity to lava, these dragons can nest inside of volcanoes, where they spend most of their time keeping to themselves and avoiding conflict. Despite their passive nature, the Green Death can unleash massive streams of fire or concentrated blasts that can burn through just about anything when provoked. While this dragon tends to prefer isolation, we have seen it come to the aid of the dragon riders in emergencies, showing that in special cases, they are willing to leave their nests to make a difference. Up next is the Hobblegrunt, a moody, sensitive dragon that wears its heart on its scales. These colorful creatures change hue based on their emotions, yellow for happiness, purple for curiosity, and red for anger. Hobblegrunts are calm by nature and prefer quiet spaces, but in battle they are no pushovers. Their frilled radar-like head fin helps them detect temperature shifts and even emotional changes, making them very attuned to the world around them. And then there's Gruff, the only named Hobblegrunt in the franchise. Gruff was blinded by a dragon trap and rescued by Volca. Since then, he has lived peacefully using his sharp instincts to help protect the sanctuary. Up next in the Stoker class is the Large Shadowwing, a powerful battle-hardened dragon known for molten blasts, thunderous roars, and its iconic bomber formation. Small Shadowwings will attach themselves to its massive wingspan, turning the dragon into a flying war machine that rains lava from above. This dragon is essentially a flying fortress equipped with a smokescreen ability and a roar that can scramble enemy forces. But the true terror comes with the Alpha Shadow. Towering over its cousins, this green titan serves as a guardian and general for the Shadowwings. It coordinates attacks, defends its pack, and isn't afraid to take enemies down itself. And up next is one of the most iconic dragon species in the Stoker class, that being the Monstrous Nightmare. These dragons are known for their blazing firepower and proud, aggressive nature. They're covered in jagged spikes and often seen lighting themselves on fire. In fact, this dragon doesn't just breathe flames, it becomes them. With kerosene-like gel in their saliva and the ability to turn into a living fireball, they embody everything fiery and fearsome about dragonkind. But despite their intimidating appearances, many nightmares are surprisingly loyal and even affectionate. Hookfang is the prime example. He is stubborn, hot-headed, and prone to lighting himself up just to prove a point. But beneath the flame is a dragon who would throw himself into danger for his rider. He's fought Titan Wings, carried Fireworm Queens, and even matched Toothless in battle. Fanghook, named after Hookfang, is Gustav's monstrous nightmare and is surprisingly well trained. He is more obedient and affectionate than Hookfang himself, and quickly learned to respond to non-verbal commands as he became a trusted member of the auxiliary team. Then we have Hookfire, Fangmaster, and Hook Blazefang, who were monstrous nightmares considered as Hookfang's replacements. While visually distinct and strong, Snotlout ultimately rejected them as none of them were able to match his bond with the original Hookfang. We also have Girl Hookfang, a purple and yellow nightmare fiercely protective of her eggs. When a Titanwing nightmare threatened her nest, Hookfang stepped in to help her defend it. While cautious around humans, she later does allow them near her nest once they earn her trust. Speaking of the Titanwing nightmare, this is Hookfang's nemesis, a stronger, larger, and more violent example of their species than most others. He repeatedly attacked Girl Hookfang until Hookfang and Snotlout used strategy to take advantage of their terrain and ultimately defeat him. Sven's nightmare stands out for reportedly blasting poison instead of fire and serves alongside the auxiliary riders during major battles. Cage Cruncher, on the other hand, was a captive nightmare who demonstrated incredible strength by chewing through steel cages while being held by dragon hunters. Similarly, Firescrapes and his pack were former victims of dragon hunters as well, who managed to find peace on Forest Island under Fishleg's guidance. Whipslash was forced into cage fighting until Hiccup freed him from his painful hook, and Mercy was also rescued, but this time by Volca during the Dragon War. She later went on to become one of Volca's most loyal companions. And lastly, we were introduced to about a dozen chaotic baby nightmares like Brisket, Scrag, and Potroast, who were all cared for by Snotlout. Now we come to the monstrous legend that started it all, the Red Death. With 6 eyes, coral-like spines, and a mouth big enough to swallow ships whole, this dragon ruled over an entire army from its volcanic lair. The Red Death is a towering Titan-winged dragon who was the secret force behind centuries of dragon raids. It can fire a massive stream of explosive flames and is strong enough to break through a mountain just to stretch its wings. Like the Bewilderbeast, the Red Death can also summon and control dragons using eerie sounds and a paralyzing stare. However, unlike that nurturing alpha, this queen rules like a tyrant. Luckily, Hiccup and Toothless discovered her one weakness. While the outside of the Red Death's body is effectively invulnerable, a blast of fire to her methane-filled core can take it down easily, ending her reign and freeing dragonkind from her control. On to the Singe-tail, a dragon with eyes that move independently of each other to give it a 360-degree view of its surrounding. This means that you'll never be able to sneak up on this species, and even if you do, you'll have to deal with brutal flames that it launches from its mouth or from the gills on the underside of its belly. These dragons signal each other with fire, fly at high speeds, and shrug off blows that would take down lesser dragons. But don't be fooled by their aggression. If left alone, they tend to enjoy lazing around in the sun or dozing off in a bed of wildflowers. Scorch was the first one discovered by Spitelout on Storehouse Island. This aggressive orange Singe-tail laid claim to the territory, and whenever approached, it would use its flames to signal for backup to remove the intruders. Then there's Krogan Singe-tail, a massive, likely Titan Wing female. She became Krogan's mount through brute force and sheer will, which created a begrudging partnership. Ultimately, when she was freed by the Titan Wing Dromelian, she didn't hesitate to lead a Singe-tail uprising against her captors. We also have Deathlout. Covered in scars and driven by bottomless hunger, Deathlout is the most aggressive of his kind. He was first seen battling Toothless, where he signaled his pack mid-fight and nearly overwhelmed the Dragon Riders with sheer numbers. We also have Flamelout, described by Spitelout as a mad genius who constantly outsmarted his Viking observer by stealing tools, food, and even weapons. Stoic, on the other hand, is the laziest Singe-tail alive, named after the Viking chief that he reminded Spitelout of. Stoic sleeps through just about anything unless he is hungry or in danger. And lastly, we have Heatlout and Hotlout, who are both golden-hued Singe-tails from Storehouse Island that we unfortunately don't get much time with. Our next species is the small Shadowwing. On their own, they are swift, nimble, and capable of dive bombing or clinging to cave walls like predators lying in wait. But these dragons rarely hunt alone. Their true strength lies in numbers, which allows them to launch calculated ambushes. One member, Bated Breath, feigns injury to lure in its prey. Once close enough, the rest of the pack will unleash a barrage of lava-like fireballs, essentially like living mortars. These shots are powerful enough to corrode through trees and melt stone. But of course, small shadow wings don't hunt alone. They form symbiotic bonds with large shadow wings, which act like massive aircraft carriers that can deploy them mid-air in a fearsome bomber formation. Even smaller than the small shadow wings, though, are the Terrible Terrors. These pint-sized dragons pack more mischief, firepower, and personality than dragons 10 times their size. While one terror might just sing on a rooftop or nip at your boots, a full pack can lift Vikings off their feet, swarm enemies, or even start an impromptu chorus at midnight. They are bold, sneaky, social, and surprisingly intelligent, often being trained for mail delivery, retrieval, or coordinated pranks. One iconic terror is Sharpshot, who Hiccup trained to be a sniper. He can fly out, attack his target, and return to Hiccup's arm in a blink of an eye. He is precise, fast, and smart enough to understand verbal and visual commands, making him the perfect aerial sidekick. His rival is Sneaky, Astrid's terror, who is so quiet that he can even sit on a Viking's helmet without them noticing him. Then there's Iggy, Fishlegs' clever terror, trained to fetch specific objects by matching them to a picture. That same cleverness turns to chaos with Pain, who is Snotlout's terror, who bit his trainer's leg and refused to let go. It took Dauber a whole afternoon to pry him off. Of course, Roughnut and Toughnut couldn't resist matching terrors, being called Butt and Head. Their main trick involves headbutting each other over and over again. Gothy's terrors are something entirely else though. These green-scaled companions never leave her side and can lift her in a basket across Burke. We also have Leopold, a purple terror with pirate flair, who was once loyal to Harold Forkbeard. And this species also has two subtypes. In the icy depths of the hidden world, you can find ice terrors, a cold climate cousin with icicle-like horns and resistance to freezing temperatures. They are quick, but a bit too trusting, which unfortunately makes them very vulnerable to hunters. And finally, the common or garden dragon. These are technically a cousin species, but spiritually they are the same as terrors. They might be small and lazy, but they're easy to train and have become a staple to Viking homes. Up next is the Treadtail, a dragon so poisonous that it's allergic to itself. This brightly colored stoker dragon secretes a toxin through its skin when threatened, but unfortunately, that same toxin makes it itch like crazy. To cope, Threadtails are often seen rolling around in dragonberry bushes or basking in coarse sand and cool wind to soothe their irritation. Despite the allergy, Threadtails are powerful creatures. They can breathe strong yellow flames, misty green fire, or even a strange purple vapor. Their frilled head and bumpy skin serve as visual warnings, similar to poison dart frogs, but bigger and fire-breathing. Threadtails were part of Vulca's dragon army and played a role in the war, flying into battle and carrying supplies across long distances. They are territorial, loyal, tough, resilient, and memorable dragons. Our next stoker is the Typhoomerang, a dragon capable of making powerful flame tornadoes. These towering beasts fold in their massive wings and spin mid-air, igniting their entire bodies into flaming corkscrews that spiral downwards and scorch everything in their path. Their iconic fiery vortex isn't just for show though. It's strong enough to trap prey, torch forests, or even leave behind fertile scorch marks that oddly promote plant growth. Torch is the best known Typhoomerang, who was once mistaken for a flaming squirrel before becoming an honorary member of the Dragon Riders. As an adult, he returned even stronger, and now both helps stop wildfires and protects his friends. But his mother is a terrifying whirlwind who scorched her way through Burke's forest searching for her missing baby. She didn't calm down until Torch was safely back in her wings, but she isn't the only member of his family. There's also Torch's sister, who is a no-nonsense blue Typhoomerang. She is older, more serious, and quick to take charge, while his younger brother is a yellow troublemaker who looks up to Torch and mimics his every move. And then there's the Trap-Foomerang, a dragon who was very much not Astrid, as Snotlout discovered the hard way, and who nearly turned a rescue mission into a scorching mess. The Firing Fury is a medium-sized Stoker-class dragon, known for its molten personality and literal glow-up. First seen in Dragons Rescue Riders, these dragons sport vivid red, orange, or yellow scales, curled ram-like horns, and the ability to ignite their body. Fire Furies can shoot searing fireballs, weld metal with precision blue flames, and use their glowing bodies as heat sources or weapons. Though social and loyal, they are sensitive to cold and water, making extreme weather a serious drawback. However, when these dragons are together, they can light up the sky like living fireworks shows. Aggro is the smallest but fiercest of the bunch, a fiery ball of sass who heats up when annoyed. She is precise, quick-witted, and brave, with a knack for smokescreens and blue flame welding. Though she does struggle with feeling like the odd dragon out, she proves herself as a vital part of the Rescue Riders. Laberne, a red-hot fire starter, is energetic and chaotic. She lives for fun and brings a contagious spark wherever she goes. She bonded instantly with fellow Fire Furies and loves explosive group antics. And finally, Cinda is Laberne's partner in chaos. She is playful and sweet, but dangerously impulsive. Together with Laberne, she treats Aggro like a younger sister, inviting her into their misadventures and lighting up the sky in glowing synchronized flights. Up next is the Bubblecorn, a unicorn-like dragon about the size of a cat and shaped like a baby pony. This small but spiked dragon uses its hollow horns to unleash explosive bubbles and fire blasts. Bubble horns are deceptively durable for their size, with retractable body spikes, echoing screeches that summon reinforcements, and an incredibly stubborn temperament. Though adorable at first glance, they're fierce when provoked and not quick to forgive. For example, Nibbles, a bubblehorn who is known for holding grudges. Initially adopted by June after a rescue mission, he quickly went from cute baby unicorn to absolute menace. Whether biting Eugene, screeching for backup, or spitefully leaving people in traps, Nibbles does what he wants when he wants. He's now under Linda's care, where he tolerates affection on his terms. However, his loyalty and instincts kick in when it matters most. Then we have the Flamethrower, a medium-sized Stoker dragon known for flying in formation and fighting like a well-oiled machine. First introduced in Dragons the Nine Realms, these volcanic hunters are instantly recognizable by their brown-spotted hides, red dorsal fins, and twin fangs jutting from their lower jaws. Despite their sleek size, flamethrowers are no pushovers. They unleash blistering orange fire from both their mouths and neck gills, and they coordinate in highly strategic precision strikes to isolate and overwhelm their prey. They have surprising agility and stamina to tank hits even from a nightlight. And of course, these pack-hunting menaces thrive in molten environments. While they're aggressive towards outsiders, flamethrowers are surprisingly loyal within their own ranks, especially when it comes to their bond with a larger alpha dragon like the Sky Torcher. This relationship makes them both terrifying and complex, as they will follow their leader without hesitation into any battle, including against the Dragon Riders. However, without their alpha or their pack, individual flamethrowers are very easy to outwit, especially if you have something shiny to distract them with. Up next is the Magma Breather, a dragon that looks like a pig, acts like a stubborn old cat, and spits lava hot enough to melt silver. This chubby, medium-sized Stoker dragon produces and hurls lava, from gentle puddles to full-on rivers, which it uses to relax in, defend itself, or chase down anyone who interrupts its naps. Despite its short wings and round body, it can still hover in the air or even sprint if provoked, and it's surprisingly heat resistant thanks to its magma-proof skin. The most well-known of this species is the magma breather who tormented D'Angelo, not once, but twice. Then we have the Sky Torture, the blazing juggernaut from the Fire Realm, and one of the most powerful dragons in the Nine Realms. This massive titan has pale white scales, massive horns, and 4 devastating streams of fire that can torch rock to ash. Despite its size, the Sky Torture moves with surprising speed and commands its flamethrower minions to scout ahead and soften up enemy territories before making its grand entrance. With heat-proof skin and a knack for underground ambushes, it is both an apex predator and a strategic commander. The most famous Sky Torture is the one who served the Alpha Flamethrower, a lone juggernaut who bulldozed into the Crystal Realm, nearly torched the Dragon Club, and was later captured and manipulated by Buzzsaw. But it's not all fire and fury. This Sky Torture showed fierce loyalty to its pack, even risking its life to save them, and later allied with Thunder to face off against Jormungandr. And our last Stoker is the Snowtail, a frosty oddball native to the Ice Realm. This dragon looks like it stepped out of a blizzard, with dark purple scales, translucent face frills, and icy blue eyes. But while the Snowtail may look chill, when threatened it can breathe powerful ice blasts that can devastate its enemies. This dragon is surprisingly agile as well. It will climb, run, and fly at speeds that will rival a Gembreaker or a pack of Speed Stingers, at least for a while. There are no named Snowtails that have taken the spotlight, but we have seen plenty of them across the Nine Realms. They're often targeted by Buzzsaw's traps, as they tend to fall for mimicked dragon calls as a result of being curious and trusting by nature. Thankfully, they're also surprisingly trainable and recover quickly from danger, as seen when D'Angelo cared for one in his dragon hospital. Up next we have these Strike-class dragons, known for their speed, strength, and sharp intelligence. With their powerful jaws and unique abilities, they excel in fast, precise attacks and navigating through all kinds of environments. Up first in this class, we have the terrifying Death Gripper, Grimmel's venomous pride and joy. These medium-sized dragons are pure nightmare fuel, armed with scorpion-like stingers, acid breath, and raptor claws that make them the perfect dragon hunting machines. They live and hunt in packs, using stealth and brute force to overwhelm their prey, and can even paralyze or control other creatures with their venom. But their acid isn't just corrosive, it burns, ignites, and melts through nearly anything in its path. These dragons are extremely powerful, however, they are nearly impossible to train unless you've hatched one yourself or saved their lives. The most infamous Death Stinger were the 6 that served Grimmel the Grizzly. Controlled through venom injection collars, they burned down homes, pursued Volca midair, and dragged Toothless and the Light Fury into a trap. Despite their forced loyalty, these dragons showed high intelligence, fighting in coordinated attacks, and even resisting the Alpha's control. Next, we have the mysterious Light Fury. This shimmering pearl-white dragon is a master of stealth and elegance. With her mirror-like scales, she can vanish into the sky, blending seamlessly with clouds and even daylight. Her ability to turn invisible allows her to stay one step ahead of danger. At first, she is a wild, curious creature who might trust dragons, but has zero patience for humanity. For example, she didn't hesitate to blast Hiccup when he got too close, but when she meets Toothless, something changes, and the dragons begin to form a romance. Of course, she's not just a pretty face. From helping Toothless discover the hidden world to risking her own life to save Hiccup, this dragon is fast, fierce, and loyal when it counts. Following her, of course, we have the legendary Night Fury Toothless. This jet black dragon is the fastest, most agile, and loyal creature in the skies of Berk. With his sleek, stealthy body and vibrant green eyes, Toothless is the perfect mix of adorable and fearsome. At first, he's thought to be a mysterious terror in the night, until Hiccup shoots him down, starting one of the most iconic friendships in animation history. But despite how cute he is, Toothless is an absolute powerhouse. His plasma blasts are basically explosions wrapped in lightning, and he's fast enough to break the sound barrier. But that's not all. This guy has retractable teeth and a playful sense of humor. But you can't let that cute side fool you, as he can become an absolute beast when he enters his alpha mode, gaining nearly unstoppable power along with his new glowing blue coloring. Up next we have the legacy of Toothless and the Light Fury, the Nightlights. These are fast, clever, and electrically charged. Nightlights blend the stealth of the Night Fury with the raw speed of the Light Fury. Though first seen in How to Train Your Dragon: The Hidden World, their story has expanded in Dragons: The Nine Realms, where we meet an entire family of Nightlights guarding the balance of the Hidden World. Dart is the only female of the original trio and definitely the smartest of the bunch. She's outgoing, fearless, and endlessly curious about humans, and as such she'll often lead her brothers into daring trips into New Burke. Her brother Pouncer, on the other hand, is more of a troublemaker. His blast can create a flash bright enough to blind enemies, buying time for him and his siblings to make their escape. And finally, Rough Runner, the sleepy sibling who often ends up in the chaos thanks to his brother and sister. Rough Runner just wants a good nap, but even so, he is fiercely loyal. He follows his siblings into every mess they dive into, and is quick to defend them when it counts the most. Thunder, the star of the Nine Realms, is their long-lost brother. Thunder carries the legacy of Toothless like no other. He is brave, clever, and deeply bonded to his human rider Tom. Over time, Thunder matures from a curious outsider to the crowned king of the Nine Realms, inheriting this mantle from his powerful grandfather. Shadow is the curious little brother who accidentally kicks off a reunion. He's the first of the younger siblings to meet the riders and became an instant fan favorite. There's also Goggles, the tech-obsessed Nightlight who loves getting in trouble, and of course Splattertail, a dragon that bounces between playful and hugs, bringing joy wherever they go. Finally, we have the Elders. The Mother Nightlight is a graceful and fiercely protective dragon that lovingly watches over her children. She quickly warms up to the riders after seeing their bond with Thunder. As for her mate, Father Nightlight, he is more of the strong, silent type, battle-scarred and cautious, but deeply loving towards his family. And finally, the Elder Nightlight, the clan leader, who is wise, guarded, and powerful, and who passes on the mantle of Alpha to Thunder before falling in battle, a final act that cements Thunder's place as the true king. Following the Nightlights, we have Skrill, a fearsome dragon who doesn't breathe fire, but instead channels bolts of lightning through its metallic spines. Found only during electrical storms, the Skrill can ride lightning at supersonic speeds, strike with devastating electrical blasts, and even store energy to unleash later. With its sleek, dark body and powerful agility, it's often compared to the Night Fury in both speed and danger. Skrills are rare, aggressive, and nearly impossible to train. They have a deep connection to storms, often hibernating in glaciers for decades before reawakening. However, they are far from unstoppable, as water can completely nullify their powers. A notable individual is the Frozen Skrill. After being freed and manipulated by Dagger, he later gains his freedom thanks to Hiccup and Toothless. Next is the elusive Songwing, a large and dangerous dragon that was first seen as a sketch on Hiccup's map in How to Train Your Dragon 2. This dragon never actually appears in the main franchise, but is said to be so deadly that it was once described simply as killing everybody. That ominous reputation and its resemblance to the Death Song suggests that it has a similar hypnotic song that they can use to lure in prey before attacking, though again this is unconfirmed for now. On an important note though, this Songwing is not the same as the Rescue Riders' brightly colored musical Songwings. Musical Songwings who use their song to communicate and deafen rather than destroy. Then we have the Snow Wraith, the icy terror of the Strike class, which is often called the Night Fury of Winter. With poor eyesight but deadly thermal vision, it tracks heat signatures and uses rapid frost blasts to freeze foes in their tracks. On top of that, its snow camouflage body, stealthy flight, and burrowing skills make it a master of ambushes. One of the most memorable snow wraiths is Gothi's Frostfright, who once attacked Gothi's entire expedition to Glacier Island, leaving her as the sole survivor. Years later, he clashes with the riders while guarding the tooth needed to unlock the Dragon Eye. Despite multiple dragons and blasts, Frostfright proved unstoppable until a shard of his tooth was embedded in Gothi's staff. Alongside Gothi's Frostfright were his two siblings, an older brother and a younger sister. While Frostfright was the most recognizable, his big brother was a bulkier Snow Wraith, while his little sister had quicker reflexes, which she used in close coordination with her brothers in battle. Up next in the Strike class is a dragon that fights like three rolled into one, the Triple Strike, and more specifically, Sleuther, the most iconic of its kind. Once the star of a brutal dragon fighting arena, Sleuther earned his reputation through sheer force. His three deadly tails could crush, whip, or sting anything foolish enough to step into the ring. Each tail carries a different venom. One numbs, another causes hallucinations, and the third makes your blood feel like it is burning on fire. This dragon is fast, agile, and terrifyingly strong. He could lift Toothless with a single tail, spin through the air in a defensive roll, and slice through chains like they were paper. Sleuther responds to clicks like coded signals, understands human speech, and even has a flair for the dramatic. After being spared by Toothless, Sleuther turned his loyalty towards the riders, but especially to Dagger. Our last dragon in the Strike class is the Swiftwing, who proves speed isn't just flashy, it's heroic. The most iconic dragon of this species is Winger, the Rescue Rider's fastest and fiercest flyer. Winger is the team's frontliner, scout, and occasional poet. With his sleek build, opposable thumbs, and tail that acts like a rudder or a hammer, Winger is built for precision flying and versatile combat. His signature Power Blast delivers electrical shockwaves that can knock back wolves or even snuff out wildfires. As he matures, Winger even unlocks the rare Mega Blast, 3 shots combined into one devastating beam. Following the strike class is the Tidal class dragons. These are large, ocean-dwelling creatures known for their calm nature and immense power. While most can't breathe fire, many can generate electricity or unleash powerful water-based attacks. The first in this class is the mighty Bewilderbeast. These titanic, tusked dragons are more than just alphas, they are the alpha. With a breath of freezing mist that turns oceans into icy fortresses and mind-controlling abilities that can bend entire dragon flocks to their will, Bewilderbeasts are as majestic as they are terrifying. But not all Bewilderbeasts are tyrants. Valka's Bewilderbeast was a peaceful giant, a snowy white guardian who built a sanctuary of ice and steam where dragons lived in harmony. He welcomed the wounded, protected the lost, and earned loyalty through compassion rather than fear. Then there's the Berserker Bewilderbeast, a reclusive female who dwelled beneath Berserker Island, guarding her unhatched eggs in silence. She prefers isolation over war, but when provoked, her icy wrath was lethal. Though Hiccup never saw her directly, she did save his life twice, earning her a place as one of the most mysterious and powerful dragons in the hidden world. Following the Bewilderbeast is the Fathomfin, a true deep-sea behemoth and one of the largest dragons ever documented. First seen in the Serpent's Heir comic, the Fathomfin is a Leviathan-class titan. This underwater giant comes with some truly unique abilities. It can release flammable gel from its mouth that doesn't dissolve in water, which is perfect for lighting up the deep or torching enemies from below. However, the coolest part of this dragon is probably that its expandable throat turns translucent when filled with water, acting like a living submarine window for its rider. Another species introduced in the comics is the Purple Death, this time from the Legend of Ragnarok. With its serpent-like body, dark purple scales, and beard-like tendrils, the Purple Death was mistaken by Vikings as the Midgard Serpent, a harbinger of the end of the world. This dragon is so massive that it causes seaquakes just by shifting in the ocean. It breathes enormous waves of explosive fire and can crush fleets beneath its own weight. It doesn't fly, but it doesn't need to. In the sea, it is deadly, fast, and nearly unstoppable. Our next dragons are the Skaldron. These aquatic dragons are armed with boiling hot water blasts and jaws strong enough to crush barrels like eggshells. Skaldrons hunt in pods using stealth and strategy to corner their prey, often other dragons. Their bodies act like living cauldrons, scooping up seawater, heating it internally, and then releasing it in pressurized jets that can melt a ship's deck in seconds. And surprisingly, they are the only known source of antidote venom for the deadly dragon flower. Mildew's Misery proved that firsthand. This giant nearly scalded Stoic and Gobber, but ended up delivering the life-saving venom via an unfortunate bite to Mildew's backside. Then there's Scaldy, who had his wing pinned under boulders until Roughnut charmed him with her fish-scented hair. Initially aggressive, Scaldy softened with care, letting Roughnut treat his injuries, and even accepting a handmade splint. Bonecrusher's Conquest, meanwhile, wasn't so friendly. This powerhouse Skaldron went toe-to-toe with Fishlegs, who, while hypnotized, thought he was a warrior god. Thunderfish was long believed to be a mythical sea beast until Dagger revealed the truth that it was just a very irritated Skaldron. And finally there's Bumble, the playful juvenile who accidentally turned Burke into his personal splash zone. Bumble's raw strength and boiling blasts were more than the village could handle. However, in the end, he was lovingly released back into the wild where he could swim free and not demolish buildings by accident. Following that is the electric phantom of the title class, the Sea Shocker. With a manta ray-like body and 2 heads, Sea Shockers travel in pods and unleash powerful bites that deliver high-voltage shocks, which can even paralyze large dragons, while their dorsal fins slice through ice with ease. These dragons use echolocation, bioluminescence, and teamwork to hunt deep beneath the waves, making them one of the most dangerous predators in the sea. Bolt and Float, a separated sea shocker, formed a strong bond with Fishlegs. They were trapped in a lagoon and hunted by Skaldrons where they unleashed a massive electrical field to protect themselves and which ultimately allowed them to manage to rejoin their pod. Velka's Sea Shockers rescued Toothless from icy waters and worked side by side with the Bewilderbeast, herding fish for the sanctuary as trusted allies of the Alpha. Soki and Weddy, named by the Thorstons, served as aquatic mounts during a seafaring mission where they demonstrated incredible speed and strength. Up next we have the Shellfire, a living battleship and one of the most fearsome giants of the title class. This Titanwing behemoth blurs the line between dragon and war machine. The Shellfire is equipped with a massive armored shell and can launch plasma-charged boulders over a mile away with terrifying accuracy. As Hiccup once said, the Shellfire isn't just a ship or a dragon, it is both. Its most infamous appearance came through Viggo Grimborn's Project Shellfire, in which the dragon hunters captured this creature and bolted a dragon-proof warship onto its back. Riker weaponized the dragon to launch long-range assaults on places like Caldera Cay and Dragon's Edge, forcing it to attack while chained under his control. When Shipsbane, an aggressive Submaripper, arrived, the Shellfire finally fought back. Their clash cracked the warship's chains, and the Shellfire, once set free, vanished into the deep. It remains one of the few dragons so massive and mysterious that even the riders couldn't fully understand or tame it. The Sliquifier is a sleek, supersonic swimmer from the title class. They're known as one of the fastest dragons in the ocean. Its dolphin-like body and powerful fin-shaped wings let it dart through the water at incredible speeds, and it turns that momentum into deadly force. As it accelerates, the Sliquifier stirs up a steam of potent acid, which it can then launch at enemies. The faster it moves, the stronger the blast, making it a devastatingly dangerous dragon. While it's rarely spotted, the Sliquifier has been seen in the Book of Dragons and is marked on Hiccup's map in How to Train Your Dragon 2, suggesting that it dwells in the waters around Berk. Up next is the monstrous Submaripper, also known by its original name from the comics, the Ripwrecker. This massive title class dragon has made an appearance in both TV and the comics. However, there has been a bit of confusion about it. The Submaripper from Dragon's Race to the Edge is not the same dragon as the acid-spitting Submaripper from the comics. The latter, now more commonly referred to as the Ripwrecker, was the first to use the name. However, the show and game producers were not aware that this existed, and so they presented it as an entirely different species using the same name. In the series, Shipsbane is our defining Submaripper. It is enormous, territorial, and capable of creating whirlpools strong enough to drag ships and dragons alike to the bottom of the sea. This dragon doesn't breathe fire and instead weaponizes suction, sonar-like tracking, and pure physical strength. Meanwhile, in the comics, the original Submaripper favored explosive acid attacks and would use his tail to drag ships under or fling Vikings across the deck. Then there is the mighty Thunderdrum, a sea dragon that roars with the force of a storm. The Thunderdrum unleashes concussive sonic blasts strong enough to send Vikings flying and even shatter rock. With bodies built for both air and sea, they're equally at home diving into the ocean as they are patrolling the skies. One of the most iconic Thunderdrums is Thornado, Stoic the Vast's companion. Initially aggressive, Thornado won Stoic's respect through sheer grit and strength, and the two formed an unbreakable bond. They would fight boars, patrol Berk, and eventually they helped each other raise Bing, Bam, and Boom. These three adolescent Thunderdrums found safety under Thornado's watch after being bullied by wild dragons. Stoic eventually went on to release Thornado so that he could take care of them, knowing that these dragons had now found a family. Then we have Whirlwing, who is a wounded Thunderdrum that Thornado once protected in secret. There's also Earsplitter, a Thunderdrum who took on a death song to rescue his son Lil Lullaby. After blasting through amber prisons and collapsing caves with a sonic roar, Earsplitter went on to reunite with his son in the skies. Our next dragon is the Windwalker, a dragon found only in the How to Train Your Dragon book series. Introduced as Hiccup's riding dragon, the Windwalker starts life as a fuzzy, awkward mix of feather, fur, and floppy limbs. But as it matures, it sheds its fluff, becoming sleek, fast, and agile, capable of nearly rivaling a silver phantom. According to the incomplete Book of Dragons, Windwalkers undergo a chrysalis transformation at age 17, eventually emerging as the ultra-rare Darkwing, a legendary dragon that can fly at incredible speeds and shoot lightning. Hiccup's Windwalker is one of the few to be seen in this final stage as they fought alongside him through the Dragon Rebellion. Also, they reportedly smell like hot chocolate, which is kind of a nice bonus. The Fastfin is from Dragon's Rescue Riders. With webbed feet, an eel-like tail, and water-adapted wings, this dragon might not be much of a flyer, but it is unmatched in water. Fastfins fire powerful streams of water from their mouths. They are capable of knocking away heavy dragons like Burple or crafting ice barriers in freezing temperatures, and they are immune to Slinkwing slime. The best known Fastfin is Summer, the clever green-scaled rescue rider partnered with Layla. Summer can use sonar to navigate murky waters and is able to make quick strategies in battle. Despite her species being known to be fearless, she, however, is afraid of eels after a traumatic childhood incident. Then we have the Floodfang, a large dragon introduced in Dragons the Nine Realms that is yet another manta ray-like dragon. The Floodfang glides through both water and sky, though it does struggle more in the air. It lacks legs, but makes up for it with powerful aquatic propulsion, spiny dorsal fins, and enormous jaws lined with sharp teeth, along with 2 signature tusks jutting upright like spears. The most well-known Floodfang appears in Downpour, where 2 of them are lured with fireflies to extinguish a forest fire. Though territorial and food-driven, these dragons are intelligent, social, and patient. While hard to train, their water storage ability and stealthy ambush tactics make them uniquely powerful among aquatic dragons. Up next is the Misttwister, a 2-headed tidal class dragon known for blending opposites. With one head breathing fire and the other creating frost, Misttwisters can generate both steam screens and devastating combined blasts, making them ideal for both offense and defense. However, their true magic lies in the bond between their 2 minds. No better example exists than Wu and Wei, the spirited Misttwister duo from Dragons the Nine Realms. With the cool-headed Wu on the left and the fiery and impulsive Wei on the right, the 2 might bicker like siblings but always pull together when danger strikes. Their shared body makes flying, climbing, and swimming second nature, and they've mastered cooperative moves like the Circle of Protection, which combines both ice and fire in a stunning steam explosion. And finally we have the Octofin, a gentle giant with the strength of a kraken and the heart of a saint. This massive dragon resembles a fusion of a crocodile and an octopus, with a crocodilian head, rows of dorsal fins, and 8 tentacle-like tails that can even lift ships. First appearing in Dragons the Nine Realms, the Octofin might look intimidating, but it's one of the kindest dragons you'll ever find. When Tom risked his life to free a captive Octofin, the dragon responded with gratitude, hiding the group in a cloud of ink and hauling them to safety despite repeated attacks from a shellfire. Its camouflage, intelligence, and ink make it a master of underwater stealth, and its strength and stamina put it on par with some of the most powerful sea dragons out there. Up next, we have dragons from the Tracker class. As the name suggests, these dragons are masters of tracking, with extraordinary senses of smell and taste that allow them to hunt down prey or people with incredible accuracy. First we have the Deadly Natters, and none of them is more famous than Stormfly. With vibrant blue scales and lethal tailspines, Stormfly is Astrid's pride and powerhouse. Deadly Natters are known for their precision and speed, but Stormfly takes it to another level. She can track targets by smell, shoot magnesium flames hot enough to melt rock, and strike from the air with amazing accuracy. But she is far from the only Natter making waves. Flystorm is a surprisingly friendly Natter who proved his loyalty by helping rescue Toothless and defending Burke. Then there's Kingstail, Spitelout's proud and impulsive partner, known for fighting Singetails and soaring into battle with flair. And another Natter, Scardian, leads a once wild pack who were scarred by dragon hunters, but overcame their trauma together. We also have Stormfly's offspring, who is a warrior just like their mother was. Following them, we have the Borkweek Natters, trained by Astrid to fly in perfect formation, Steeltrap, who was a battered Natter from the fighting pits, and the Edge Natters, who cautiously warm up to Stormfly's leadership over time. Next, the unstoppable Rumblehorn, built like a battering ram but with the nose of a bloodhound. These tracker powerhouses are designed for one thing, to locate whatever or whoever they're after. With their axe-shaped noses, horned faces, and rock-solid builds, Rumblehorns like to keep their head down, their senses sharp, and their enemies running. They can charge like a rhino, fly with unexpected agility, and launch explosive fireballs that look like burning stones. But when they don't want to move, not even a monstrous nightmare can budge them. And leading the charge is none other than the Skullcrusher, a legendary Rumblehorn originally ridden by Stoic the Vast and later passed down to Eret. Skullcrusher isn't just a beast in battle, he is a protector and a strategist. He once tracked Hiccup by scent alone using nothing but a lost helmet. He's fought off Singetails, crushed through Berserker ships, and rammed through sea stacks like they were made of butter. Not only that, but he also warned Burke of a coming tsunami, showing just how intuitive these dragons truly are. Following the Rumblehorn is the Snifflehunch, a tracker dragon with an unstoppable urge to smell everything. Their most famous representative is Pestbud, who is totally ignorant to the idea of personal space. His signature move is shoving his nose right under a dragon's wing or tail just to figure out if they are friend or foe, whether they like it or not. First spotted in Valka's Mountain, Pestbud made quite the impression by greeting Toothless a little too intimately, but what Pestbud lacks in social awareness, he makes up for in loyalty. He stood by Valka's side, fought in the battle against Drago's army, and later joined Toothless in the Hidden World. With his bright orange scales and green stripes, Pestbud might look a little bit funny, but if you underestimate him, you'll be on the receiving end of a fire sneeze that can melt through just about anything. Up next are the Thunderclaws, tracker dragons with powerful legs, short tempers, and the best group formation in the business. These dragons are all about herding up, running in packs across the tundras and the plains, and sniffing out danger with their flickering snake-like tongues. We can start with Sailback, Volka's loyal steed who gently carried Toothless back to Hiccup after the Sea Shockers rescued him. Then there's Rumpus, the pie-loving dragon who prefers to nap on a Viking's lap rather than do anything else, unless called to action, where her tracking nose and firepower can really shine. And finally, Bone Snarl, a living tank with a grudge. Once a prisoner in Drago's army, this Grey Thunderclaw famously blasted off Drago's prosthetic arm and refused to remove his armor even after gaining freedom. Now living in Berk, Bone Snarl leads a Scuttle Claw pack and helps Gobber keep the forge and the hatchlings in order. On to the Wind Gnasher, a sturdy, determined dragon who has a nose as sharp as its mace-tipped tail. These medium-sized dragons prefer to fight from the back, where their icy blasts can blanket enemies in a fog. Built for endurance and stealth, they can pick up scents on the wind from across the archipelago, and some even guide whole flocks through snowy migrations. But our spotlight falls onto one particularly headstrong Wind Gnasher called Gust Nudger. This was among the first to bow to Toothless as the new alpha, and one of the many to follow him into the hidden world where they lived in peace. That brings us to the relentless Razorwing. With spines as sharp as blades, Cutter is the rescue rider's expert tracker, scout, and professional prankster when he's not too busy avoiding responsibility. Like all Razorwings, Cutter has exceptional eyesight, explosive tail spikes, and a razor-edged tail that can slice through wood, scoop things up like a shovel, or even hang onto a tree when the weather gets rough. He has firepower hot enough to relight a fire fury, and precision and speed so fine that he can impale multiple fish mid-air. Up next we have the Gembreaker, a powerful dragon built like a living wrecking ball, thriving on smashing through crystals and stone with its massive horn and clubbed tail. With a beetle-like build, explosive loogie blasts, and sharp crystal armor, Gembreakers are as destructive as they are determined. Their exceptional sense of smell allows them to chase prey through land, air, or water, and though highly territorial and tough to train, once bonded they can become great companions, as was the case with Plowhorn and D'Angelo. The Gembreaker Guards are a rare subspecies that reside in the Gods Realm, tasked with protecting the sacred Dragonsight gem. They look nearly identical to standard Gembreakers, but they can be identified by their rounded, gem-shaped tail. And now the Glasscaster, a wingless, hyena-like dragon native to the Desert Realm. With jagged spines, sharp claws, and a glowing nasal horn, it has 4 powerful legs and uses echolocation to find its prey, roaring to cause glass pillars to vibrate and revealing their path forward. Its signature ability is a yellow and purple flame hot enough to turn sand into glass. Despite its bulky form, it's fast, agile, and stealthy, able to trap prey in glass walls and confuse enemies by weaponizing sound. However, sound is also their weakness, as their own sensitive hearing can lead to their sonic radar being overloaded and ultimately them getting stunned. The Snifflehide is a gentle herbivore with poor eyesight, but he has an incredibly powerful sense of smell and hearing. These nurturing creatures are known for building nests on high cliffs and displaying deep maternal instincts, even mistaking humans for their young if they carry a similar scent, like is the case with Eugene, who once got wrapped in leaves and was fed chewed-up plants after being mistaken for a hatchling. Despite their docile natures, Snifflehides can be fiercely protective. The mother Snifflehide fought off enemies, carried Eugene with ease, and even held her own against Jormungandr. However, these dragons very heavily rely on scent to identify those around them, making them vulnerable to scent-based deception. And our last tracker is the Vinetail, a small, wingless dragon that moves through the treetops like a monkey. With a prehensile extendable tail and opposable thumbs, this forest dweller climbs, swings, and even learned to barter. Vinetails rely on stealth, making use of their leafy spines to stay hidden safely. Individually light and nimble, they become a powerful force when acting in groups, able to overpower larger dragons, pull off daring heists, or even form living chains to rescue others. Their intelligence makes them crafty tricksters, often using bartering or manipulation to get what they want. And despite their playful nature, they are opportunistic and sometimes dangerous, luring dragons into traps or trading help only after getting something in return. And that brings us to our final class, the Unknown class. Some dragons are placed here because they've only appeared briefly or haven't been fully studied. These include a few unnamed species from How to Train Your Dragon 2, The Book of Dragons, Hiccup's Map, and even a mythical dragon. First we have the Lycanwing, a mythical dragon feared for its cursed bite, said to transform Vikings into monstrous, dragon-like creatures under the full moon. With wings the size of houses and teeth tougher than Gronkel iron, it's described as a bloodthirsty beast with no survivors, only victims. The legend gained traction in Race to the Edge when Toughnut believed he was bitten and would turn into one, prompting Gobber to tell the tale of a Viking named Kessler who vanished, only to be replaced by a crimson-eyed dragon who stole livestock. While Hiccup dismissed the myth, the dragon eye strangely includes a description of the Lycanwing, leaving its existence to be unknown. And our last dragon is the Stinger, a little-known dragon species that appeared exclusively in How to Train Your Dragon Live Spectacular. Described as juvenile short wings, these dragons resemble theropod dinosaurs with long hind legs, small wings, and no forearms. Their most distinctive feature is a pair of curved stingers on their tail, which are believed to be venomous. Stingers are fast, carnivorous, and capable of delivering powerful bites, even as hatchlings. Despite their aggressive tendencies, they can be trained through dominance and jaw scratches, and are even seen playing ball with Vikings by the end of the show. With spiny backs, colorful markings, and a scorpion-like tail, the Stinger remains one of the most mysterious dragons in the franchise. And to that end, it has not appeared in the films or the shows, and has never been officially classified into a dragon class. And just like that, we have covered every single dragon in the series, from powerful aerial threats to volcanic giants, frozen protectors, and deep-sea leviathans. There is an unbelievable variety of dragons in the series that fit any personality, ability, or situation you can think of. But which is your favorite? Be sure to let us know in the comments down below, or if you have a topic you'd like us to dive into, you can leave a suggestion there as well. And of course, if you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe for more in the future. With that said, thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube, and YouTube Music Premium, a whole app just for streaming music, uninterrupted. Try 1 month free.
What if everything you thought you knew about the How to Train Your Dragon universe was wrong? What if Toothless had a dark secret? And what if Hiccup's entire adventure was just a hallucination? Today, we're diving deep into the top 10 fan theories about How to Train Your Dragon that are so crazy, they might just be true. At number 10, let's start off with the theory that Drago was eaten by his Bewilderbeast. In How to Train Your Dragon 2, we see Drago and his Bewilderbeast disappear into the ocean after their defeat. It's likely that the Bewilderbeast dove into the ocean and swam away with Drago on his shoulder, but what if something more sinister happened? To the maniac warlord, the Bewilderbeast was nothing more than a tool, and Drago's brutal training over the years degraded the dragon and broke its spirit. Think about it. Once Toothless overcame the Bewilderbeast's control and fought back, it must have also realized that it could turn on Drago. And what would the second most powerful dragon in the world do with its captor after being tortured and enslaved for decades? Well, this theory suggests that the Bewilderbeast, in a moment of liberation and revenge, simply killed and ate Drago. This would explain why Grimmel mentions Drago's defeat, but he never appears or is brought up again in the hidden world. Speaking of Grimmel, our theory at number 9 wonders whether Grimmel lied about hunting the Night Furies to extinction. What if Grimmel was just an unreliable narrator trying to build up his own reputation? In the world of dragons, taking souvenirs after killing a dragon is the norm, as we see with Drago's cloak. But Grimmel doesn't show us anything that suggests that he's even taken down one Night Fury, not even a single black scale. It's entirely possible that he's killed 0 Night Furies in his lifetime. Furthermore, Grimmel didn't know that Toothless could cloak himself. This was probably a technique that dragons themselves knew about, and so any expert hunter should be prepared for it. If Grimmel truly hunted down hundreds of Night Furies, how did he miss such a fundamental ability? But it gets even weirder because Grimmel's airship and crossbows are totally inadequate for taking down dragons as fast as the Night Fury, even if we believe his Death Grippers did most of the dirty work. Night Furies are among the most powerful dragons in the franchise, and it's tough to imagine Grimmel taking down all of them. He may have killed some, but Grimmel's claim of near extinction is likely exaggerated. This theory gives more hope that the Night Furies exist somewhere out there, perhaps in the hidden world or other remote locations that Grimmel never discovered. Speaking of things that never happened, at number 8 we have the theory that the Shadow Wings were Hiccup's sleep deprivation hallucinations. Remember those mysterious, aggressive dragons that seemed to attack with unusual behavior in the episode The Longest Day? This theory suggests that they were never real at all. They were hallucinations caused by Hiccup's severe sleep deprivation. The evidence is compelling since we never see the Shadow Wings again after that one episode. Which is strange for such a unique and dangerous dragon species. The second issue is the sheer ridiculousness of the Shadow Wing, because it's basically an artillery aircraft with a large dragon as the aircraft and smaller dragons as the artillery. There's no way that kind of symbiotic relationship evolved naturally, right? Third, while all other characters showed obvious signs of sleep deprivation like schizophrenia, anxiety, being irritable, and making mistakes, Hiccup seemed relatively functional. Chances are his sleep deprivation just manifested differently when he landed on the mysterious Dragon Hunter Island. Moving on to number 7, we have the theory that Toothless bit off Hiccup's leg to save his life. One of the most shocking moments in the first movie is when Hiccup wakes up after the battle with the Red Death and realizes he's lost a leg. Now, it's implied that his leg is burned when he falls into the flames, and Toothless wasn't fast enough to save all of them. But this doesn't really make sense, because for one, Hiccup falls headfirst into the explosion, meaning his leg would be the last part to be burned if Toothless didn't reach him on time. We never actually see how he loses his leg, and the most likely scenario is that Toothless grabbed Hiccup with his teeth to pull the young Viking closer, but in the process, Toothless would have mauled Hiccup's leg so badly that it became unusable. Gobber, who made the prosthetic, might have covered up the real story to protect Toothless and Hiccup's friendship from the psychological trauma of the truth. But here's where things get really wild. Theory number 6 is that the series takes place thousands of years in the future in a post-apocalyptic world. This post-apocalyptic theory suggests that the Vikings of Berk are actually descendants of modern humans who survived some kind of global catastrophe. The evidence? Well, there are several things we see throughout the series that don't make sense for a medieval setting. The Dragon Eye functions like a sophisticated piece of technology, almost like a flashlight or projector. In fact, it's even more advanced since its properties change depending on the dragon flame it's exposed to. Some entries and references in the Dragon Manual also hint at knowledge far surpassing what Vikings would have known. The deadly Natter fire is described as magnesium flame, but magnesium was only extracted from its ores in the 18th century. This means the inhabitants of Berk possessed technology far surpassing what their civilization should have. This theory proposes that after a global catastrophe, humanity regressed technologically, but retained fragments of advanced knowledge. The dragons could be creatures born from genetic mutations caused by a nuclear fallout. At number 5, we have a theory about one of the best villains in the franchise. Vigo Grimborn from Race to the Edge is still alive. The last time we see Vigo, he already has quite a few arrows sticking out from his back, and seemingly sacrifices himself to help Hiccup escape the dragon hunters. But in his final confrontation, Vigo is going up against a bunch of dragon hunters with a Skrill for backup. Surely a Skrill would have been more than enough to take out a few crossbowmen, and it is possible that Vigo could escape the base with the Skrill's help as well. Vigo has already proven himself to be one of the most resourceful and intelligent characters in the series, and he's also cheated death once after surviving falling into a volcano. So it's highly likely that Vigo is out there somewhere, hanging out with the monstrous nightmare that saved his life and spending his time training and protecting dragons. But wait, there's a competing theory about Vigo that's even more psychological. Our theory at number 4 is, what if Vigo actually died at the volcano, but Hiccup hallucinated him afterward? According to this theory, Hiccup's guilt over Vigo's death, combined with his pattern of trying to redeem his enemies, caused him to create elaborate hallucinations where Vigo survived and eventually came to respect dragons. The Vigo we see in later episodes is actually just Hiccup's subconscious working through his guilt and his desire to prove that even the worst dragon hunter could be redeemed. The episode where Vigo supposedly canonically dies would then represent the moment when Hiccup finally accepts reality and lets go of his guilt. At number 3, let's look at our Alpha Dragon with the theory that Night Furies evolved not to hunt humans or fish, but to hunt other dragons. Think about Night Fury characteristics. They're incredibly fast, nearly invisible at night, they have precise plasma blasts, and they're highly intelligent. These aren't the traits of a dragon that hunts fish or sheep. In fact, the Dragon Manual already states that Night Furies don't steal food from Vikings. But then, what are they supposed to eat instead? With the power to damage even Red Deaths and Bewilderbeasts, the Night Fury seems to be an apex predator that hunts other dragons. This would explain why Toothless was so effective in combat against other dragon species. It's not just that he trained well, it's that he's genetically designed to be a dragon killer. This theory also explains why Night Furies are so rare. They're at the top of the dragon food chain, and apex predators always have smaller populations. Moving on to number 2, we have the theory that Stoic planned out Hiccup's challenges to make him a leader. This theory suggests that Stoic wasn't just a protective father, but a master manipulator orchestrating Hiccup's entire journey to prepare him for leadership. According to this theory, Stoic recognized that Hiccup was too soft and dragon-obsessed to be an effective chief, so he secretly arranged a series of increasingly difficult challenges to toughen him up. First, Stoic gave Hiccup the dragon training school, knowing it would force him to confront his fears and develop confidence. Then came the outcasts, but notice how their leader, Alvin, was Stoic's old friend? The theory suggests Stoic arranged for Alvin to provide manageable opposition for Hiccup to learn. Later, the dragon trappers appeared, again at
Every single time Hiccup and Astrid are talking, Toothless and Stormfly are in the background together, playfully dancing. Most people never even notice, but after rewatching the third film, there's a detail that reframes all of it. When Stormfly finds her new boyfriend, the way they dance together is the exact same way she once danced with Toothless. And then there's a shot, easy to miss, where Toothless watches them. His eyes reflect Stormfly and her boyfriend dancing together, and that same reflection appears again the first time he sees the Light Fury. Toothless wasn't just lonely before the Light Fury showed up, he was watching someone he cared about move on. And the moment he saw the Light Fury, something in him recognized exactly what he'd been missing. Number 6. Hiccup has been quietly lifting 800 kilograms this entire time. Here's something hiding in plain sight across the entire franchise. Everyone remembers Hiccup as the underdog, the scrawny Viking who stayed behind at the blacksmith while everyone else went to fight dragons. But after rewatching, there's a detail that proves Hiccup became genuinely physically powerful, and nobody talks about it. In the third movie, Toothless gets excited about something and jumps directly onto Hiccup. And Hiccup doesn't just absorb it, he steadies himself, pushes back, against a dragon that weighs approximately 800 kilograms. And here's what makes that detail matter. In the second movie, he couldn't do that. The same situation happens, and he buckles completely. Between those two films, something changed. Hiccup didn't just grow as a leader or a thinker, he grew into the son of Stoic the Vast. The strength was always in the bloodline, it just took time to arrive. Number 7. Hiccup is actually one of the strongest characters in the entire franchise. Here's the detail most people completely overlook. In the TV series, Snotlout punches Hiccup directly in the face. Hiccup hits the ground and gets straight back up like it was nothing. Then later, Hiccup punches him back. One shot, Snotlout goes down instantly and doesn't get up. In the second movie, when Toothless gets excited about his new tail, he jumps on Hiccup. And Hiccup not only supports the weight on one leg, he physically pushes him back. A Night Fury weighs 1,700 pounds. And honestly, it makes complete sense once you think about it. Hiccup grew up working as a blacksmith every single day, hammering metal, lifting equipment, building mechanisms. While every other Viking kid was training to fight, Hiccup was building functional strength in a forge. He was never the weakest Viking in Berk. He was just the one everyone underestimated. Number 8. The 5 strongest dragons in How to Train Your Dragon, ranked. Number 5. The Red Death, massive. Controls other dragons, unleashes fire like a living flamethrower. It ruled the entire nest through fear until a Night Fury brought it down. Number 4, the Screaming Death, a terrifying underground beast that tunnels through solid rock, almost impossible to stop once it locks onto a target. Most dragons can't even track it. Number 3, the Skrill, fast, intelligent, and deadly. It can absorb lightning and unleash it straight back, and it can go directly toe-to-toe with Toothless in a fight. Number 2, the Bewilder Beast, Alpha Class. Mind controls every dragon around it. Its ice breath freezes entire battlefields in seconds, the most dominant force in the franchise until Toothless said no. Number 1, Toothless in Alpha mode. Not the biggest, not the heaviest, but Plasma Blast's unmatched speed, stealth, and the ability to defeat Alpha Dragons once he unlocks his full potential. Adaptability beats raw power every single time. Number 9, the Light Fury was never actually running from Toothless. She was studying him. Here's a detail nobody talks about. Everyone assumes the Light Fury kept flying away because she didn't trust Toothless yet. But after rewatching, something completely changes how you read every single one of those scenes. When she hangs upside down on that branch, that is exactly what Toothless did in the first film when he was studying Hiccup. She's not leaving, she's watching, testing every move. Every single reaction she has is a direct response to something Toothless does first. She never makes the first move. She's always one step behind, gathering information, and then she accidentally steps on his drawing. They clash for a second. Silence. She looks down, sees what she stepped on, and walks around it. That's the moment everything shifts. Not a grand gesture, not a dramatic scene, just a small, quiet moment of recognition. She stopped testing him right there, and everything after that was already decided. Number 10. Hiccup was saying goodbye to Toothless the entire time, not just at the end. Everyone remembers the final goodbye as the most emotional moment in the entire trilogy. But after rewatching the third film, there's a detail that completely reframes their entire relationship. Because Hiccup wasn't saying goodbye at the end. He'd been saying goodbye the whole time. By the second film, you can already see it happening. Hiccup has too much pulling at him. And for the first time in his life, Toothless stops being the most important thing in his world. Then, in the third film, after Hiccup sees the hidden world for the first time, he doesn't run to Toothless in excitement. He stands back and just watches, like someone who already knows how the story ends. And in every flying scene of the third film, Hiccup's mind is somewhere else, never fully present with Toothless the way he always was in the first movie. That never happened once in the first film, which means the goodbye wasn't a decision Hiccup made at the end. It was a process that started long before the final scene, and Toothless felt every single step of it. And that's it! Which one hit you hardest? Toothless choosing not to fly without Hiccup, or Hiccup saying goodbye the entire time without anyone noticing? Let me know in the comments. Hit that like button if you want the next part, and make sure you're subscribed because we're uncovering even more secrets next time.
Watch hit movies and TV shows on YouTube.
There's this machine. You can put everything right and make it the way it was.
Get HBO Max and more streaming services to watch your favorites on YouTube.
From Stormfly secretly starting Aerith's entire transformation through nothing more than a simple game of fetch, to a theory questioning whether this entire trilogy's ending actually betrayed the very message it spent 3 movies building. Today, we're breaking down hidden things you didn't notice across the How to Train Your Dragon universe. But first, if Toothless is your favorite, drop a lightning emoji. And if you're Team Light Fury, make sure to hit that subscribe button, because this list gets more emotional the further we go. Number 1. A hidden parallel between Grimmel's dart and Aerith's net. When Hiccup jumps off Toothless mid-flight to attack Grimmel directly, Grimmel fires a dart aimed straight at him without hesitation. Hiccup manages to dodge it in time, but Toothless doesn't see it coming quite fast enough and ends up taking the hit in his place instead, sacrificing himself without a second thought. That exact same structural beat plays out earlier in the second movie as well, except that time it's Hiccup and Toothless who successfully dodge Aerith's thrown net, while Astrid and Stormfly end up being the ones who get caught in it instead. The franchise quietly repeats that same protective sacrifice pattern across 2 completely different films, just swapping around who ends up paying the actual price each time. Number 2, dragons learn from their own mistakes. Early on in one particular film, a large dragon knocks over a huge wooden support post, seemingly by pure accident in the moment. Nothing more than clumsy destruction in the middle of chaos. But later in that exact same movie, that same dragon deliberately reuses that identical move on purpose, this time using it strategically to knock over an entire mass of enemy ships during the climactic battle. It's a small, easy-to-miss detail, but it quietly demonstrates that dragons throughout this universe aren't just reacting purely on instinct in every scene. Number 3, Gobber's troll. Joke has a punchline hidden inside his own body. Gobber casually explains at one point that trolls are completely real and have a strange, specific habit of stealing socks from people, but curiously only ever the left one every single time. On the surface, that plays as a simple, silly throwaway joke, but the punchline actually lands much harder once you remember that Gobber himself doesn't have a right foot to begin with, having lost it at some point before the events of the story. That means the missing sock detail quietly mirrors his own physical disability without ever spelling that connection out directly to the audience. Number 4, Hiccup is ironically the only Viking who actually killed a dragon. Early in the story, Hiccup openly declares that he refuses to kill dragons under any circumstance, standing firmly by that belief even as his friends boast proudly and loudly about all the dragons they each personally claim to have taken down over the years. Hiccup ends up being the only Viking in the entire story who genuinely kills a dragon on screen, despite being the one single character throughout the whole film who never actually wanted to in the first place. Number 5, Toothless almost looked completely different from what we know today. Toothless wasn't always designed from the start to look feline in nature. Early in the film's development process, he was originally conceived and designed to resemble a wolf far more closely than the sleek, cat-like creature audiences eventually got to know. That design direction reportedly changed changed after one of the animators happened to have a black leopard set as their computer screensaver at work, which apparently ended up inspiring the entire creative team to shift his overall design toward a sleeker, more feline appearance instead, ultimately giving him the iconic look that fans instantly recognize today. Number 6. This movie genuinely changed real-world adoption trends. Thanks to just how genuinely popular this film became after its release, animal shelters across various regions reportedly saw a noticeable, measurable increase in black cat adoptions, specifically following the movie's massive success. Many of those newly adopted black cats reportedly ended up being named Toothless by their proud new owners, turning a fictional dragon's design into a small but real, lasting cultural impact that extended well beyond the movie theater itself. Number 7. The Dragon Manual isn't just decoration, it's actually fully readable. The intricate runic text scattered throughout the in-universe Dragon Manual prop isn't just random decorative gibberish thrown in to look mysterious and ancient, it's actual functioning plain English, deliberately encoded into a genuine rune-based cipher system that the animators built out specifically for this purpose. With enough focus, patience, and effort, dedicated fans can genuinely decode and read exactly what's written inside that book. Number 8. The Light Fury quietly reassures Toothless inside the hidden world. When Toothless first arrives inside the glowing hidden world and finds himself standing on top of a massive crystal formation towering above everything else, he instinctively glances back toward the Light Fury, looking for some kind of reassurance, and she responds with a gentle, deliberate nod, quietly confirming to him that he genuinely belongs exactly where he's standing. It's a small, wordless gesture between the two of them, but it communicates an enormous amount about how much genuine trust already exists between these two dragons by this specific point in their relationship. Number 9. Stormfly didn't save Eret out of loyalty, she genuinely thought they were playing a game. When Drago is about to kill Eret during a tense confrontation, Stormfly suddenly swoops in out of nowhere to save his life, which initially seems strange and confusing given that Eret previously attacked her directly and openly expressed hatred toward dragons throughout most of the story up to that point. The real explanation traces back to an earlier, easy-to-miss scene, right after Hiccup and Astrid formally surrendered to Eret in an effort to reach Drago. In that moment, Eret brings it right back to him. Eret throws the sword again, and Stormfly happily brings it back to him yet again without hesitation. To Stormfly specifically, that entire exchange was never read as hostility or aggression at all. It genuinely registered as a fun game between the two of them. Number 10. Did the trilogy's ending actually contradict its own central message? The first two films in this franchise built their entire emotional and thematic foundation around the idea of breaking generational fear, showing Vikings slowly learning to trust dragons instead of hunting them purely out of instinct, and proving convincingly that people genuinely can change given enough time and the right circumstances. But by the time the third film rolls around, Toothless meets the Light Fury and ends up leaving Hiccup behind almost instantly, with the story's own reasoning ultimately boiling down to the idea that humans simply no longer deserve to keep dragons around at all. That conclusion directly undercuts and contradicts the trilogy's own carefully established message from the earlier films, especially considering that Berk itself completely transformed its entire worldview and way of life within the span of just the very first movie alone. It's still an undeniably beautiful, emotionally resonant film taken entirely on its own individual terms, but functioning specifically as the final emotional conclusion to a three-part story built around trust, change, and growth. The ending leaves behind a noticeably bittersweet, arguably contradictory note that doesn't fully align with everything the earlier films worked so hard to establish. And that's it. Which one hit you hardest? Stormfly's misunderstood game with Eret, or the theory suggesting the ending quietly betrayed everything the trilogy originally stood for? Let me know in the comments below. If you want part 2 of this breakdown, hit that like button and make sure you're subscribed, because we're uncovering even more hidden secrets from this franchise very soon.
यो व्हाट्स अप गाइस, कैसे आप सभी लोग? वेलकम बैक टू अनदर लाइव स्ट्रीम। चैट में बस एक ही चीज स्पैम हो रही है, 14 मिनट लेट। भाई देखो, थोड़ा बहुत चलता है जिंदगी में, बंदा लेट हो जाता है, पर हाँ आज जो हम गेम खेलने वाले हैं, मुझे मालूम नहीं कि ये गेम हम लोग कंप्लीट कर पाएंगे या फिर नहीं, बट इतना मुझे जरूर मालूम है कि गेम बहुत ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट है। इस गेम में ना बस हमें क्लाइम करना है, ऐसे ऊपर ऊपर चढ़ते जाना है, कभी पाइप पे चढ़ना है, लोहे पे चढ़ना है, सीढ़ियों पे चढ़ना है, पता नहीं कैसे कैसे रास्ते आने वाले हैं। पर तुम्हारा भाई गेटिंग ओवर इट, मैंने कंप्लीट नहीं करा, पर आधे से ज्यादा मैंने उसे कंप्लीट कर दिया था। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं इस गेम को भी कंप्लीट कर लूंगा, क्योंकि पार्कोर मेरे को थोड़ा बहुत आता है बस। एक चीज का मुझे गुड न्यूज देनी थी पहले कि GTA जो लोग स्पैम कर रहे हैं भाई, देखो अभी GTA का स्क्रिप्ट वाला पार्ट है वो मैंने डन कर दिया है, तो ऐसे कोई गाली वाली नहीं बगैर, कोई डांटेगा नहीं। वीडियो मैं ऐसे एग्जैक्ट डेट नहीं दे सकता, मुझे नहीं मालूम कब बनेगा, पर हाँ इतना है कि मैं कल से बनाने बैठ जाऊंगा बस, खत्म, अब कोई नहीं पूछेगा भाई। ठीक है यार, अभी गेम को स्टार्ट करते हैं। अच्छा एक बारी पहले ना चैट में सब लोग बताओ कि किस किस ने ये गेम पहले देखा हुआ है या फिर खेला हुआ है, कुछ भी मालूम है इस गेम के बारे में, तो ऐसे हाथ ऊपर कर दो, ऐसे हैंड वाला आता है ना इमोजी, वो भेजो। और जिसको नहीं पता हैंड डाउन का आता है नहीं आता, ऐसे ऐसे उंगली डाउन का आता है, वो भेजो, ताकि एटलीस्ट पता चले तुम में से कौन कौन ने गेम पहले देख कर बैठा हुआ, तो उनसे थोड़ी बहुत मेरे को टिप्स मिल जाएगी। क्योंकि इस गेम में ना मुझे इतना पता है, मैंने एक बार ही ट्राई करा है पर थोड़ा बहुत ही ट्राई करा था, तो मुझे इतना पता है इस गेम में ना अनलिमिटेड रास्ते हैं। तो अनलिमिटेड तो नहीं है, बस 3-4 वे हैं जिसके थ्रू हम लोग ऊपर क्लाइंब कर सकते हैं। ओ भाई बंदे तुम सभी देख के बैठे हो भाई, पिंक हाथ भी आ गए, रेड हाथ सब आ गए भाई, ठीक है। और जिन्होंने नहीं पता वो तो सबको ही मालूम है क्या। हाँ वैसे ये गेम इस टाइम पे ट्रेंड भी बहुत, ये वाला हैंड थम्स डाउन नहीं भेजना भाई, ऐसे लग रहा है डिसलाइक कर रहे हो, तो इसी बात पे पहले स्ट्रीम को लाइक करो। 1.3 के लाइक हुए हैं हमें आज की स्ट्रीम पर। 5000 का गोल लगते हैं, बट वो तब होगा जब मैं गेम को 50% कंप्लीट करूंगा, वरना मत करना। हाँ तो बट अभी तो कर दो, अभी जब चालू होने से पहले, इतने दिनों बाद मैं लाइव आया हूँ, कुछ तो थोड़ा सा प्यार व्यार बरसाओ भाई। चलो ठीक है यार, स्टार्ट करते हैं। इस गेम में यार म्यूजिक नहीं है क्या, थोड़ी सी बोरिंग सी। हाँ क्या चिड़िया का साउंड है भाई गेम में, म्यूजिक नहीं है, चिड़िया का साउंड है। लेट्स गो भाई, स्टार्ट करते हैं। कमेंट्स में बताओ कि मैं कितने % तक आज, चैट में बताओ मैं कितने % तक आज गेम कंप्लीट कर पाऊंगा, मैं फिर स्टार्ट करूंगा। आगे जिन लोग को नहीं पता, थोड़ा सा एक बारी मैप देख लो गेम का। बारिश हो रखी है एकदम साफ मौसम में भी। और भाई एक सेकेंड, मैंने फर्स्ट टाइम ट्राई करा था, मैंने ऊपर नहीं देखा था, तो फुल एंडलेस है। मैं उस पाइप तक पहुंचा था, फिर वहां से मैं एक बार गिर गया था और मैंने फिर गेम बंद कर दिया था। मैंने कहा स्ट्रीम पे खेलेंगे भाई, ऐसे चुपचाप से प्रैक्टिस नहीं करना।
Oh, don't look up.
Okay.
We need to get to the top. I'm sure we'll make it. I wonder what awaits us there.
ये बोल कौन रहा है?
The unknown is frightening.
अच्छा ये तो अपना प्लेयर तो लड़का है, ये नहीं बोल रहा। ठीक है, तो ये गेम में बस हाँ जैसे कि मैंने बताया क्लाइंब करना है और पूरे अजीब से रास्ते हैं। ये एक सामने बिल्डिंग है, मुझे पहले इसके ऊपर चढ़ना है, उसके बाद एक सीढ़ी जा रही है, वहाँ से पाइप पे जाना है, पाइप के ऊपर से रेल के ट्रैक्स हैं उस पे जाना है, फिर भाई क्या चांद तक जा रहे हैं भाई, बादलों से भी ऊपर गया हुआ है रास्ता। ठीक है मैं यहाँ से स्टार्ट करता हूँ, डॉट चैलेंजर पे से चढ़ के जाएंगे भाई। लेट्स गो। मैं देख लेता हूँ भाई, 56%, 64% परसेंटेज, लेकिन पता कहाँ से चलेगा कि मैंने कितना कंप्लीट कर लिया, मतलब ये समझ भी तो आना चाहिए, क्योंकि मेरे को मैक्स लिमिट नहीं पता कि गेम जा कहाँ तक रही है। ठीक है मैं स्टार्ट कर देता हूँ भाई, अभी चुपचाप खेलते हैं, फोकस करके देखते हैं कि ये क्या है। भाई बंदा कंप्यूटर में गेम खेल रहा है यहाँ पे बैठ के, कुछ भी चल रहा है भाई इस गेम में। ओके अपना प्लेयर क्या क्लाइंब कर रहा है भाई। जिस हिसाब से मैं जा रहा हूँ ना, तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि मैं आज इस गेम को कंप्लीट कर दूंगा, अगर अभी तक एक बार भी गिरूँ ना तो। गिरने पे ना ऐसे कॉन्फिडेंस डाउन हो जाता है यार। गेम का मैप बहुत ही रैंडम मैप है, मैं कहीं पर भी भाग रहा हूँ, मुझे सच्ची में आइडिया नहीं मैं सही जा रहा हूँ गलत जा रहा हूँ। ये कैसा शहर है यार, ये एक्चुअल में ऐसी कोई जगह है भी, जैसे फवेलाज होते हैं ना, बिल्कुल वैसा सा दिख रहा है। जीटी में मैंने इस टाइप की लोकेशन डाली थी, फिर मैंने हटा दी। बहुत ऐसे इसको देख के सरदर्द सा हो रहा है यार इस जगह को। वेट, यहाँ से मुझे जाना है सामने, जंप स्ट्रेट। भाई क्या ये गेम इतना इजी है या फिर अभी शुरुआत में इजी लग रहा है। वेट भाई कुछ भी कहो, ये बच्चा है तो बहुत तगड़ा बंदा है, इसको अगर मैं सामने जंप कराऊँ ये पकड़ लेता है यार, ये देख रहे हो, कहीं भी इसको जंप करा दो। अभी मेरे को राइट में एक रास्ता है और लेफ्ट वाले रास्ते पे किधर जाऊँ यार। राइट वाला तो मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है गिरूंगा अगर, ओह बच गया। थोड़ा पीछे आता हूँ आराम से, अब मारता हूँ राइट में जंप। ये भाई ये मकड़ी है क्या भाई, कुछ भी पकड़ ले रहा दीवार। ये बच्चा फिर से, भाई शहर के सारे बच्चे ऐसे हैं क्या, इसको देखना, इसको इतनी बड़ी जगह पे ये जगह मिली खेलने के लिए भी, बॉट है खड़ी हो रही है। ठीक है मैं ये जो बिल्डिंग थी फर्स्ट वाली, ये तो मैंने पूरी पार कर लिया और अभी मैं आ चुका हूँ पाइप वाले लेवल पे। यहाँ पर मैं एक बार पहले भी आया था, बट मैं अलग रास्ते से आया था, तो मुझे अभी अपने हिसाब से एक परफेक्ट रास्ता ढूंढना है, परफेक्ट पाइप ढूंढनी है जो कि मेरे को ऊपर तक लेकर जाएगी। और शायद से सारी पाइप ऊपर नहीं जा रही है, मैं लास्ट टाइम यहीं से गिर गया था और मैंने बंद कर दिया था। अब होने वाला है असली डिफिकल्ट गेम शुरू। थोड़ा आराम आराम से भाई, इस पे चलने में मेरे पैर क्यों कांप रहे हैं? गिरेगा तो ये गिरेगा, मरेगा तो ये मरेगा, मेरे को क्यों डर लग रहा है? एक जंप, थोड़ा आराम आराम से चलता हूँ। इसमें ना भगाने का ऑप्शन है और जल्दबाजी में मेरे को भगाना नहीं है। आराम से बस, बहुत इजी इजी। अगर मैं यहाँ से इधर जंप मार दूँ तो क्या ये पाइप पकड़ेगा? वैसे तो ये मकड़ी की तरह कहीं भी चिपक जाता है। अगर देखो मैं ऐसी जगह पे ऐसी जगह ट्राई करता हूँ, अगर गिरूँ तो रुक जाऊँ एटलीस्ट नीचे जाके कहीं। तो यहाँ पे जंप भाई ये सच में मकड़ी है। ये भाई स्पाइडरमैन का बेटा है, ये कहीं भी चिपक जा रहा है। मैं इसको बहुत इजीली ले आ सकता हूँ ऊपर। यहाँ पे चढ़ता हूँ, इस पाइप पे चढ़ता हूँ, चढ़ गया। लेकिन मैं जाऊँगा किधर से? ये वाला रास्ता तो आगे जाकर डाउन जा रहा है यार मुझे। ओ वेट, दिख गया रास्ता, दिख गया। ठीक है, तो जो सबसे ओए नहीं, बच गया। हार्ट अटैक आ जाएगा यार, ऐसे गिर मत। हाँ, तो मुझे जाना है उस पाइप पे यार, लेकिन ये रास्ता जा रहा है नहीं जा रहा समझ नहीं आ रहा मेरे को। मैं तो ऐसे लग रहा है वापस से नीचे जाने लग गया। मैंने जहाँ से चढ़ना शुरू करा था मैं उतनी हाइट पे वापस आ गया हूँ। मेरे को इस वाली पाइप तक पहुँचना है। फिर मेरे को एक और रास्ता दिखा, वो थोड़ा लेफ्ट साइड से ट्राई करते। भाई पैर पता नहीं क्यों कांप रहे हैं। बस आराम से भाई, इतनी हाइट पे अगर मेरे को खड़ा कर देना कोई, मैं ऐसे लेट के बैठ जाऊंगा बस एक जगह, क्योंकि चला तो तुरंत रियल लाइफ में बंदा गिरेगा भाई। बढ़िया यार, मैंने कितने % कंप्लीट कर दिया होगा तुम्हें कुछ आइडिया? बहुत से लोग हैं मुझे मालूम है पूरा देखकर बैठे हुए हैं गेम प्ले। तो मेरा भी 1% हुआ है, 10% हुआ है, या मैंने 20%? 20 तो नहीं यार, अभी बहुत ऊपर तक है। पर मेरे को ऐसा फील हो रहा है मैंने 5% गेम कंप्लीट कर दिया। अभी इसके पता नहीं कितने टाइम्स हमें ऊपर और जाना है। अभी यहाँ से कहाँ जाना है पहले तो वो समझ आए। सामने वेट, ये बड़े अजीब रास्ते ही नहीं है। इस पाइप पे जंप मार दूँ क्या? ओ हो गया। पता नहीं कैसे इतना लंबा जंप हो गया भाई। अब ये तो नहीं पकड़ पाऊंगा शायद मैं, तो मेरे को घूम के आना है और मैं बिल्कुल सही ट्रैक पे ही हूँ। एक बार इसके ऊपर, इस पाइप पे। ओ भाई आ गया मैं टॉप पे, यहीं आना था मुझे। क्या बढ़िया। अब इस टावर पे मैं जा सकता हूँ। और अच्छा नहीं, टावर ऐसे ही टाइम पास के लिए है। मेरे को जाना है स्ट्रेट है, वो जा रही लेफ्ट वाली पाइप जो गोल गोल गई हुई है ना, उस पे जाना है। बहुत प्यार से चलते भाई, डरावनी भाई। ये हॉरर गेम में डाल दो इसको, आखिर गेम में नहीं, इसको हॉरर गेम में डालो। कैटेगरी चेंज करवाते हैं इसका। आराम भाई, इसका पैर क्यों फिसल जाता है यार? धड़कन तेज हो जाती है 2 सेकंड के लिए। बहुत प्यार से चलते हैं। नहीं, बच गया। गिरता नहीं है यार, ये पकड़ लेता है। मेरे को तो ज्यादा डरने की जरूरत नहीं है, मैं पता नहीं क्यों डर रहा हूँ। ये जैसे ही गिरने लगता है खुद ही पकड़कर ऊपर आ जाता है। बस एक बार स्पेस बार टैप कर दो, भाग के आ जाता है एकदम। फुर्तीला बच्चा भाई ये।
There is something strange going on with this world, though there has always been something wrong with it.
Okay.
What everyone clung to, the stability, has been shaken.
तो ऊपर
Maybe
कुछ
this is a chance for me.
ठीक है, ये इस बच्चे की आवाज है क्या जो बीच बीच में कोई बोल रहा है? भाई ये क्या सच में क्या हो रहा है? अभी तक तो सब कुछ थोड़ा प्रैक्टिकल लग रहा था। हाँ मतलब एक बार को लोहे की पाइप भी ऐसे हवा में अटक सकती है, बट इतना भारी इंजन कैसे रुका हुआ है? कोई बात नहीं, मेरा काम है अभी क्लाइंब करना। ओनली अप जाना है हमें, तो बस ओनली अप ही चलते हैं।
The railroad was opened here 120 years ago. My grandfather worked here. I often went to see him. My grandfather worked here for 60 years.
क्या करते थे यहाँ पर इसके दादा? ये तो इंजन चालू हो रखा है इसमें, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी। अच्छा डीजल वाला है, फिर भी डीजल कौन ला के डाल रहा है ऊपर? ये कुत्ता क्या कर रहा है भाई? इसके में तो सब कुछ रैंडम है। कैसे आया भाई इतनी ऊंचाई तक? ठीक है था ये आवाज किस चीज की आ रही है? अच्छा स्लो, ओ मैं से स्लोमो भी कर सकता हूँ, ये नहीं पता था मुझे। मतलब अगर से जंप मार के स्लोमो में देखना है तो मैं ये भी चेक कर सकता हूँ। ठीक है ये बढ़िया था, बट अभी जाना कहाँ है वो पहले देखते हैं। सामने एक रेलवे ट्रैक जा रहा है जो कि साफ दिख रहा है, वो नीचे ले जाके फेंकेगा मुझे, तो वहां मैं बिल्कुल नहीं जाने वाला। और इसके अलावा ऊपर जाने का एक रास्ता तो उधर है। थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूजन वाला मैप लग रहा है। अच्छा ये एक रास्ता जा रहा है राइट में, वहां से एक रेलवे ट्रैक जा रहा है जो कि घूम के ऊपर गया हुआ है, और वहां जाने के लिए शायद से मुझे इस स्टेशन की रूफ पे जाना होगा। मैं कहाँ से जाऊंगा यार, इतने सारे रास्ते हैं। हाँ उस साइड तो बंद ही हो रखा है। क्या करे। ओ 1 सेकंड, दिख गया, रास्ता दिख गया, बट ये रिस्की है यार। मतलब पहले मुझे किसी तरीके से इसके ऊपर चढ़ना है, फिर मैं शायद से सामने जंप मारूंगा, फिर इसके ऊपर आऊंगा, फिर भाई ये क्या हो रहा है इस गेम में? रैंडम रास्ते बने हुए हैं बहुत ज़्यादा। अरे यार यहाँ मैं गिर जाऊंगा भाई अगर मैं पहले इसके ऊपर चढ़ के। अरे रुक, इसके ऊपर आराम से एकदम। मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है मैं बहुत अभी गलत जंप मारने वाला हूँ और मेरा गेम पूरा बजने वाला है बुरी तरह। अरे चढ़ जा भाई, इस लोहे पे तो मैं असली में चढ़ जाता हूँ, तो गेम में नहीं चढ़ पा रहा। इस पे आराम से चढ़, आराम से, बहुत सही। अबे क्या खा के आया भाई? ये इसके बस की नहीं है, इसने गलत शूज़ पहन लिया ऐसा लग रहा है। मेरे को बस ये चेक करना है कि मैं यहाँ पे जा सकता हूँ या फिर नहीं। और अभी ना मेरा वापस जाने का फुल मन कर रहा है, क्योंकि मेरे को नहीं लग रहा मैं अगर यहाँ जंप मारा भाई सीधा नीचे जाऊँगा मैं। नहीं, बहुत गलत डिसीजन ले लिया भाई मैंने इधर आके। और अभी ना कोई और रास्ता बचा भी नहीं है। या तो एक आइडिया ये है कि मैं पहले इसके ऊपर चढ़ूँ, फुल स्पीड में भाग के इसके ऊपर जंप। ओ नहीं, क्या नहीं, वहाँ तो मैं बिल्कुल नहीं जा सकता। तो वापस से सीढ़ी पे, कोई नहीं, मैं माउस नहीं पटकूंगा, मैं नहीं पटकूंगा, कोई बात नहीं यार। वो वैसे तो ये इतने मस्त पाइप्स पकड़ ले रहा है, वो हल्का सा छोटा सा रास्ता नहीं पकड़ पाया। और देखो मैं गिरा कहाँ पे आके हूँ, यहाँ से मेरा गेम शुरू हुआ था। कोई बात नहीं, अब बस मेरे को ना 5 मिनट भी नहीं, मेरे को 3-6 मिनट दे दो। चलो यार 5 कम हो रहे हैं, 6-7 मिनट दो। मैं वापस से इस पे क्लाइम करता हूँ। उसके बाद मेरे पास ना एक बहुत क्रेजी चीज़ भी है, मेरे को वो भी दिखानी है, पर मैं वो वहीं पहुँच के दिखाऊंगा। पहले ट्रेन वाले स्टेशन जो था ना वहाँ तक पहुँचते हैं, और इस बार मैं देखता हूँ फुल स्पीड में जाऊँगा। जैसे स्टॉरर देखा तुमने यूट्यूब पे, वो भी जैसे भाग के जाते हैं ना, सेम वैसे जाऊँगा। वो भी ढीले पड़ जाएंगे अभी, देखना जल्दी, क्योंकि मेरे को रास्ते याद है, बस क्लाइम करते जाना है। पर मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है रास्ता चेंज हो गया। नहीं, सेम है। यहाँ से क्लाइम, भागो। थोड़ा तो प्रोफेशनल हो गया मैं अचानक से इस गेम में। पर यार वो जंप ना मेरे को पूरा पता था यहाँ गड़बड़ होगी, और वो हो ही गई। इससे पहले ना छोटा वाला पार हो, पाइप में थोड़ा सा मेरे को टाइम लगेगा एक बार को, क्योंकि उसमें रास्ता समझना ज़रूरी है, तभी वो जल्दी से पहुँचते हैं। और मेरे को ऐसा लगता है पूरी पाइप घूम के आनी ही पड़ेगी। सेकेंड यहाँ पर ये कंप्लीट हो भी गया भाई। ओए अबे क्या हो गया, कहाँ चला गया था भाई ये अचानक से? यार मैं फिर से फंस गया। हल्का सा गलत जंप कहाँ ले जाता भाई इस गेम में। मेरे को ये देखना, क्या मैं इधर चढ़ नहीं पाऊंगा, बच गया। चढ़ भाई, क्या कर रहा है? नहीं भाई, कभी इसका मूड के ऊपर है भाई, ये ऐसे नहीं है, कहीं भी या तो पकड़ लेता है वरना नहीं चढ़ता। चल नीचे चल, घुमा के लाते हैं इसे। अच्छा तो वही वाला रास्ता आ गया, वापस घूम के आना पड़ेगा यार। एकदम ओके। एक बारी वापस ऊपर तक क्लाइम करते हैं, फिर उसके बाद मैं आपको एक मस्त चीज दिखाने वाला हूँ। वेट, मैं इधर से गया था फर्स्ट टाइम, इधर शायद मैं लेफ्ट से गया था, अभी राइट से चलते हैं। ओह, अभी वापस सेम वो गलती हो जाती है और हम लोग पाइप वाले एरिया तक पहुंच चुके हैं। अब यहाँ पर ना पहले एक ब्रेक लेंगे। मैं जल्दबाजी में से जा रहा हूँ ना, तो दिमाग ज़्यादा भी फास्ट नहीं चलना चाहिए, थोड़ी स्पीड में चलना चाहिए, वरना वो हम गलती कर बैठते हैं। जैसे मैंने पूरा वहाँ पहुँच के स्टेशन पे, यार कोई तो रास्ता होगा, मैंने पता नहीं कि वो जंप मारा, पता होने के बावजूद मैंने ऐसे नीचे गिर गया। बट हाँ, मैं एक मस्त चीज़ आप लोग को दिखाने वाला हूँ। मेरे पास एक बढ़िया सा गिफ्ट आया, लैपटॉप है, वो मज़ा आ जाएगा आपको देख के। 2 सेकेंड। यस, ओके भाई। डब्बा कुछ ज़्यादा बड़ा है, पूरी स्क्रीन घेर रहा है, मतलब मेरे कैमरा की स्क्रीन घेर रहा है। बट ये है विक्टस। अब तुम्हें पता ही होगा HP का ये बजट फ्रेंडली लैपटॉप है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोगों के जिनके अभी स्कूल्स खत्म हुए होंगे और पढ़ाई करने के लिए और साथ में गेम खेलने के लिए, या फिर यूट्यूब चैनल आजकल सबका मन रहता है भाई स्टार्ट करें, साथ में पढ़ाई, गेमिंग सब हो, यूट्यूब भी चले। तो ये जो लैपटॉप है ना, स्टूडेंट्स के लिए और गेमर्स के लिए फुल परफेक्ट लैपटॉप है। और ये सबसे मस्त चीज़ ये है कि ये बजट में आ जाता है। और इसके जो स्पेक्स है ना, मतलब मैं तुम्हें सिंपल बताता हूँ, ये A+A लैपटॉप है। अब तुम लोग सोच रहे हो भाई ये A+A क्या है, ये कौन सा नया स्पेसिफिकेशन आया, तो ये कोई ऐसे कुछ डरावनी चीज़ नहीं है। तुम्हें पता है इसमें ग्राफिक कार्ड और प्रोसेसर दोनों AMD का है, तो इसीलिए इसका ऐसे शॉर्ट फॉर्म में A+A। लैपटॉप फुल बजट फ्रेंडली है। आपको इसका प्राइस 60,000 के अंदर 50,000 के अंदर पड़ जाएगा ईजिली। बाकी एक बारी अपना स्पेक्स इसके चेक कर लेना, आपको डिस्प्ले पे दिख रहे होंगे सारे स्पेक्स। तो बस और कुछ नहीं, मैं इसकी अनबॉक्सिंग डालने वाला हूँ। मुझे पता तुम लोग यही सुनना चाह रहे हो कि काफ़ी टाइम से मेरे ऐसे लैपटॉप की कोई अनबॉक्सिंग वगैरह नहीं करी है। पिछले साल करी थी हमने, बट अभी इस लैपटॉप की अनबॉक्सिंग मैं नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम पे कर दूंगा, या फिर इसके ऊपर एक वीडियो डाल देंगे, जैसा आप चैट में या कमेंट में लिखोगे वो देखते हैं। बट हाँ, जहाँ तक है नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम में इस लैपटॉप को फुल ओपन करके मैं आपको दिखाने वाला हूँ। अनबॉक्सिंग में इसकी सारी चीज़ें मैं आपको शो करूँगा। लैपटॉप के साथ हमें क्या क्या मिला है, क्या स्पेक्स हैं, गेमिंग वगैरह में किस तरीके से काम कर रहा है। बट ओवरऑल ये एक बजट फ्रेंडली गेमिंग लैपटॉप है, जो कि जिनके एग्जाम्स खत्म हुए हैं घर वालों से लैपटॉप की रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं। बट पूरा 2.5-3 लाख वाला नहीं, आपको घर वालों का बजट थोड़ा कम है, आपका भी बजट कम है, तो ये लैपटॉप बेस्ट है। तो नेक्स्ट में अनबॉक्सिंग भी इसकी देख लेना और उसकी लुक वगैरह दिख जाएगी आपको, जो कि आप नेट पे वैसे चेक कर सकते हो। बट हाँ, मैं भी दिखाऊंगा, मेरे हाथों से देखने में तुम्हें एक अलग मजा आएगा। चलो अभी वापस चलते हैं गेम पे, क्योंकि पाइप वाले लेवल पे मैं अटका हुआ हूँ थोड़ा सा। आ जाओ, हाँ मारते हैं जंप हम लोग। अरे वेट एक सेकेंड, मेरे को जाना था स्ट्रेट, पर मेरे को नहीं, देखो कुछ भी करके ना वो वाली पाइप तक जल्दी से पहुंचना है। और मेरे माइंड में आ रहा है एक शॉर्टकट, जिसमें देखो गिरे तो गिरे, वरना ठीक है। अभी रिस्क लेता हूँ मैं इस गेम में, क्योंकि एक बार तो मैं गिर गया, वो वाला तो अपने से टैग चला गया कि हमने बिना गिरे पार करा है। तो अब तो बस कूदो भाई फुल। ओह ये कैसा जंप हो गया भाई? मैं वैसा यहीं आना चाह रहा था, बट मैं नीचे वाले पे, ऐसा नहीं पता था सीधा आगे पकड़ ही ले गए। भाई बच्चे का मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा, कभी कभी तो बहुत फुर्तीलों की तरह भागता है और कभी कभी वो लोहे की जो ट्रैक था उसको नहीं पकड़ पाया यार। बेइज्जती करा दी इसने, गिर गया। चलो ठीक है, इस बार मैं बहुत सही शॉर्टकट मार के सीधा यहाँ पे पहुँच गया हूँ। पहले मैं कहाँ से लेफ्ट राइट पूरा अप डाउन घूमते हुए पता नहीं कौन कौन सी गलियों से आया था। पर ना ये पाइप तो मैंने तब नहीं देखी थी, कुछ अलग है। फिर चल के सामने जंप भाई, मर जा मर जा मर जा भाई, गिर के मर जा। मुझे तो गुस्सा चढ़ा दिया इसने यार, सच में यार बहुत मूडी बंदा है यार ये। इसका कभी मन करता है तो ये पाइप पकड़ता, बहुत दूर दूर की पाइप पकड़ लेता और कभी कभी नहीं करता। मेरे को जाना अब गिरना नहीं यार, मैं गिरा ना तो बस ये दूसरी बार था मैंने अपने आप को कंट्रोल करा। एक मिनट रुक जाओ, अब आएगी।
Sometimes it's hard to choose the right path, but don't be afraid. You can always repeat. We learn from our mistakes.
अब बस हम क्लाइम करेंगे। विंग्स मिल गए भाई अब हमें। चलो अब दिखाते तुम्हें। अब मैं एकदम ऐसे चुपचाप मुंह पे उंगली रख के खेलूंगा। मतलब रख नहीं पाऊंगा मुंह पे उंगली, एक हाथ में माउस एक हाथ में कीबोर्ड है। बस तुम बस गेम प्ले देखो। पाइप वाला पार करने के बाद थोड़ा सा पास जाएंगे, अभी चुपचाप भागते हैं। ये रास्ते पे मैं शायद से तीसरी से चौथी बार आ रहा हूँ, पर अगर मैं इसके बाद आया ना मैं सच में बोर हो जाऊंगा। मुझे रास्ता रिपीट नहीं करना बस। ओ भाई ये देख रहे हो, ये सच में भाई रैप्टा खाएगा। अभी कैसे पकड़ लिया इसने? गिरना चाहिए था इसको यहाँ पे नीचे। अब मेरे को इस पे भरोसा हो गया कि बढ़िया बंदा है, ऐसे कहीं पर भी दीवार वार पकड़ लेता है तो इसमें मैं कूदा दूंगा, फिर वहां पे जाके हरकत कर देता है, नीचे गिर जाता है। यहाँ क्या यार, कोई बात नहीं है भाई, इस गेम का एक अलग टास्क है। अरे अरे क्या सब पे सफर कहाँ से हो गया भाई अचानक से? हाँ अभी मैं घूम के आया था, ज़्यादा नीचे नहीं गिरा था, बच गया था यार। मेरे को ना कहीं कहीं पर तेज नहीं भगाना है यार, मैं थोड़ा कंफ्यूज हो रहा हूँ। तेज भगा के इतनी सी जंप मारी थी भाई, कहाँ जाके कूद गए। ठीक है अभी वापस पाइप वाले तक तो मैं आ जाता हूँ, मतलब वैसे यहाँ तक तो कोई भी आ जाएगा यार, छोटे बच्चे भी आ जाएंगे। तो यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा ब्रेक, पहले जाएंगे इस पाइप पे। मैं देख रहे हो इसको, तुम खुद देख लो भाई। ठीक है अभी मैं खुश हूँ, मैं सही जगह पर आके गिर गया हूँ, यहाँ से शॉर्टकट रास्ता है। पर यार इसने क्यों नहीं पकड़ी वाली पाइप? कभी कभी ये पकड़ रहा है, इसके मैकेनिक्स थोड़े से समझने होंगे। कुछ तो सीन है, ये कभी कभी चीज़ें होल्ड कर रहा है उतने ही गैप पे और कभी कभी नहीं कर रहा बहुत क्लोज होने के बाद भी। ठीक है बहुत आराम आराम से बढ़ूंगा भाई मैं आगे भी। मैं जहाँ से गिरा था ना इस बार मैं वाला रास्ता ही नहीं ले रहा यार। कोई दूसरा रास्ता ढूंढता हूँ मैं इस वेट, मैं इस पाइप के ऊपर से जा सकता हूँ क्या अगर मैं कूद के? हाँ ये करना था, मैं पाइप के अंदर से गया ना भाई, वो मैंने गलती करी लास्ट टाइम। बट इस बारी मेरे को जाना है इधर। बस बस, अरे तितली बन गया भाई उड़ते हुए, कहाँ तक आ गया ये? तो कोई रास्ता ही नहीं बचा। क्राउच करता है क्या? हाँ क्राउच तो करता है, ये बढ़िया हुआ, वरना तो मेरे को भी पूरा वापस नीचे जानबूझ के कूदना पड़ता। पहले जंप मारे। हाँ भाई ये पिटेगा यार, ये थप्पड़ ही खाएगा। बता भाई अबे लोहे की इलेक्ट्रिसिटी वायर पे खड़ा हो गया यार आके, वहां इतनी मोटी पाइप पे नहीं चढ़ पाया। इतना दुख हो रहा है यार, जो चीज मैंने पहली बार में ही पार कर दी मैं वहां अटक रहा हूँ। एक मिनट रुक जाओ भाई, मैं ना उतर रहा हूँ, कोई दूसरे रास्ते से आएंगे, मेरा दिमाग खराब हो गया इस रास्ते से।
Sometimes it's hard to choose the right path, but don't be afraid. You can always repeat. We learn from our mistakes.
चल चल, लिफ्ट है यहाँ पे। तो सही में तू चल वल भी रही है, ले जा फुल ऊपर ले जा। मेरे को ये क्यों नहीं दिखी पहले भाई? ये तो टाइम बच गया भाई सारा। अब मैं यही करूंगा, मैं नीचे गिरा ना, मैं लिफ्ट से ऊपर आऊंगा, बेस्ट है भाई। यहाँ चढ़ो यार, मेरे को ना उस तक पहुंचना है यार। मैंने पता पहले यहाँ पता नहीं कैसे जंप मारा था, समझ नहीं आ रहा। हाँ बहुत ही बढ़िया भाई, इस बार तो मजा आ गया, दिल खुश हो गया। बस 2 जंप्स और करनी है, खत्म। पाइप वाला इजीली खत्म हो सकता है, बस वहां पे मैं पता नहीं कैसे पहली बार है तो मैं तुक्के से गया हूँ। तुम्हें कोई और रास्ता बताया तो भाई बताओ। यू कैन डू इट लिखने से कुछ नहीं होगा, तुम शॉर्टकट वॉर्टकट बता सकते हो। तुमने गेम खेला हो पता है, पहले लिफ्ट वाला क्यों नहीं बता रहे थे इतनी देर से? मजे ले रहे हो तुम लोग, बता देते पीछे लिफ्ट है, और खाली पीली 3 चक्कर नहीं काटता ऊपर के। चलो अभी कोई बात नहीं, मैं सामने जाना है यार, मैंने पहले कर दिया था, बस इस बार भी हो गया। पिछली बार पता नहीं क्यों तितली की तरह उड़ता हुआ 5-6 किलोमीटर दूर चला गया। वैसे लॉन्ग जंप होती नहीं, यहाँ कर दी मतलब। चलो कोई बात नहीं, धोखा हुआ है ज़िंदगी में, वापस से भी गोल वाला रास्ता चढ़ना है। इसके बाद ना मैं पाइप वाला भूल के नहीं करूँगा, बहुत आराम से करते हुए इसको। यार मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है ना बैकग्राउंड में एक म्यूजिक चलना चाहिए यार, क्योंकि ये गेम बहुत सीरियस हो जाता है यार अचानक से। डन है भाई, चलो हो गया। अब जाना है मुझे राइट साइड, यहां से नहीं गिरना बस, ये पहले पाइप वाला मैं एक बार ना पार करूं पूरा। अरे कहाँ जा रहा है भाई, क्या हो गया? बैक साइड कैसे जंप मार रहा था? चलो भाई फाइनली, अभी भी पहुंचा नहीं, अभी कुछ बोलूंगा नहीं, पहले पहुंच जाते हैं उस स्टेशन तक, पहुंचते हैं उसके बाद ही मैं कुछ बोलने वाला हूँ। फोकस करके चलना है बस, ठीक है। अभी तो प्रॉपर स्टेयर आ गया, कोई टेंशन नहीं है। ठीक है, हम लोग वापस आ चुके हैं प्लेटफॉर्म नंबर 4 पे। वापस से डॉग मिल गया भाई, तू यहीं बैठा रह जाएगा ज़िंदगी भर। मेरे को ऊपर का रास्ता ढूंढना है बस, जो कि लास्ट टाइम मैंने ट्रेन से ट्राई करा था और मैं गिर गया था, तो इस बार मैं वहाँ पे बाद में चलूँगा। पहले कोई दूसरा रास्ता ढूंढते हैं, हो सकता है हो कोई बेटर वे तो होगा यार। मैं इसके ऊपर तो नहीं चढ़ पा रहा हूँ, ये जो इंजन खड़ा हुआ है ना। चैट अब तुम बताओ भाई, मैं सामने रास्ता है, सब छोड़ो, अभी दोबारा से ये वाला देखो। यहाँ पर मैं तुम्हें 2 ऑप्शन दे रहा हूँ, मैंने वहाँ से ट्राई करा था, बट अगर तुम कहोगे मैं दोबारा में से ट्राई करूँगा। एक ऑप्शन अपने पास हवा वाली ट्रेन, मैं हवा वाली ट्रेन से जाऊँ, या फिर इधर ही कोई रास्ता। तो अगर तुम्हें इधर वाले को वोट करना है तो सेकंड लिख दो बस, सेकंड में मैं इसको मान रहा हूँ। मैं बैक के ऊपर चढ़, यस मैं बैक के ऊपर चढ़ सकता हूँ। अबे कहीं अच्छा मिल गया रास्ता मिल गया भाई। ये क्या है यार, इसमें कुछ भी हो रहा है, ग्रेविटी कहाँ चलेगी भाई? बैग हवा में कैसे उड़ रहे हैं? मेरे को ये दिखे ही नहीं थे पहले। हो क्या भाई, मिल गया रास्ता, खाली पीली जाके कूद गया वहाँ। यार ये बैग वैग कैसे उड़ रहे हैं हवा में ये? अरे कोई बात नहीं, अभी तो मैं कर लूँगा, अभी टेंशन ही नहीं है। मैंने ये देखा ही नहीं, पता नहीं क्यों लास्ट टाइम। तो पहले एक बहुत स्मॉल जंप मारने यहाँ, हाँ, फिर से एक स्मॉल जंप, फिर से एक स्मॉल जंप, क्लाइंब, पहले पीछे मुड़, स्मॉल जंप, परफेक्ट। हाँ अभी ठीक है, आ गए भाई, टॉप पे आ गए। ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है, कोई कुछ नहीं बताएगा चैट में, सेकंड रास्ता ठीक है, सबने सेकंड्स पे यही करना है भाई, तुम्हें ऐसी हेल्प करनी है। अभी मेरे को जब आगे हेल्प चाहिए होगी वो बताना। अब पहले तो प्रॉपर है स्ट्रेट जाऊं। इस गेम का कैरेक्टर ना स्क्रीन के सेंटर में नहीं है, उसको थोड़ा सा टिल्ट रखना पड़ेगा। पूजा 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 पूजा, बहुत बढ़िया। तो हम लोग यहाँ से चलकर आए हैं, एक ट्रैक पीछे जा रहा है जो कि अपने पहले वाले रास्ते पे ही जा रहा है, यानी मुझे यहाँ से आगे बढ़ना है। हटो अबे यार, इसके नीचे से मेरा पैर हट। मुझे ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है जब मैं आगे जाऊंगा टक्कर मारेगी आके। यहाँ से मैं स्ट्रेट जा सकता हूँ, ये ऐसा तो नहीं इसको यूज करना है। एक सेकेंड, वो ये चल गई भाई, चल गई, तो ट्रेन चल गई। रास्ता तो नहीं टूटा है ना बीच में से? मैं क्योंकि इसे कंट्रोल नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ, ये खुद से अपनी स्पीड से जा रही है ना, इसमें ब्रेक लगने। ओए रास्ता टूटा हुआ यार, गया मैं वापस नीचे गया। नहीं यार, अरे कोई कुछ नहीं बोलेगा, चुपचाप देखो बस, कोई कुछ नहीं बोलेगा, मैं सही जा रहा हूँ। ये ग्लिच नहीं था, शायद से गेम का ही ऐसा, वो कूद के ट्रेन उस ट्रैक पे आ गई भाई, पता नहीं कैसे। हैरी पॉटर हो रहा है सब कुछ।
From here, you have a great view of the favelas.
भाई
This is where everyone lives in poverty,
अभी हम लोग
which is hard to get out of.
दुनिया से
This is
ऊपर जा
where
रहे
my
भाई।
whole life and the lives of my goddamn parents have been.
ओके भाई, ये लेकिन कैसी सी जगह यार, ऐसी जगह पर मैं मुश्किल से आधे घंटे बाद ऐसे ही मर जाऊंगा जगह देख के ही। बहुत ज्यादा ही कंजेस्टेड है यार। बट अभी पीछे को भाई क्या क्रेजी व्यू है। अरे रे, व्यू की बात करी था, टनल कहाँ से आ गई। हाँ अब देखो क्या क्रेजी व्यू है वहाँ पे, एकदम वो बर्फ वाले माउंटेन्स, उधर भी माउंटेन्स, राइट में बिल्डिंग का माउंटेन, वहाँ पर अलग ही खतरनाक सिटी बनी हुई है। पर ये ट्रेन लेकर कहाँ जा रही है? ऊपर ही ले जा रही है ना मेरे को ऐसा लग तो रहा है। मैं सच में बहुत ऊपर आ गया भाई। फवेला कहाँ पहले ऊंचे ऊंचे लग रहे थे, बहुत नीचे हो गए। पर अब मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है अगर मैं यहाँ से गिरा ना भाई, रोना आएगा यार, बहुत ऊपर आ गया। कोई तो यार चेक पॉइंट वगैरह मिलता है इस गेम में? ऐसे मेरी चैट में बताओ चेक पॉइंट मिलता है? नहीं। एक बंदा लिख रहा है जंप इन अ बेड। बेड पे जंप मारूं? बेड कहाँ है भाई? मैं एक नए स्टेशन पे आ गया हूँ, पहले तो देखते हैं बेड मेरे को दिखेगा भाई। लेकिन यार मजे मत लेना सच्ची में, जैसे गेटिंग ओवर इट में बोला था ना, ओल्ड F4 भाई गेम बंद करा दी थी यार, उसके बाद ही स्ट्रीम बंद कर दिया था शायद मैंने। तो इसमें वो वाली चीज मत करना भाई प्लीज, पहले थोड़ा सा अच्छे से जाने दो। अबे इधर से चढ़ के इधर ही क्लाइम कैसे हो गया? पता नहीं, इस गेम में कुछ भी हो रहा है भाई। बट हाँ ये देखो, इसको कुछ भी कर रहा है। पेड़ को देखो हवा में उग गया, पता नहीं कैसे। ओह यार कैसा जंप मारने में तो बहुत मजा आ रहा है, गिरने में बिल्कुल नहीं आएगा। तो चुपचाप फोकस करके जंप मारते हैं। ओह वो जो कार्ट जिस पे मैं चढ़कर आया था वो वापस नीचे चली गई अपने आप। अच्छा वो मेरे लिए गई होगी, मैं अगर गिरूंगा तो मैं दोबारा उससे आ जाऊंगा। समझ गया भाई। ओए आराम से, ठीक है।
To get to the new one, you first have to make a jump and get off the ground, not knowing what the future holds.
अबे भाई साइड से जाना पड़ेगा क्या? अच्छा वैसे मैं नीचे से भी जा सकता हूँ, बट हाँ ऑप्शन है, दोनों ऑप्शन है। अगर तुम डरते नहीं हो तो तुम ऊपर से जाओ, डरते हो तो नीचे से जाओ। तो भाई मैं तो ऊपर से आऊँ। अब जंप मार लेता हूँ वापस नीचे, और एक सामने जंप। वैसे क्लाइम करते रहे यार, जब मैं जंप मारता हूँ ऐसे क्लाइम कर लेता है ना भाई, दिल खुश हो जाता है। कभी कभी क्लाइम करता ही नहीं है यार ये। बढ़िया। हाँ तो अब एक ट्रेन जा रही है ऐसे ऊपर भाई, कुछ भी बना हुआ है यार इस गेम में। रैंडमली ट्रेन कहीं से लटक रही है, कहीं कुछ भी गिरा हुआ है, बैरिकेड्स गिरे पड़े हैं, इतने बड़े बड़े लोहे के पोल है। ठीक है, अभी मेरे को बस चीज़ पे फोकस करना है, कौन सी चीज़ मुझे ऊपर लेकर जा सकती है। मुझे जाना है ऊपर। मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है मैंने अभी 20% गेम तो कंप्लीट कर दिया है शायद से, क्योंकि मैं अभी क्लाउड तक पहुंचने वाला हूँ। नहीं, क्लाउड तक पता नहीं जा भी पाएंगे इस गेम में, नहीं, बट हाँ मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है बहुत ऊपर तक जाते हैं इस गेम में। नहीं प्लीज़ नहीं, बहुत हो गया। ताली बच जाए भाई एक बारी। 10% हुआ है, नो चेक पॉइंट। ठीक है भाई, चेक पॉइंट यहाँ पर नहीं है, इसका मतलब गिरे तो गए। बाकी अभी मुझे यहाँ कहाँ जाना है देखने दो। ओके, ये रास्ता है। देखो गाइस, ये है वे 1 और ये है वे 2। तो पहले तो मुझे ये बताओ कौन सा वाला सही है। मैं फर्स्ट वाले पे जाऊं या सेकंड वाले पे? सेकंड वाला मुझे पता नहीं क्यों गलत लग रहा है। एरो बनी हुई है और उस पे लिखा हुआ है कीप आउट, और ऐसे ऊपर ना कुछ क्लाइंब होता हुआ भी नहीं दिख रहा, बट इधर ऐसा दिख रहा है कि ऊपर जाने के रास्ते हैं, और बहुत खतरनाक रास्ते हैं भाई वो। वे 2 लिख रहे हैं भाई सब लोग। भाई तुक्के से कोई नहीं बताएगा, तुक्का तो मैं ही बैठ दूं, मैं हेड टेल कर लूंगा। बट यार वे 2 में कहाँ से जाऊंगा मैं? ओ दिख गया, सही कह रहे हो। वो वहां से जा रहा रास्ता, बिल्कुल सही कहा है भाई, बिल्कुल सही। चलो अब चलते हैं फिर। भाई
My
क्या?
father worked here as a driller, and he always smelled of fuel oil. I was afraid of him and hoped that one day he wouldn't come back from work. He drank a lot and often beat my mother and me, but that's in the past.
भाई क्या स्टोरी बता रहा है ये?
Oh, I'm still scared of him.
भाई मैं तो इसकी स्टोरी मेरे माइंड में चलने लग गई। चुप रहा है, इसको कैसे म्यूट करूं मैं? गेम से फोकस हटवा रहा है अपनी घर की कहानियां सुना के। अब एक रास्ता है लेफ्ट में, पाइप से जा सकता हूँ, या फिर मैं डब्बों पे जंप मार। मैं जंप पे इसको विश्वास नहीं करता, मैं अपनी कंट्रोलिंग पे मुझे ज़्यादा विश्वास है, तो मैं इसलिए लेफ्ट राइट कंट्रोल करके चले जाऊँगा आराम आराम से। ओए भाई डर क्यों लग रहा है? गिरियो मत भाई प्लीज, बहुत मरने का टेंशन तो नहीं है, पर रोना आ जाएगा भाई। बढ़िया बढ़िया। ओके नाइस। भाई मत कर भाई, क्यों मजे लेता है ये? जब मार दे बस, बढ़िया। अभी तो बहुत सारा रास्ता बचा है। राइट आराम से नीचे, बिल्कुल प्यार से। हाँ गुड बॉय। वापस ऊपर। भाई ये गेम सच में अभी हॉरर बन गया अचानक से। अभी तक वापस ठीक हो गया था क्योंकि अब बस बहुत ज्यादा हाइट्स है और नीचे देख रहे हैं, तो ऐसा फील हो रहा है भाई गए तो गए। अरे तू भाई पागल हो गया।
Some say that soon no one will need oil, but it is unlikely to happen sooner than in 20 to 30 years. And meanwhile, oil is still a resource that people kill for.
अरे चल चुप रहे। भाई पियानो कहाँ से आ गया? भाई बंद करो प्लीज, इसको बंद करो। गेम साउंड है क्या? चलो छोड़ो, चलने दो। मेरे को भी थोड़ा सा ना एक ब्रेक चाहिए। जंप इन कैंस। भाई कैन वाला रिस्की है, इसलिए नहीं करा। नीचे गिर जाओगे तो 100 मिलियन नहीं ऐसे 100 मिलियन नहीं भाई। भाई तुम लोग लिख रहे हो यूज बेड। मेरे को बेड दिखे थे बीच में, बट वो कैसे यूज करने हैं? और है क्या? मेरे को एक बेड, अच्छा वो देखो वहां पे भी एक बेड है हवा में। वो थोड़ा सा ट्रैम्पलिन वाला सीन है क्या उसका? कहीं वैसा तो नहीं है माइनक्राफ्ट के ग्रेवल ब्लॉक जैसा? सीधा ग्रेवल की तरह वो नीचे ले जाएगा मुझे। भाई मैं सही जा रहा हूँ यार ऐसे, अभी तुम ना मेरे को भटकाओ मत, मेरे को लग रहा है मैं ठीक जा रहा हूँ। मैं बेड यूज करूँगा बट अभी जब मेरे को सही सिचुएशन लगेगी तब। बहुत ही बढ़िया। देख भाई क्लाइम कर लियो, कुछ भी नहीं है तेरे को पता, कुछ भी नहीं है, बस कर दे इसे। बहुत सही, इसके ऊपर भी क्लाइम कर जा, मजा आ जाएगा। बहुत ही बढ़िया भाई, तो अचानक से प्रो सा हो गया ये। अरे ये रास्ता था क्या? ओ नहीं, बच गया भाई। अच्छा मेरे को इसके ऊपर जाना है यार, ये क्या हो गया अचानक से गेम को? अगर मैं इसके ऊपर चढ़ा और नीचे गया तो मैं ट्रेन की पटरियों तक तो रुक जाऊंगा, मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है। और अगर नहीं रुका तो गेम रीस्टार्ट मानो। यार ये सही रास्ता है ना? बेड कहाँ था? बेड मेरे को कहीं दिख रहा था यार। यार अभी बेड दिख रहा था मुझे एक, पता नहीं कहाँ चला गया। देखो राइट वाला रास्ता तो बिल्कुल नहीं है, मुझे इसके ऊपर ही जंप। अच्छा वो रहा बेड, दो तीन बेड है भाई यहाँ, ये लाइन से। ठीक है सामने जंप मारते, ज्यादा बातें। हो गया। यार ये सच में मूडी है, कुछ भी लोहा पकड़ लेता है, इसका मन रहता है तो वरना ही गिर जाता है। नाइस। इस पे चढ़ जाएगा ना यार? चढ़ गया यार। एक कोई अच्छा सा प्लेटफॉर्म दे दो, अभी ना बहुत ज्यादा पैर कांप गए हैं, हड्डियां निकल जाएंगी। अब कोई बढ़िया सा प्लेटफॉर्म मिल जाएगा ना खड़े होने के लिए, थोड़ा अच्छा सा फील होगा। बहुत सही। अरे नहीं एक्टिंग मत कर, इसके ऊपर कूद जा बस। बहुत बढ़िया। वैसे मैं समझ गया हूँ तुम जो बेड वाला कह रहे हो ना वो ठीक है, 3 बेड ऐसे बेमतलब तो नहीं लगाए होंगे। ओ भाई ये क्या क्लाउड आ गया क्या? इतना स्मोक क्यों आ रहा है? अच्छा इस फैक्ट्री से निकल रहा है क्या धुआं गंदा सा? इसके चक्कर में मुझे आगे का कम दिख रहा है। ओ भाई गिरियो मत यार यहाँ पे। हाँ नाइस। अबे भाई क्या है ये? इतना छोटा सा प्लेटफॉर्म है, उसके ऊपर क्लाइम करना है बस। बहुत बढ़िया। अभी हो गया। नाइस। फाइनली पहुंच गए भाई, पहुंच गए। खुशी देख रहे हो तुम? एक सेकेंड, ये फैक्ट्री है क्या? मेरे को तो लग रहा था रेलवे स्टेशन है। यहाँ तो रोबोट्स बन रहे हैं भाई, इतने ऊपर हो रहा है काम। अगर इनके 100 एम्प्लॉयज होंगे तो 99 की तो डेली डेथ होती होगी, एक आता होगा काम पे बेचारा। ओए ये क्यों इतनी? हल्का सा शिफ्ट कर दो, बहुत लंबी जंप मार देता है। मैं इसको बहुत कम स्प्रिंट करने वाला हूँ। नाइस। आ गया भाई मैं बहुत ऊंचाई पे। इसके बाद भी बहुत बचा हुआ है, पर अभी मैं जाऊं कहाँ से? मैं वो रास्ता पहले तो फाइंड करता हूँ। तो दिखने में तो यही लग रहा है कि कैंस पे से जाना है। बेड है क्या यहाँ? बेड है? बेड यहाँ नहीं है, बेड ऐसे बीच में है। ये बेड तो नहीं है। ये छोटा सा ऐसी मैट भी नहीं है, वो कुछ तो कवर है ऐसे रैंडम सा। सिंपल सा रास्ता है, ज़्यादा सोचना नहीं है, इस पे भागना है आराम से। छोटा सा जंप। ओ वाओ, मैं ये कहाँ आ गया?
School, army, institute, factory, death. Hello, kinfolk.
ओ वाओ। अच्छा मुझे पहले वहाँ तक जाना है, फिर राइट साइड पे क्लाइम करना है। ओ मतलब जंप करना है। हो जाए बस, अब जंप बढ़िया सा हो जाएगा यार। तो बहुत बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है वो। नाइस। ओ भाई ये तो ट्रेवर का ट्रेलर लग रहा है। नहीं ये तो बेन 10 के दादा की गाड़ी है। ट्रेवर का ट्रेलर भी ऐसा था। अब मेरे को सामने बहुत लॉन्ग जंप मारना है या फिर अच्छा हो जाएगा इस पे क्लाइंब करके जंप मारना है। तो वही है, जल्दबाजी नहीं करनी, पहले हर जगह देखना है फिर जंप करना है। तो यूं जंप, अगर अभी नीचे से करता तो मैं गिर जाता शायद। बहुत सही, एक और सेफ प्लेटफॉर्म पे मैं आ गया हूँ। अब पहले पूरा देखता हूँ। लेफ्ट वाला रास्ता ना मुझे फिनिश होता हुआ दिख रहा है, मतलब कोई कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है वहाँ से। और राइट वाला रास्ता जा रहा है। हाँ तो राइट जाना है मुझे पहले। तो मेट्रो के ऊपर चढ़ जाऊँ। अरे कैसा पतली सी गली में आ गया मैं, इसके ऊपर क्लाइंब भी नहीं कर पा रहा। मैंने जो राइट में हल्का सा ओपन रास्ता है, यहीं से हमें जाना है। तो कुछ दिखे तो, ओह सच में डायरेक्ट नीचे जाता अभी मैं। वो ठीक जा रहा हूं ना मैं? ठीक है, अभी तक तो ठीक है। हाँ अब देखो, एक रास्ता है लेफ्ट में, एक रास्ता राइट में, एंड राइट वाला मुझे बहुत ही ज़्यादा सेफ रास्ता लग रहा है। तो मैं सेफ रास्ते पे ही जाऊँगा, रिस्क नहीं लेना मुझे, क्योंकि शॉर्टकट तो यहाँ पर कुछ है नहीं। सारे रास्तों में बराबर जंप्स, बराबर मेहनत है। अब बताओ गाइस एक बारी चैट में कितने परसेंट ड्रम लेफ्ट पे ड्रोन है। ओ हाँ सही कह रहा भाई, ओ तेरी लेफ्ट में ड्रोन है। मैं ड्रोन पे जाऊंगा फिर। अब यार गिर गया ना, बहुत दुख हो गया यार। पर यार ड्रोन करेगा क्या, मुझे उड़ा के ले जाएगा क्या? यार मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है कि जो बैड हो रही है सारी चीजें ना, बहुत ज्यादा शॉर्टकट्स हैं, मेरे को ये यूज करने चाहिए। तो ड्रोन तक तो मैं पहुंच गया हूँ भाई, तुमने बोला मैं पहुंच गया। लोग ओए गिरना नहीं है, ऐसे चढ़ जाऊं ना पक्का ना? सच बता दो भाई, मैं वेट कर रहा हूँ। मैंने ध्यान नहीं दिया था यार ड्रोन पे, मैं तो भी मेहनत करता हुआ चाहता हूँ, पर मैं तो रिस्क लिया यहाँ पे। पर शायद बहुत बड़ा शॉर्टकट है। वो गिरा मत दियो भाई। ओ भाई क्रेजी सीन हो गया। तो अभी कितना क्लाइंब करके आना पड़ता है यार। अब बस तुम ऐसे बताते रहो, और ऊपर और ऊपर। अरे 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 क्या कर रहा है भाई, ये नीचे ले जा रहा है यार। अब पिटे तुम पिटे। ये क्या बदतमीजी थी यार, मेरे को क्या नीचे आना था क्या? अबे ऊपर ले चले यार, ऊपर। तुम में से किसने बोला गो टू ड्रोन, इधर आ जाओ? और मेरे को ये बताओ, मैं इस ड्रोन से ऊपर कैसे जाऊं? मुझे नहीं पता। अबे यार भाई बहुत मेहनत लगी थी भाई। अच्छा विंडमिल पे वो जंप मारना था, तो ये कौन बताएगा? आधी बात बता रहे हो भाई, ये गलत बात है यार। मैं अच्छा खाता, वहां पे मेहनत करता हुआ चले जाता। जंप ऑन विंडमिल भाई, रिस्क थी भाई। ये ऊपर नहीं ले आएगा ना, मेरे को ना करो भाई, मैं उतर जाऊँ। ले चल यार ऊपर, ले चल ऊपर, ले चल ऊपर, ले चल। अरे कितना चंटा है ड्रोन, देख रहे हो? जैसे मैं आ रहा हूँ वैसे वापस नीचे आ रहा है। ले चल यार ऊपर। डंडा लाओ, इसको तोड़ ही दूंगा मैं। पकड़ो भाई, ये देख रहे हो मैं जैसे यार हट निकले यहाँ से 2 करोड़ का ड्रोन। अबे अब मेरे को लग रहा है मैं जल्दबाजी में जाऊंगा और गिर जाऊंगा। आधी बात बताई थी भाई तुम लोगों ने, ड्रोन पे जाओ ड्रोन पे जाओ। मैं चला गया, मेरे को लग रहा था ले जाके ऊपर कहीं छोड़ कर आएगा मेरे को, नीचे ला के उतारा है उसने। अब मैं विंडमिल पे जंप मारूंगा तो भाई विंडमिल से गिर गया तो गेम तो वहां भी खराब होगी मेरी। ऐसे ये वाली बात पूरी बताया करो यार, आधी बात कोई नहीं बताएगा। मूड खराब कर दिया। बट मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा मैं ड्रोन वाला रिस्क लूं या ना लूं। पता चला मैं दोबारा ड्रोन पे गया और मैं विंडमिल पे कूद नहीं पाया, क्योंकि ना मेरे को भी एग्जैक्ट लोकेशन नहीं पता है विंडमिल पे कहाँ कूदना है। यार गंदा स्कैम हुआ मेरे साथ बहुत ज़्यादा, मतलब तुम करना नहीं चाहते स्कैम पर कर दिया। शॉर्टकट बोल के नहीं कहाँ छोड़ कर आया। चलो भाई बच गया, मेरे को तो लग रहा था जाऊंगा नीचे। ठीक है भाई, ठीक है ठीक है, मैं वापस से पहुंच गया। तुम्हारा वैसे प्रो है, वक्ते वक्ते आ जाता दोबारा। चलो वापस से पहुंच गए, ज़्यादा नीचे नहीं गया था मैं, बच गया। अब यार लेकिन यार नहीं यार पागल हो क्या, मैं नहीं जब मार पाऊंगा, मैं नहीं जा रहा उससे भाई। थोड़ी सी और मेहनत कर लूंगा ना तमीज में पहुंच जाऊंगा मैं, अभी बाद में लूंगा रिस्क। अभी ड्रोन वाला रिस्क अभी नहीं लेना क्योंकि मेरे को पता नहीं है ना मैं गिरूंगा कहाँ जाके। अभी मेरे को नीचे जाने का बिल्कुल मन नहीं है, चाहे थोड़ा सा टाइम लग जाए ऊपर जाने में। ओ वेट, यहाँ पे बेड है। हाँ अब बताओ बेड यूज कैसे करना है। ओ ठीक है भाई, ये तो बहुत अल्टीमेट लेवल ट्रैम्पोलिन है।
It's a strange feeling. I've never been this far away from home.
अब देखो ऑप्शन तो वही है कि मैं राइट साइड मतलब इधर जंप मारूं सामने। हाँ ओके आराम से। ओ अच्छा चल रहा है, नाइस। हटो हटो, सामने जंप मारना, आराम से जाऊंगा, रुकेगा ये। रुक जा, मैं क्या दीवार में भिड़ेगा क्या? यस हो गया, मैं उतर गया। ठीक है वापस सही साइड तो छोड़कर आया ना भाई। हाँ रास्ते तो दिख रहे हैं यहाँ से ऊपर जाने के, यानी मैं ठीक ही आया हूँ। सबसे पहले इस बुलडोजर पे क्लाइम करके इसके पीछे पीछे क्या है? क्रेन ऊपर जा रहा है क्या? क्रेन पे अगर क्लाइम करूँगा, नहीं यार क्रेन तो नहीं जा रहा ऊपर, बट ये राइट साइड में एक अपार्टमेंट बन रहा है किसी का हवा में, वो जा रहा है। हाँ मैं जाएगा तो यार यही रास्ता, बट ऐसे अच्छा ये वाला बिल्डिंग जाएगा, मुझे क्रेन पे नहीं देखना है। क्रेन तो ऐसे टाइम पास के लिए लगाया इन्होंने, असली रास्ता है ये। ठीक है यहाँ जाना है मुझे। अरे नहीं भाई, हाँ ठीक है यहाँ से अंदर चलते हैं। सीढ़ी है, सीढ़ी बनती है भाई हर अपार्टमेंट में। यस ये हाँ ऐसे सीढ़ी दे दो, काफी ऊपर तक तो मैं सेफली जा पाऊंगा। नाइस कर रहा हूँ भाई, कर रहा हूँ। मैं गेम कंप्लीट कर रहा हूँ सही स्पीड में, बहुत सही। अरे अच्छा वापस नहीं आया मैं, दूसरी जगह। हाँ भाई चांद देख रहे हो कितना बड़ा दिख रहा है, बहुत ऊपर आ गया हूँ मैं। बस बादल अभी तक मेरे से ऊपर ही है, पता नहीं क्यों। पहले रास्ता समझता हूँ यार। भाई ये जो क्रेन वाला रास्ता है ये तो अल्टीमेटली यहीं पे ख़त्म हो रहा है। एक बार को मुझे ऐसा फील हो रहा है कि जो सामने बिल्डिंग है ना उसमें शायद से लिफ्ट या कुछ तो है जो मुझे ऊपर तक ले जाएगा। 50% कंप्लीट हो गया, क्या झूठ बोल रहे हो? गो डाउन बलून। अबे जल्दी जल्दी ना 2 मिनट में चैट रीड कर रहा हूँ, कुछ तो हिंट बताओ। तुम सारी लोकेशन देख लो, मेरे पास एक क्रेन है, सामने वो बलून है जो कि तुम झूठ बोल के मेरे को कुछ तो मरवा दोगे वहाँ पे, और कुछ भी नहीं है भाई, इतना ही दिख रहा है। हिंट दो यार फटाफट यहाँ को। वैसे मैं अगर अपनी चॉइस लूँ तो मैं इस वाले पे जाऊंगा क्योंकि यहाँ पे मेरे को फील हो रहा है कुछ तो होगा क्लाइम करने का ऊपर तक, बहुत ज़्यादा ऊंचा है। कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट पे ड्रोन है, फिर ड्रोन कहाँ है? ड्रोन डंडा भी बता दो कहाँ पर, तोड़ूंगा उसको मैं। यार ड्रोन ऐसा वाला बताओ जो एकदम आराम से उठाए और कहीं पे ले जाके लैंड करा दे। बेटा कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट पे सही में कोई ड्रोन दिख नहीं रहा है, पूरी छत में यहाँ से देख पा रहा हूँ, ड्रोन तो नहीं है। जंप लगा के बलून पे जाओ भाई, नीचे पाइप है। अभी पाइपें तो बहुत है, रुको देखने दो तुम कौन सी वाले की बात कर रहे हो। हाँ यार वो बलून तक तो दिख रहा है रास्ता, बट बलून पे क्लाइंब करना होगा क्या? ओ बलून हाउस पे जो क्रेन है वहां पे एक प्लेटफॉर्म है, शायद से वो प्लेटफॉर्म मुझे उठा के ऊपर ले जाएगा, ऐसा है क्या? नाम में बता दो बस, यस और नो, सच बताना है। लेकिन ऐसे तुम्हें क्या मजा आ रहा है मेरे को बार बार नीचे गिरवाने में, नीचे ले जाने में? जल्दी जल्दी बता दो भाई, मेरे को भी लग तो रहा है रास्ता तो वही है। खाली पीली अपार्टमेंट पूरा चढ़ के आ गया था। यस 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 ठीक है भाई, ठीक है, अब झूठ मत बोलना।
What a person really needs is not a state of peace, but the striving and fighting for some worthy goal.
Nice. बहुत सही, घर तक तो पहुंच गया भाई मैं। हार्ड लग रहा था बट इजीली आ गया। बस यहाँ पे जाना है, प्लेटफॉर्म मुझे ऊपर ले जाएगा। तुमने भी सबने हाँ बोला है मिलके, और सच बोला भाई। ताली होगी भाई, ताली की बात पे लाइक का बटन दबा दो मेरे लिए। 3000 पहुंचाओ भाई यार लाइक, और सब्सक्राइब कर देना जो लोग भी नए आए हैं। अब वापस फोकस करते हैं गेम पे। भाई कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं? कूदना उदना तो नहीं है? अच्छा अभी कूदना है, ये वापस चले जाएगा। चल बाय, यहाँ तक छोड़ने के लिए शुक्रिया। मुझे लग रहा था यार ऊपर तक छोड़ कर आएगा, इसने बस मेरे को राइट टू लेफ्ट करा है। चढ़ जाएगा इस पे, लेफ्ट से जाना है आराम आराम से। अभी नया रास्ता तो मेरे को मिल गया, मैं भटक गया था मैं सच में इस बार रास्ता। ओके अभी एक ये कंटेनर है और यही कंटेनर है, लेफ्ट वाला किसी काम का नहीं है, तो इस पे क्लाइंब करते हैं बस। चलो ये है विंडमिल तक। यार सही कह रहे हो, ड्रोन से अगर एक अच्छी जंप मारता ना तो मैं विंडमिल पे कब का पहुंच जाता। तो सच में बहुत ज्यादा टाइम लग गया यार इतनी देर में। तो अगर मैं मान लो ड्रोन से गिरता भी, मैं दोबारा क्लाइंब करके उतनी देर में ड्रोन पे आ जाता। ये तो मानना पड़ेगा फिर तुम्हारी, मैं मान रहा हूँ फुल बातें। बस यहाँ पर जंप हो जाए एक बारी। हाँ गिरते गिरते बचा मैं इस वाले पे तो। बढ़िया। ओए यार ये क्या हो गया? नहीं 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 भाई, अब मैं ड्रोन से जाऊंगा। यार मैं कैसे गिर गया यार यहाँ पे? बहुत ज्यादा लॉन्ग जंप लग गया, शायद मैंने स्प्रिंट पे रख दिया था प्लेयर को। बट ठीक है, मेरा मन सच में कर रहा था ड्रोन वाला ट्राई करने का, तो अब मैं ड्रोन ट्राई करने वाला हूँ। एक बार थोड़ा सा ना हिंट दे दो चैट में, विंडमिल पे उसके विंग पे जंप मारना है या जो उसका बीच वाला? वो नूब कौन लिख रहा है? नूब कोई नहीं लिखेगा, मैं जान मुझ के कूदा हूं, मेरे को ड्रोन ट्राई करना था। अभी तुम बस एकदम नूब लिख देना। अब देखो तुम, मैं नीचे कूद के दिखाता हूँ तुम्हें, फिर शुरू से ऊपर आ जाऊंगा अभी 2 मिनट के अंदर। वो नहीं मजाक कर भाई, अभी तू चले जाता है। झटकर क्यों खाता है कभी कभी प्लेयर? ड्रोन वाला, अच्छा वहां पे है ड्रोन, ठीक है। पे कहाँ चढ़ रहा है? नाइस। चलो गाइस, ड्रोन की बारी। तुमने बोला तुम्हारा भाई रिस्क उठाएगा। अबे नहीं कुछ भी पकड़ ले, रुक जा बस, रुक जा। ओ भाई पागल है, यहाँ रुक जा, कोई बात नहीं भाई, क्या कोई बात नहीं। यार वो ट्रेन का है, कहाँ आ गया भाई मैं? धोखा हो गया। अबे ट्रेन का है यार, बहुत दूर से आना पड़ेगा। मैं पता नहीं बहुत ही नीचे आ गया हूँ यार, मैं बहुत ज्यादा ही नीचे आ गया हूँ। मेरे को इतना तो याद है कहीं से हमें ट्रेन का ट्रैक मिला था ना, जो ट्रेन हमें बहुत ऊपर लेकर आई थी। ट्रेन तक पहुंचता हूँ भाई पहले मैं। हाँ एक टनल आई थी यहाँ पे, मेरे को भाई मैं चढ़ के जाऊंगा तो ज़्यादा टाइम लग जाएगा, मैं पैदल वो ट्रेन को ले लेता हूँ, मतलब जो भी वो क्या था कार्ट थी, मिल तो जाएगी ना दोबारा। वो मेरे को याद है वो नीचे, अरे भाई वो बहुत नीचे थी क्या वो रही। नाइस, दिख तो गई है। अब यार मेरे को ना ऊपर जाने का जल्दी जल्दी बड़े बड़े शॉर्टकट्स बता दो। पहला तो ये ट्रेन है, बस इसके ऊपर चढ़ जाऊँ प्लीज 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 प्लीज, हो जाएगा पहुँच गए। ठीक है, अब मैं इस पर बैठ के थोड़ा सा चिल करता हूँ, ये मेरे को बहुत ऊपर तक छोड़ कर आएगी। फिर उसके बाद अब यार उसके बाद बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल चीज़ें मेरे को याद आ रही है जो मैंने पार करी थी। लैंड ऑन द विंग्स, ठीक है भाई, मैं अभी उसी के लिए गया था। मैं पता ही नहीं मैंने लॉन्ग जंप कर दिया यार। मैं थोड़ा तेज चला दो यार, वापस पहुंचता हूँ वहाँ पे भी। तो मेरे को वैसे रास्ते याद हैं, सोचना नहीं पड़ेगा, बस भगाना है। बट डर ये है कि मैं अगर जल्दबाजी में भगाऊंगा तो मैं दोबारा और नीचे ना गिर जाऊं। अभी तो मैं बच गया, आधे रास्ते से तो मैं बहुत नीचे आ गया हूँ वैसे, पर हाँ ठीक है, मैंने कर लूंगा अभी मैं जल्दी कर लूंगा। काउंट करते हैं कि मैं वहां पर कितनी देर में पहुंचता हूँ। अभी तो पहले तो ट्रेन के ट्रैक ही बहुत ऊपर तक जाएंगे। मैं वहीं, अरे नहीं मैं समझ नहीं आ रहा मैं ज़्यादा नीचे आया हूँ या नहीं, क्योंकि मेरे को देखो घर तो दिखने लग गया, बलून वाला घर, उसके बाद ही तो मैं गिर गया। और हाँ वैसे भी विंडमिल के लिए दूसरा, अच्छा ठीक है मैं ज़्यादा नीचे नहीं आया हूँ। एक जो ऑयल फैक्ट्री वाला रास्ता था ना, मेरे को वहाँ पे थोड़ा सा डर है, बहुत पतली पतली पाइप्स थी ना यार, वो थोड़ा सा रिस्की लग रहा है। ऑयल पाइप्स के बाद तो इजी है, सब कुछ इजी है, भाग भाग के पार होगा, क्योंकि ट्रेन पड़ी हुई है, बस उनके ऊपर भागते दौड़ते जाना है, पार हो जाएगा। बाकी ठीक है, वापस से मैं उस वाले स्टेशन पे पहुंच गया हूँ। मैं पैदल भी आ सकता था, इतना ही टाइम लगता है शायद, क्योंकि कुछ फास्ट स्पीड में तो चल नहीं रही है। बस ये है कि रिस्क नहीं है, मुझे चुपचाप खड़े रहना है, मैं थोड़ा रेस्ट कर सकता हूँ इसके भरोसे में। बाकी अब आ गए हम लोग स्टेशन पे, वहाँ से दोबारा क्लाइंबिंग शुरू करते हैं। चल हो गया, चलो फुल स्पीड में, बस तुम देखते जाओ ये बात। ओए वो क्या हो जाता है भाई, इस पे तो चढ़ गया था तू पिछली बार। हाँ नहीं, बढ़िया। ये ऑयल वाला पार हो गया ना, वहाँ के तो रास्ते में कर दूँ। ऑयल वाले में पता नहीं क्यों मेरे साथ डर बैठ गया, वो पतली पाइप्स की वजह से। यहाँ तो देखो कितनी जल्दी पहुँच गया मैं, क्योंकि रास्ता है ही इजी, बस ये ट्रेन के ऊपर भागना है यार, बहुत चौड़ा रास्ता है। वाह बच गया, पता नहीं कैसे बच गया, मेरे को लग रहा था मैं गिर गया। बढ़िया बढ़िया, भाग 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 भाग। नाइस, बहुत सही बहुत सही। यहाँ थोड़ी सी स्पीड मेंटेन करता हूँ अब, मतलब कम स्पीड मेंटेन करता हूँ। और इधर बेड भी थे ना, बेड यूज करूँ क्या? इजी है ये भी, हो गया यार, पहले बिल्ली में डर रहा था। एक बार और बस पाइप पे चढ़ना है। ये मतलब वो एरिया जहाँ पे आराम से चलना है, ऑयल फैक्ट्री में। मैं वैसे चाहूँ तो जंप मार के सामने कूदने का रिस्क ले सकता हूँ, बट मुझे ना अभी विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है कि ये पकड़ेगा कुछ। नाइस। नाइस, ऑयल फैक्ट्री ऑलमोस्ट कंप्लीट हो गया। और क्या जमता है। ये वाला पार्ट भी थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट था, ऑयल फैक्ट्री का एंड वाला पार्ट। यहाँ पर मतलब बहुत छोटे छोटे ऑब्जेक्ट्स हैं, उसको पकड़ना है। इसके लिए ना जंप बहुत परफेक्ट होना चाहिए, कम है तो बहुत ही प्यारा छोटा जंप, ज़्यादा तो था ही ऐसे। यहाँ पे बहुत कम कम छोटे छोटे जंप थे, बट थे। हो रहा है यार, अभी हो रहा है, अभी हो रहा है। बस ये वाला, हाँ ये वाला बहुत अजीब था यार, इसमें मैं फिसला था पैर, फिर वापस चढ़ गया था मैं। हाँ ऐसे ही हुआ था। चलो हो गया, पिछली बार भी ऐसे हुआ था, इस बार भी ऐसे हुआ। सही, नाइस। अरे पहुंच गया भाई मैं कैसे तैसे करके। हाथ पूरे ऐसे भीग चुके हैं, पता नहीं क्यों मेरे। अच्छा हाँ, ये छोटा वाला ऑब्जेक्ट ना। नाइस, हो गया। फैक्ट्री पहुंच गए भाई, लेट्स गो। भाई बहुत ज्यादा नीचे चला गया था मैं, सच में मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा था थोड़ा ही आया हूँ, बहुत ही नीचे था मैं तो भाई। इतनी तेज स्पीड में सब कुछ करते हुए आ रहा हूँ, एक बार भी कहीं फेल नहीं हो रहा, तब भी काफी टाइम लग गया। ओ वाह, पहुंच गए इस वाली जगह पे। अब मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा मैं ड्रोन वाला रिस्क लूं या फिर सीधे जाऊं बलून वाले हाउस से, क्योंकि ड्रोन वाले रिस्क में अगर मैं गिरा तो मैं वापस उतना ही नीचे जा सकता हूं जहां मैं पहले गया था। यार अगर ये बीच में कहीं भी हैंड अपना किसी भी जगह पे ग्रिप बना के होल्ड कर लेता ना, तो शायद से मैं उतना डाउन नहीं जाता। चलो यहाँ से अब राइट में जंप। अभी थोड़ी सी खुशी हो रही है, हम लोग ऐसा 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 लग रहा है मैं अपने घर पे वापस आ गया हूँ, क्योंकि यहाँ पर बहुत टाइम स्पेंड कर रहा था। नीचे वाली जगह बहुत अजीब सी है यार, वहाँ इतनी वाइब भी अच्छी नहीं आ रही। इधर मैं बार बार गिर के 10 बार करने को ट्राई हूँ, मतलब ट्राई करने के लिए रेडी हूँ। हाँ यहाँ पर बार बार आ जाओ भाई, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। रिपीटेड नहीं लगता है पार्ट, ऐसे फन सा लगता है, क्योंकि ऐसे आराम से कूदते हुए भागते हुए निकल जाता है प्लेयर। अबे भाई ये पागल हो गया आज, वहां से कैसे गिर गया? इतनी बार मैंने ट्राई करा, अभी ऑयल वाला छी। उतने खतरनाक ऑब्स्टेकल्स मुझे दोबारा पार करने पड़ेंगे, बट ठीक है मैं खुश हूँ, ज्यादा नीचे नहीं गया मैं। पर हाँ यार ये तो अजीब हो गया, मैं तारीफ ही कर रहा था मैं उस जगह की। पर ठीक है कर लूंगा, ये तो मैंने पहले भी कर लिया, 2 बार और कर लूंगा। पर हाँ यार अभी वापस से यार ये नहीं, फिर अजीब होगा गेम, डेंजर सा। बेड यूज करूँ क्या? कहाँ है बेड? अभी दिख तो रहा था वो रे। बट यार बेड भी मेरे को ऊपर नहीं ले जाएगा, मेरे को लगता है यहीं कहीं लाके फेंकेगा इन वाले ऑब्जेक्ट्स पे। ओ वाह ये क्या था? बस यार इस पे चढ़ जाइए, पिछले 2 बार चढ़ गए, ये तीसरी बार है, इस बार भी चढ़ जाना है। इस पे चढ़ जाता भाई, इस पे मेरे को एकदम ऐसा लगता है गिरेगा और उसी पे हर बार चढ़ता है। पहुंचने वाला हूँ भाई मैं, बस 2-3 ऑब्जेक्ट्स और। ओ पहुंच गए, बहुत सही। फाइनली अबे भाई ये हार्ट अटैक दिलवाएगा, मैं पता सच्ची में इधर ऐसे जब मार के ना मैं ऐसे करने वाला था। ठीक है कुछ नहीं हुआ। हाँ भाई इस पे चढ़ जाओ। वापस से मैं आ गया हूँ 5वीं-6ठी बार, पता नहीं कितनी बार। चलो भाई मेरा चैट गाइस एक सेकंड फ्रीज हो रखा है, आप लोग के नए मैसेज नहीं देख पा रहा था मैं। हाँ अभी रन है, रिफ्रेश कर देता हूँ मैं। चलो प्री रिकॉर्डेड, हाँ भाई प्री रिकॉर्डेड, ये मैंने चैट भी पहले ही पढ़ ली थी। ये भाई जी पकड़ा गया भाई बंदा एकदम ऑन स्ट्रीम। ओए क्या हो गया? हाँ मेरा वो चैट फ्रीज हो रहा था इसलिए मैं नहीं पढ़ पाया भाई। ड्रोन से जाओ लिख दिया ना तुमने, अब तुम देखो स्लोमो। हाँ भाई मैं क्यों भूल क्यों जाता हूँ, मतलब होगा क्या वैसे स्लोमो यूज करने से कुछ। लव फॉर पुणे हमारी तरफ से भाई। ऐसे कुछ स्लोमो तो हो नहीं रहा है बट मैं थोड़ा बहुत बॉडी कंट्रोल कर पा रहा हूँ क्या? ओ सही गा रहा भाई तू। ओ नाइस। अच्छा सही कह रहा है यार। अब कुछ पता चला नया, मतलब इनको पता तो था स्लोमो में से यूज नहीं कर रहा था पता नहीं क्यों, बट मेरे को ये तो क्लियर होगा कि हम लोग एंगल विंडमिल पे जंप मारने के लिए मैं स्लोमो यूज कर सकता हूँ। अबे भाई पहाड़ में जाए स्लोमो, अभी अचानक से आदत नहीं डली है, मतलब अच्छी चीज है वो, वरना भी मेरी आदत नहीं बैठी उस पे मैं गिर जाता सही में। अरे भाई मैं क्यों टकरा हूं इस पे यार? ड्रोन भाई देख तू बात को समझ यार, विंग पे कब उतरूं मैं समझ नहीं आ रहा। ठीक है रिस्क लिया जाए। कूद जाऊं क्या भाई? ये नहीं क्या नीचे लेगा भाई ये? नहीं 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 यार नहीं। विंग विंग कब कौन सा किस तरफ पकड़ना भाई? दोबारा चलता हूँ मैं, दोबारा ड्रोन से ट्राई करूंगा। मेरे को समझना है कि विंग्स कौन सा पकड़ना है। गलत, हाँ मैंने गलत करा मुझे मालूम है। विंडमिल के बेस पर लैंड करो। अच्छा जो बीच में उसका सेंटर वाला पार्ट है वहां पे क्या? मेरे को विंड मिल के अच्छा बेस पे प्रॉपर अच्छा उसकी जमीन पे लैंड करनी, ये तो बहुत इजी था। ये किसने लिखा था विंड मिल का विंग्स पकड़ो? ये मैंने रीड करा भाई अलग से। बेस पर तो मैं कर दूंगा लैंड, इजी है यार। मैं इतनी देर से इसलिए नहीं कर रहा था, किसी ने तो लिखा था उसका विंग पकड़ना है। बिल्कुल खतरों के खिलाड़ी बना रहे हो यार। अब मैं कर लूंगा। बेस पर जाना है तो ठीक है। अभी भी बता दो उसका जो मिट्टी डर्ट वाला बेस है पक्का ना, वहां पे मैं पहुंच जाऊंगा, वो मेरी गारंटी है। वापस चलते ड्रोन पे, इस बार देखो तुम। मैं उस बट यार वहां पे जाकर मैं करूंगा क्या? मेरे को भी समझ नहीं आ रहा। डर्ट तुम बोल तो रहे हो, पर चल लेते हैं। बोल रहे हो तो ठीक ही बोल रहे होगे। ड्रोन ही लगा हुआ तब से अपनी जिंदगी में। लैंड ऑन बेस, ओके। लेफ्ट हो। पकड़ इसको। चलो अभी विंड मिल के पहले चलते हैं ड्रोन पे, फिर चल के फालतू बात करेंगे। और विंड मिल के बेस पे लैंड करूंगा मैं प्रॉपर जंप मार के ढंग से, बिना किसी फेलियर के। बस यार यहाँ पे पता नहीं क्यों मैं ना गड़बड़ करता हूँ हर बारी। हो गई भाई। और इस बार तो कुछ ज्यादा ही तगड़ी हो गई भाई। ट्रेन की कोई भी पटरी पे पकड़ लेगा ना, दिल खुश हो जाएगा। एंड कर देगा इस स्ट्रीम? एंड कर दे, बताओ कर दे कि नहीं करे? बोल ही रहा था मेरे से, पता नहीं वहां क्यों छोटी सी चीज पे गड़बड़ हो रही है यार। सर भिड़ा दूंगा इसमें, ये ले सर भिड़ो ऐसे। ये मार मेरे को शॉर्टकट ढूंढने में कोई बात नहीं। हारने वालों की कभी जीत नहीं होती। हमारा उल्टा सीन है, पता है मुझे, उल्टा बोला मैंने। यार फुटबॉल रखे, इसी को खिला दो यार थोड़ा। एक गोल करते गाइस, पहले थोड़ा ना माइंड रिफ्रेश करूं मैं। एक गोल करूंगा, खेल ले भाई साथ में। अरे इतनी तेज तो मैंने मारी ही नहीं। अभी टच होती कहाँ जा रही है? अब सीधा ऐसे गोल करेंगे। खेल ले, गोल। गोल क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? यस हो गया गोल। चलो अब ना मैं पहले जाऊंगा लिफ्ट पे। बेड वेड सब यही सब यूज करने वाला हूं मैं। मेहनत नहीं करेंगे, शॉर्टकट। भाई प्ले फैसमोफोबिया लिख रहे हैं, ये बंद करो। बेड यूज करना, ठीक है। अभी मैं बेड यूज करता हूँ। अरे वो लिफ्ट कहाँ चली गई? मैं कोई दूसरी सी साइड पे आ गया यार। अच्छा हाँ, ये वाली बिल्डिंग है, मैं लेफ्ट वाली देख रहा था। ये रही ना लिफ्ट। पहले लिफ्ट। पाइप वाला तो मुझे प्रॉपर करना पड़ेगा तमीज में। पाइप वाले के बाद ट्रेन है। ट्रेन के बाद बेड्स है। हाँ मतलब आधा गेम तो इजी है ही। चलो पहले यहीं पर आने में कितना मैं टाइम वेस्ट कर रहा था। अभी इतना सब कुछ याद हो चुका है, 2 सेकंड में यहाँ पे पहुंच गया मैं। अबे खड़ा हो गया ना। बहुत ही बढ़िया भाई, बहुत ही बढ़िया। पता नहीं कहाँ आ गया मैं, एकदम पहुंचते पहुंचते आ रह गया। भाई अभी मैं सच में बहुत मस्त रिस्क लेकर शॉर्टकट रास्ता निकाल ही ले रहा हूँ अपने लिए। अबे एक सेकेंड, वो शॉर्टकट मैं उल्टा लॉन्ग कट आ गया, वो सही रास्ते पे था मैं। अरे क्या हो रहा है इसको? इतना मैं सही जाकर भी गलत आ गया। जितनी जल्दी हो रहा था उतना ही टाइम लग गया अभी तो। भटक गया भाई मैं, कूद जाऊंगा नीचे। ये पाइप है सही। यार मैं बहुत सही जंप मारी थी उस टाइम, पता नहीं क्यों मैं गलती से नीचे आ गया। हाँ मैं मतलब मैं यहाँ पर आकर भी नीचे चला गया, इससे आगे जाना ही नहीं था, मुझे लेफ्ट जाना था। ठीक है अभी तो हो गया, अभी कोई नहीं रोक सकता क्योंकि कोई जंप है ही नहीं है, बस क्लाइंब है। वो जल्दी आराम आराम से थोड़ा। टेंशन मतलब गाइस मूड ऑफ नहीं हुआ है, मैं पहुंच जाऊंगा ना उस जगह के बाद थोड़ा मैं तब स्माइल करूंगा। अभी थोड़ा सा मैं सीरियस हो रहा हूँ बस, क्योंकि मुझे वो ड्रोन वाला यार करना है यार। मैं उस ड्रोन वाले पता नहीं क्यों छोटे छोटे बॉक्सेस पे से मैं फिसल जा रहा हूँ। वहाँ पे किसी ने जादू टोना कर रखा है। चलो ये तो पार हो गया। अब इसके बाद तो सिंपल सा ट्रेन है, बस पहले इस बॉक्सेस पे क्लाइंब करना है, फिर ट्रेन है। मतलब बहुत डिफरेंस है एक नॉर्मल जंप में और एक स्प्रिंट जंप में। स्प्रिंट जंप बहुत ही ज़्यादा मतलब आगे तक पुश कर देती है, तो मैं हर बार वही हो रहा है, बहुत कभी कभी लंबी जंप मार देता हूँ जहाँ पर इतने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, इसीलिए मैं वो छोटे वाले डब्बे पे नहीं कर पा रहा। तो मेरे को समझना है कि यार स्प्रिंट करूँ या ना करूँ। कर रहा हूँ तो थोड़ा पीछे से जंप मारूँ, क्योंकि बहुत लॉन्ग जंप है, मैं एक्स्ट्रा आगे चले जाता हूँ इसलिए गिर रहा हूँ। चलो बस एक ऑयल फैक्ट्री है जहाँ पर मेरे को थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा और हम लोग वापस वहाँ पहुँच जाएंगे। इसके बाद तो कुछ भी नहीं, ऑयल फैक्ट्री बस। फोर्जा होराइजन 5 भाई नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम फोर्जा होराइजन की करेंगे, टेंशन मत लो। एंड GTA माइनक्राफ्ट ये सारी वीडियोस कुछ टाइम में ना एकदम मैं जैसे मैं पहले करता था ना ऐसे ओल्ड टेक्नो में देख रहा था पूरे कमेंट्स में हमेशा इसमें रहता भाई ओल्ड टेक्नो कब आएगा। मैं मानता हूँ मैं भी पहले जैसा एकदम वीडियो नहीं डाल पा रहा हूँ, मतलब उतनी क्वांटिटी में, बट रास्ते में अभी ओल्ड टेक्नो। मैं कोई और हूँ, वो आ रहा है अभी, उसको टाइम लगेगा, बट अगले महीने में तुम्हें फील हो जाएगा कुछ। तो अगले महीने नहीं, 1 महीना तो चाहिए, उसके बाद से तुम खुद चैट में आके लिखो, वो कमेंट्स में लिखोगे, हर जगह लिख दोगे भाई आ गया भाई। आप अभी नहीं, थोड़ा सा टाइम चाहिए बस। पहले ना पिछली जो पेंडिंग चीज़ें हैं उनको निपटाते हैं, फिर वो ओल्ड टेक्नो वाला बटन ऐसे ऑन करेंगे और फिर ऐसे आग लगा देंगे पूरा। बस तुम देखते जाना, अभी नहीं, लेकिन थोड़ा सा 1 महीना बस। जितने वीडियो मैंने बहुत, मेरे को पता है माइनक्राफ्ट बहुत टाइम से नहीं खेला, मैंने तो उल्टा बोला था मैं कंटिन्यू करूँगा, जो कि सब आइडियाज़ है मेरे पास, मुझे क्या करना है कैसे करना है सब कुछ रेडी है, बस स्टार्ट करना। बस थोड़ा सा टाइम चाहिए, क्योंकि इस साल मैं थोड़ा सा कुछ नई चीज़ों में घुसा हूँ, इसलिए थोड़ा बहुत मैं ऐसा कुछ चीज़ों को ऐसे नहीं टाइम नहीं दे रहा हूँ, पर थोड़ा सा पहले से कम टाइम दे रहा हूँ। जैसे इस साल अपना एक न्यू चैनल आया टेक्नो, फिर अपना एक और न्यू चैनल आया होमीज, तो इन सब चीज़ों में कुछ नया कर रहे हैं, तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग अभी पहले की तरह शेड्यूल नहीं है, तो थोड़ा बहुत मुझे चेंजेस करने हैं, उसमें टाइम टेबल सही से बनाना है, फिर उसके बाद काम एकदम मस्त ऑन ट्रैक फुल पावर होगा। हाँ उसके लिए बस थोड़ा सा टाइम चाहिए और तुम लोग का सपोर्ट चाहिए। मैं ऐसा ओल्ड टेक्नो भाई ऐसे खुश हो जाओगे भाई, ताली बजा दोगे। बट हाँ वो तो मैं मानता हूँ, उसके लिए तो भाई सॉरी है फुल कि अभी वो ओल्ड टेक्नो नहीं है। अब आएगा, अभी ये न्यू टेक्नो है, लेकिन अगले महीने तुम्हें न्यू टेक्नो प्लस ओल्ड टेक्नो दोनों मिलके कंबाइन होकर आग लगा देंगे, बम रेडी करेंगे, तुम लोग फोड़ना। फोड़ने का काम तुम्हारा है भाई, मैं नहीं फोड़ता, मैं बना देता हूँ। छोड़ोगे तुम लोग, यूट्यूब बैन कर देगा भाई, ये तो टेररिस्ट है, क्या बातें कर रहे। चलो चलो अभी वापस से गेम पे फोकस। अभी ऑयल फैक्ट्री मैंने नहीं, अच्छा अभी कहाँ करा, ऐसे थोड़ी हो जाएगा ऑयल फैक्ट्री भाई, फोकस चाहिए होता है। अभी तो ट्रेन से इसके बाद आएगा ऑयल फैक्ट्री। यार इतना खतरनाक है नहीं, बस उसमें जो एंड में छोटे छोटे ऑब्जेक्ट्स आते हैं ना भाई, उस पे वो डरावने हैं यार। एक बार भी मैं उससे गिरा नहीं हूँ वैसे, ये चीज़ तो है, एक बार भी गिरा नहीं हूँ, पर पता नहीं क्यों वो बहुत डरावने से लगते हैं। वैसे इधर ना एक बेड था, मैंने ऊपर से देखा था भाई, था यार इधर, था यार, ऊपर से दिख रहा था एक बेड, मैंने इधर देखा था, इस वाले ब्लैक वाली जगह थी कोई। अब छोड़ो, पता नहीं कहाँ है, बट होगा इधर, ऊपर जाके दिखेगा, या तो सेम ऐसी कोई जगह और दिखती होगी वहां होगा। ऑयल फैक्ट्री पे भी क्योंकि ऐसा एक ब्लैक प्लेटफॉर्म देखो वो रहा, हाँ वही है बेड, वही है। इस वाले पे कोई बेड नहीं, आगे वाले पे है। यूज बेड स्पैम तो करते हैं, बट इस पे है ही नहीं भाई बेड, कहाँ है? आगे वाले पे मैं यूज करूंगा ना, उस पे मेरे को दिख गया है। यार स्लोमो का अगर मैंने प्रैक्टिस कर लिया ना, मैं आधे से ज्यादा बार तो ऐसे ही बच जाऊंगा। वो भाई अभी तो स्लोमो के चक्कर में गिर जाता उल्टा। चलो तुमने बोला बेड यूज करना है, जो कि मेरे को आगे दिख गया, मैं वहीं जा रहा हूँ। ये रहा ना बेड। अबे 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 भाई साहब, ये तो बहुत ऊपर भेज रहा है। ठीक है ना, नहीं प्लीज इस तक पहुंच जा यार प्लीज। बज गई बैंड, बज गई भाई, बज गई। अगर यहां भी रुक गया ना भाई, दिल खुश हो जाएगा। प्लीज भाई प्लीज रुक जा यार। यार वो तीसरा वाला बेड कैसे रह गया यार, मेरे को तो लग रहा था, मतलब मैंने कुछ सोचा भी नहीं कि ऐसा जंप फेल होगा यहाँ पे। मैं नॉर्मली, पर ठीक है अभी तो मैं ट्रेन तक नहीं जाऊंगा, यहीं से पैदल चले जाता हूँ। ज़्यादा नीचे नहीं गया हूँ मैं, आ जाऊँगा वहाँ पे, क्योंकि ऑयल फैक्ट्री के लिए बस ये 4-5 डब्बे क्लाइम करने हैं, और दोबारा से मैं बेड से ही ट्राई करूँगा, क्योंकि अभी मैं बेड पे अच्छे से प्रैक्टिस कर लूँगा ना, तो आगे चल के होगा। वो भाई मैं कमेंट देखने लग गया था और सीधा भाग रहा था, नीचे गिर जाता। ओ नहीं, बच गया। चलो वापस पहुंच गया मैं। बैठो भाई, कितना हल्का सा गिरा था यार, बहुत ज्यादा नीचे चले जाते हैं, पता नहीं चलता। यहीं पे था बैठ के, आगे था, आगे वाले पे था कि यहीं पे था? ये रहा यहीं पे। यार देखो प्रॉब्लम क्या आया था, मैं फर्स्ट बेट, अच्छा थर्ड बेड तक जाना ही नहीं था, बीच में एक और बेड है यार। मेरे को पहले पूरा ना ढंग से देखना चाहिए था। मैंने फर्स्ट बेड पे जब मारा, सेकंड के बाद मैं सीधा फोर्थ बेड ट्राई कर रहा था। अभी क्लियर हो गया मुझे। ठीक है, पहले ये वाला बेड है अपना, अब ये वाला बेड है, ना कि वो वाला। ठीक है, हाँ बहुत सही। इसके बाद कहाँ जाना है? आई थिंक मुझे किसी भी आयरन रोड पे, पाइप पे जितनी हाइट पे जाएगा उसके अकॉर्डिंग देखना पड़ेगा। शायद ये हो जाएगा। बहुत सही, बहुत ही अच्छा करा भाई इस बार तो मैंने। चलो भाई, एक एक ताली हो जाए भाई, छोटी सी कर दो यार। बस यहाँ पे फाइनली फैक्ट्री पे वापस पहुंच गए भाई। जीजीस। हाँ भाई, घुस जा नीचे चले जाना। अबे कहाँ जा रहे हैं? अब मेरे को वापस वही ड्रोन वाला डर लग रहा है यार। ओके, पहुंच गया भाई, ड्रोन तक पहुंच गया। ऑलमोस्ट 2-3 जंप्स हो रहे हैं जो कि बहुत इजी हैं, 3-4 बार मैं कर चुका हूँ, तो इस बार भी वो फेल नहीं होगी। बस मेरे माइंड में यही चल रहा है मैं ड्रोन वाले को इजीली कैसे पार करूँ। वहाँ हर बार मैं पता नहीं क्यों मिस्टेक कर रहा हूँ यार। बेड है क्या यहाँ? बेड कौन लिख रहा है? यहाँ तो है ही नहीं। देखो वापस से आ गया मैं ड्रोन पे। बढ़िया बढ़िया तरीके से क्लाइंब कर देना बस ये। नाइस नाइस। अच्छा मेरे को यार इजी है ये। मैं पता क्या कर रहा था, स्प्रिंट जो कर रहा हूँ ना, बस वो गलती है। बहुत लॉन्ग जंप की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है यार, कितना इजी था ये। अब तुमने मेरे को बोला है कि जंप मारो उसके बेस पे, है ना? अब देखना तुम, मैं दिखाता हूँ। अबे अबे अबे, वो कहीं पे हम बहुत से। अरे अरे, ये तुक्का था क्या था मुझे नहीं मालूम, बट हाँ ये शॉर्टकट था यार। यही करना था क्या? सही हुआ है ना? पता नहीं, मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा। हवा से मैं आया हूँ भाई बहुत सही जगह पे। अगर मस्त हुआ है तो बस ऐसे जी लिख दो, गलत हुआ है तो बताना कि और ऊपर भी जा सकते थे या क्या सीन था। मेरे को तो लग रहा है बना ही इसलिए था शायद से ये। अबे फिर नूब, अबे तो और क्या करना था इसमें भाई, बेस तक जा ही नहीं पाया मैं डायरेक्ट पे। गलत गलत हुआ यार, बट मैं तो बच गया भाई, जो भी है सही है, कोई दिक्कत वाली बात नहीं। मेरे को तो अभी गलत भी अच्छा लगा, और शायद से बेटर हो सकता था, बट मैंने वहीं पे जंप मारने का ट्राई करा, वो तो एयर प्रेशर से मैं इधर आया हूँ। गजब भाई, तुम कहना है कि चारों एक बंदा लिख रहा है गलत, एक बंदा लिख रहा है गजब। ठीक है यार, अभी आगे फोकस करते हैं। मेरे को दुख नहीं हुआ क्योंकि मैं नीचे नहीं गया हूँ, एक तरीके से शॉर्टकट ही हुआ है मेरे लिए। यहां तक तो आया था क्या मैं? अबे नीचे क्यों जाने लग गया मैं? यहीं जाने है क्या कि आई थिंक ठीक ही जा रहा हूँ। चाहूँ तो जंप मार के भी स्किप कर सकता हूँ, बट डर जो है ना मेरे को करने नहीं दे रहा है। मेरे को रियल लाइफ में इतना डर नहीं लगेगा जितना गेम में लग रहा है सच्ची में। चलो ठीक है, ऊपर जाने का एक प्रॉपर रास्ता तो मिल गया, यानी मैं सही आया हूँ। और मैं तुम्हारी भी समझ गया, शायद तुम कह रहे थे अगर मैं पहले ही जंप मार देता तो मैं यहाँ पे पहुँच जाता। मैंने जंप करने में थोड़ा लेट कर दिया ना। रेड बुल खा कर खेलो, खा कर उसको जमा के खाऊं क्या? पी कर खेले जाते हो भाई। ओ वाह, मैं सच में बहुत ऊपर आ गया यार। अबे अबे पागल हो गया क्या? कहाँ जा रहा है ये? नीचे उतर। अब देखो कैसे पकड़ रहा है एक से एक दीवार। विंड मिल का प्रेशर आ रहा है एयर वाला। कीप आउट।
If a man does not know which port he is sailing to, no wind will be a tailwind.
इस पे जल्दी से जंप मार के सामने जंप मारना होगा, और अगर इसने हवा मार के धक्का दे दिया तो डिस्टेंस तो कम ही है वैसे। गिरूंगा भाई, मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है। इट्स टाइम टू फॉल, मुझे भी लग ही रहा है। क्या करेगा इस, और कोई रास्ता तो है नहीं, तो यही तरीका बचा है अभी। मैं इस पे अगर 2 सेकंड के लिए खड़े होकर देखना चाहूँ तो कैसा फील हो रहा है? अच्छा ये तो भाई रोटेट करके भगा रहा है मैं नीचे, तो यानी सिंगल जंप देन सामने जंप। ज़्यादा हमें होल्ड नहीं करना है वरना वो फेल हो जाएगा। तो सिंगल जंप और भाग के सामने जंप, इजी भाई, स्लोमो भी नहीं करा मैं, बिना स्लोमो के मजा आ जाता करने में। लेकिन चलो भाई एक बार में होगा, फटाफट यहाँ से निकल लो, ये जगह डेंजर थी बहुत। चलो भाई, ओ नाइस, कुछ तो नया आया। आगे तो नहीं जाना शायद। अच्छा ये है रास्ता। ओह ओके ये है रास्ता। बहुत बहुत बड़े, कहाँ जा रहा है? अचानक से कूद जाता है कभी भी। चढ़। अच्छा ट्रक के ऊपर से आना है क्या? ओ अभी समझा, अभी समझा। मुझे इन कोन्स पे क्लाइंब करना है। फिर इस वाले पे, फिर इस वाले पे, अब मैं आऊँगा ट्रक पे। क्रेजी। तो कितना समझ आ गया, घूम के आना है यहाँ पर आने के लिए। यहाँ से चढ़ेगा क्या? ओए भाई ये तो डरा दिया इसने, नीचे गिर जाता है यार कभी भी। मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है मैं ना थोड़ा सा गलत साइड पे आ गया हूँ। ऊपर जाने का जो रास्ता है वो पेट्रोल पंप के ऊपर। अच्छा ये तो रहा, इतना आगे जाना ही नहीं था, यहाँ से है। ठीक है दिख रहा भाई, डेंजर हो रहा थोड़ा। चलो 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 चलो, कोई बात नहीं कोई बात नहीं, बच गए। बस मेरे को एक बारी बस बता दो मैंने आज कितना गेम कंप्लीट करा है। एक ट्राई और करते हैं वैसे। अबे अब नहीं कर रहा मैं ट्राई। उसके ऊपर से किसी गिर गया, उस पर कॉलिजन ही नहीं था। इस पे रुक जा, नहीं रुकेगा। या यहाँ क्या करूँ मैं? चिड़िया उड़ी खेलूंगा मैं यहाँ बैठ के मैं। पर ये कैसे गिरा मैं? 50% गेम कंप्लीट मैंने कर लिया है भाई। 60-65 लिख रहा भाई कोई तो। बट हाँ यार अपना अभी जिम टाइम हो चुका है तो मुझे भागना पड़ेगा। पर हाँ यार सच में मैं एक बार और ट्राई करता। वो क्या हुआ, मैं तो क्रेन के ऊपर खड़ा हुआ था, उसके बीच में से कैसे निकल के आ गया। ग्लिच भाई, हाँ वो कोलिजन ग्लिच था वहाँ कुछ। तो प्रॉपर में खड़ा हुआ था, मैंने सोचा दोबारा जाके एक लास्ट ट्राई करते हैं, थोड़ा सा और ऊपर चल के एंड कर देंगे। बट हो गया भाई। लेकिन चलो अभी यहाँ तक आए हैं तो एक बढ़िया सी और जंप मार देते हैं नीचे। इसको मज़ा तो आता भाई वैसे कूदने में, क्योंकि मरता नहीं है ना। बारिश हो रही, बारिश वापस शुरू हो गई भाई। अच्छा नहीं, कहीं कहीं हो रही है, कहीं कहीं नहीं हो रही। देखो इधर नहीं हो रही है। बट ठीक है यार, आई होप आप लोग को मजा आया होगा आज की स्ट्रीम में। 63 ऑलमोस्ट 60%, कोई लिख रहा है 63 65, तो मैं मान लेता हूँ 60% गेम मैंने कंप्लीट करा है। मैं 99% कौन बोल रहा है, इतना तो मुझे पता है 99 तो नहीं था। इसके बाद बची होंगी चीजें, पर अभी मेरे को इतना है कि जो 60% है ना वहां तक मुझे पहुंचने में पहले जितना टाइम नहीं लगेगा। सारे रास्ते सारी चीजें पता है, सब कुछ अच्छे से मालूम है। विंडमिल वाला मेरे को प्रॉपर नहीं पता, वो मेरे से तुक्के से हुआ था। बट हाँ इतना तो पता है कि वो तुक्के से दोबारा हो जाएगा या फिर उससे बेटर हो जाएगा। तो वहाँ तक पहुँचने में मेरे को ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लगने वाला। तो इसके ऊपर हम लोग एक दोबारा स्ट्रीम करेंगे अगर आप लोग भी चाहते हो तो, जिसमें मैं इसको पूरा 100% कंप्लीट करूँगा। बट फिलहाल मेरे हिसाब से मैंने काफ़ी कम टाइम में काफ़ी अच्छी हाइट अचीव करी आज। तो बस मैं उस ड्रोन वाले स्कैम में 2-3 बार फंसा, मूड वूड खराब हुआ। ड्रोन में मेरा सारा टाइम वेस्ट हुआ भाई। बेड भी एक ही बार गलत हुआ बट बाद में समझ आ गया, बट ड्रोन ने रुला दिया भाई आज। हाँ ये देख रहे हो मेरे को, यही है चलो यार ठीक है, तो बाय बाय यार। आज की स्ट्रीम को यहीं पर एंड करते हैं। आई होप आपको मज़ा आया होगा। मज़ा आया तो लाइक का बटन दबा दो, दबा दिया। वैसे ऑलरेडी 3000 लाइक हो गए हैं, 5000 हमें पहुँचाने थे, पहुँचा दो। जिसने अभी तक नहीं करा लाइक दबा दो बटन। 3500 तो पहुँचाओ यार एटलीस्ट। भाई कोई और गेमों खेलो आप, इसमें मज़ा नहीं आ रहा, उल्टा गुस्सा आ रहा है। अरे नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम में मैं ट्राई करूँगा। मैं एक नया सेटअप लेकर आया हूँ। सेटअप तो नहीं है खैर, उस पर मैं एक वीडियो बनाकर डालने वाला हूँ, तो थोड़ा सा रिवील कर देता हूँ। मेरा प्रॉपर ड्रिफ्टिंग सेटअप मैं बना रहा हूँ अपने लिए। प्रॉपर स्टेयरिंग, चेयर तो नहीं है, चेयर इन फ्यूचर आपको देखने को मिलने वाला। बहुत बहुत क्रेजी होने वाला है मेरा फुल रूम कुछ टाइम बाद। बट अभी फ़िलहाल के लिए मैं कुछ सेटअप लेकर आ रहा हूँ जो मेरे को कोई ड्रिफ्टिंग करना है गेम में, तो उसका सारा सेटअप लगा रहा हूँ, जिसके ऊपर मैं पहले एक वीडियो डालूंगा कि कैसे मैं सब कुछ सेटअप कर रहा हूँ। उसके बाद हम लोग लाइव स्ट्रीम पे गेम खेलेंगे, तो रेडी रहना। फोर्जा नहीं खेलेंगे, फोर्जा बहुत बेसिक सी है, उसके मैकेनिक मतलब गेम बढ़िया है बट उसके मैकेनिक्स मेरे को उतने अच्छे नहीं लगते। मेरे को थोड़ा सा कुछ वैसा गेम खेलेंगे जिसके मैकेनिक्स काफ़ी रियलिस्टिक हो। फोर्जा के ग्राफिक्स रियलिस्टिक है इसलिए उसमें मज़ा आता है, बट गेम मेरे को एग्जैक्ट नहीं पता। बट जितना है कुछ वैसा गेम खेलेंगे जिसके मैकेनिक्स बहुत रियलिस्टिक हो सकता है BeamNG हो या फिर कोई, तो मैं क्रेजी सा गेम ढूंढ के लाऊंगा। तो नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम में मज़ा आने वाला है। हो सकता है यही खेलें ओनली, अब पूरा एंड कर देंगे इसे। माइनक्राफ्ट भी खेल सकते हैं या फिर कोई हॉरर या फनी गेम भी खेल सकता है, बट ज़्यादा चांसेस अगर मैंने सेटअप कर दिया तो उस वाली गेम को खेलेंगे, उसमें बहुत मज़ा आएगा। फिलहाल जो लोग वेट कर रहे हैं GTA 5 एंड माइनक्राफ्ट, तो रियली सॉरी गाइज, अभी थोड़ा बहुत बाकी चीज़ों में चल रहा है। मैं GTA का स्क्रिप्ट पूरा डन हो चुका है, बस मेरे को उसे रिकॉर्ड करने बैठना है। एंड माइनक्राफ्ट पे तो मैं पता नहीं क्यों नहीं बैठ पा रहा, बट इतना है कि नेक्स्ट मंथ से सब कुछ बहुत अच्छे से होने वाला है। थोड़ा तमीज में काम होएगा। अभी तो मैं जो मन करता है वो गेम खेलता हूँ, कमेंट्स खोलता हूँ, तुम लोगों ने जो लिखा होता है और जो मेरा भी मन कर रहा होता है मैं वो भी बस खेल देता हूँ। फिर नेक्स्ट मंथ से थोड़ा सा ऐसे फिक्स डेट्स बनाएंगे कि किस किस तारीख को GTA आएगा, किस किस तारीख को माइनक्राफ्ट का वीडियो आएगा। पूरा एक प्लान मैं पहले ही भेज दूंगा भाई, ये देखो इस दिन ये आने वाला है, कैलेंडर भेज देंगे भाई पूरा। तो तुम्हें ऐसे बार बार पूछना नहीं पड़ेगा। मुझे भी बहुत अभी अजीब सा लगता है यार, सब वेट करते रहते हैं GTA को, और मैं एक डेट देता हूँ, उस डेट पे डालता नहीं हूँ। और उसमें मेरी भी, मैं कैसे बताऊँ, मेरी भी गलती नहीं होती, क्योंकि वैसे मेरी गलती होती है। मैं 2-3 कामों में अलग घुस जाता हूँ, फिर अचानक से आ जाता है, फिर डेट आ गई और मेरे को ऐसा होता है कि बन नहीं पाएगी इतने कम टाइम में, और अगर बना भी दी तो ख़राब वीडियो बन जाएगी, तो ख़राब वीडियो मेरे को बनानी नहीं, तो इसलिए वो लेट होते चले जाती है। पर चलो ठीक है, भैंस की टांग ओपी इन द चैट कौन लिख रहा है, लिख दो भाई इसी बात पे। बाकी ठीक है यार, आज की स्ट्रीम यहीं पर एंड करते हैं। BGMI नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम, BGMI भी खेल सकता है यार वापस आगे। मैं तो फ़ोन में डाल के तो खेल रहा हूँ, स्ट्रीम सोची नहीं, मैं तो ऐसे TDM वीडियम खेलते रहता हूँ यार बहुत, लेकिन ना गेम प्ले ख़राब हो गया यार, बहुत टाइम से खेली नहीं ना, फ़ोन भी चेंज हो गया, तो थोड़ा सा वो जायरो सेंसी जो लोग खेलते हैं उन्हें अच्छे से पता होगा कि कहने को तो एक फ़ोन चेंज होने में बस इतना सा होता है बाहर का डिज़ाइन, बट एक गेमर के लिए फ़ोन चेंज होने का मतलब सारा एनवायरनमेंट चेंज हो जाता है भाई। डिस्प्ले साइज से लेकर गेम का सेंसिटिविटी, गेम का जायरोस्कोप सेंसिटिविटी, गेम के फ़ोन की ग्रिप, बहुत चीज़ें मैटर करती है। तो मेरे साथ अभी वो सीन हो रहा था, गेम प्ले पूरा पिट चुका है, तो थोड़ा बहुत धीरे धीरे हाथ बैठाऊंगा वापस से BGMI पे। मैं भी बहुत टाइम बाद खेल रहा हूँ, ऐसे बीच बीच में थोड़ा थोड़ा खेल देता था, बट देखते हैं, मैं बताऊंगा जब भी स्ट्रीम करनी होगी, मैं पहले से बता दूंगा। फिलहाल आज की वाली स्ट्रीम को यहीं पर एंड करते हैं। बाय बाय, गुड नाइट, टेक केयर, मिलेंगे नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम में या फिर नेक्स्ट GTA माइनक्राफ्ट और बाकी सारी वीडियोज़ में। बाय। बोलना एकदम एम्प्टी वर्ल्ड का सर्वर, उसका सब वो बनाना, फ्लैट वर्ल्ड बनाए या फिर कुछ वैसा था, खुद के पार्क और बनाने हैं हमें इसमें। हम फुल क्रिएटिव ही खेलेंगे। हाँ मैं लाइट एडजस्ट कर रहा हूँ, वो मेरी एक लाइट आज पता नहीं क्या हो गया उसको। ठीक है बताओ। हम्म। नहीं 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 कोई सीन नहीं, लास्ट वाला ही तो करना है मेरे को तो। हाँ सेम ही है। एक बार लाइट अब चेक करना मेरी स्क्रीन का। आप वो ग्रेन्स के लिए लाइट कह रहे थे या फिर वो फेस के लिए? ग्रेन्स, ग्रेन्स ना वो ब्लैक स्क्रीन है तो थोड़े ज़्यादा स्पोर्ट हो रहे हैं, वो जैसे गेम चलेगा ना तो मर्ज हो जाएंगे। हम्म। देखो उठा लेंगे बेटे। हाँ अरे नहीं नॉर्मली रखो। हाँ इसको सर्वाइवल में डालेंगे एंड।
Everybody, what's up?
क्रिएटिव के लिए हम्म देना एक बारी आईपी। ये क्या है? वायरस आएगा माइनक्राफ्ट में? ऐड कैसे आ रही है यहाँ पे? सर्वर वाली जगह पे ऐड कैसे आ रही है? क्रिएटिव के लिए हम्म देना एक बारी आईपी।
From fire breathers to ice blasters, from two-headed pranksters to invisible stalkers, this is every dragon in the How to Train Your Dragon universe explained. We're going to be breaking them down by their official classes like Strike, Mystery, and Tracker, but not every dragon fits into a box. Some are so strange or so rare that they haven't even been classified yet. So get ready to learn everything there is to know about every dragon from Toothless to Hookfang. That said, we have a lot of dragons to cover, so let's not waste any more time and let's get right into it. First up is the Boulder class, dragons defined by their sheer durability and volcanic organs. These dragons have lava flowing through them and are armored in a thick stone hide. They tend to live underground where they can snack on rocks and magma, and while their bodies might suggest otherwise, many of them are capable of flight. So let's take a closer look at the bulkiest dragons in the series. The Catastrophic Quaken is a dragon that definitely makes an impact. This Boulder class heavyweight uses its body as a weapon, curling into a spiked ball and launching itself with enough force to shake the ground and even knock flying dragons out of the air. Its stone-colored hide helps it blend in with rocky landscapes, turning entire cliff sides into potential ambush sites. And while it may not be built for speed, once it starts rolling, there is basically no stopping it. Among the most notable Quakens is Tormentor, a once hostile dragon who made a habit of flattening anything that moved. However, he eventually bonded with Fishlegs and Meatlug, choosing a quieter life on Darkdeep. Spikeback is another standout known for his shimmering crystal-like armor that catches light as he hurls himself into battle. And then there's liberated Troll Boulder, a Quaken who prefers stealth rather than brute force. Up next we have the Crimson Gorecutter, a dragon that looks like it came straight out of a Viking's fever dream. But despite its warlike appearance, this Boulder-class dragon is more guardian than gladiator. Its molten-tipped antlers and heavy axe-like tail are weapons, but they only ever really get used when something or someone that it cares about is in danger. Gorecutters are known for their deep, resonant calls and their intense sense of loyalty. One was even seen destroying a trapper's ship to protect fish meat. Next in the Boulder class is the Eruptodon, a volcanic giant built to keep nature in check. With fireproof scales and heat-shielded eyes, the Eruptodon can dive into magma vents where he feeds on lava to prevent eruptions, acting less like a weapon and more like a pressure valve for the island. First introduced in Dragon's Race to the Edge, this calm and colossal dragon isn't so much about flashy battles or thunderous roars. However, it is capable of launching molten fireballs when it finds itself in danger. The Great Protector, a legendary Eruptodon, served Caldera Cave for over 40 years, never straying far from the volcano that she kept in check. Even when she was kidnapped and forced into a trapper's pit, she continued to protect her home until the very end and eventually passed her role on to her only child. This was the new Protector, who took over that responsibility without any hesitation. Hatched during a time of crisis, he quickly grew into his role, fighting off threats, saving villages, and joining epic battles as he earned his place as the next guardian of the wing. Next up is the Gronkle, slow, round, and lovably grumpy. And no Gronkle is more iconic than Fishlegs' faithful companion, Meatlug. Debuting in the first How to Train Your Dragon movie and staying by Fishlegs' side throughout every major battle and emotional moment, Meatlug is the heart and soul of the Boulder class. With stumpy wings, a potato-shaped body, and a dopey grin, you might mistake her for being a lazy couch potato. But if you underestimate her, you will get a face full of magma. Gronkles eat rocks and use their specialized stomach to melt them down into molten lava, which they're then able to use to spit out into devastating blasts. And that's just the start. They can also produce Gronkle Iron, a lightweight, nearly indestructible alloy that changed the game for the riders. Meatlug's ability to create this metal made her one of the most valuable dragons in the group, even if she'd rather be napping or chasing a belly rub. But that's not all. Meatlug is strong too. She has lifted dragons way heavier than herself, pinned down foes like Razor Whips and even Toothless, and tanked hits from dragons many times her size. And even her bite strength is insane, as she is strong enough to crunch through solid boulders with ease. And of course, she is a mom. In the hidden world, Meatlug gave birth to the endlessly energetic baby Gronkle, Fishmeat, who immediately bonded to Fishlegs. Whether napping mid-flight, eating glowing algae, or being cradled in Meatlug's mouth, Fishmeat's presence continued the Gronkle tradition of being adorable, loyal, and quite a bit chaotic. But Meatlug isn't the only Gronkle with a legacy. We also have Bookworm, a fiercely protective female Gronkle tasked with guarding the Book of Dragons on Outcast Island. She may not be a fighter by trade, but when Savage and the Outcasts tried to grab the book, she made it very clear that they'd have to go through her, and that didn't end well for them. Bookworm might not have Meatlug's screen time, but she represents another side to the Gronkle breed. She has serious loyalty, a sense of purpose, and a willingness to bite anyone who gets too close to something she is sworn to protect. On a very similar line of thought, we have the Gronksicle coming in from Ice Storm Island. This icy boulder-class dragon made its debut in Dragon's Rise of Berk and quickly stood out for being, well, cool. This one has a stocky build similar to the Gronkle, but is wrapped in frosty blue scales and icicle-like spikes. Not only that, but rather than breathing fire, this dragon sprays liquid nitrogen, instantly flash freezing everything in its path. Despite the frosty appearance and fearsome cold breath, the Gronksicle is one of the friendliest dragons around. It is social, loyal, and a bit of a softie. But like a snowball in the sun, it doesn't do well in warm climates, and so it tends to prefer frozen islands instead. And of course, one of the most famous of their breed is Sweetsicle, a rainbow-colored Gronksicle who got hooked on sugary, glowing algae. Next up is the Hot Burple, a dragon that might just be asleep when you need it. Hot Burples are laid-back boulder-class dragons, often mistaken for wobbling rocks with wings, but beneath their how lazy they look. And because of their size and their tough hides, they essentially become living wrecking balls when bothered. And of course, the most famous Hot Burple is Grump, Gobber's sleepy but fiercely loyal partner. Grump might snooze through most situations, but the moment that Gobber is in trouble, he charges, or at least sleepwalks, into action. Whether he's lighting the forge or knocking out dragon hunters mid-snore, Grump proves that even the slowest dragons can make a big impact when it counts.
Next up are the Sentinels, the silent guardians of Vanaheim. These boulder-class dragons are born blind, yet there are few species more alert. Instead of sight, they rely on razor-sharp hearing and scent, which makes them terrifyingly efficient at detecting intruders. Mistaken for statues until the moment they strike, Sentinels use sonic screeches and downdraft wing blasts to protect the sacred island where dying dragons go to rest. But they're not just enforcers, they are also caretakers. Sentinels guide the sick to safety, construct burial grounds, and defend their island from predators like Grim Gnashers with enduring commitment. They're also highly intelligent, capable of recognizing friends and enemies, and adapting to unfamiliar threats, even dragons they've never encountered before. The Elder Sentinel once partnered with dragon riders to fight off Stormheart's forces, showing that these creatures value protection above all else. And then there's Timbertoast, a well-meaning but overly excitable sentinel whose fire-happy habits have accidentally burned down a few of Berk's forests, maybe one too many times. Following the Sentinels, we have Shovelhelm, probably one of the most practical dragons in the Boulder class lineup. These dragons don't rush in with brute force, instead they pause, assess, and act with precision. With a chin built like a scoop and a skull hard enough to hammer through stone, Shovelhelms are indispensable for construction and defense alike. One of the most famous Shovelhelms is Clawlifter. This dragon is loyal and methodical, and once even airlifted Hiccup right off Toothless's back and delivered him to Vulca without breaking a sweat. Despite his intimidating size, Clawlifter embodies the Shovelhelm mindset, calm under pressure, fiercely strong when needed, and deeply bonded to its rider. Next up in the Boulder class is the Snafflefang. Snafflefangs are among the friendliest boulder dragons you'll meet. Stocky, round-headed, and equipped with a spiked tail and powerful jaw, these dragons thrive in crystal-rich environments where they can munch on geodes like dogs chew on bones. Their explosive fireballs contain sharp crystal shards, making their breath weapon both beautiful and destructive. Unlike their slower boulder cousins, Snafflefangs are curious and spry. They often get underestimated because of their trusting nature, which is a quality that dragon hunters sadly exploit. From one of the friendliest to one of the most fearsome dragons, the Whispering Death is built for burrowing, brawling, and terrifying anything above ground.
What do we know about the Whispering Death?
Boulder class, razor-sharp teeth, incredibly strong, hunts from underground.
Armed with 6 rotating rows of buzzsaw teeth, this underground predator drills through stone like butter. You won't see it coming, but you will hear it, the unsettling whispers of grinding jaws beneath your feet. That is your cue to run. Though nearly blind and sensitive to light, Whispering Deaths more than make up for their weaknesses with brute force, deadly ring-shaped fire blasts, and the unnerving ability to launch spines from any part of their body. They tunnel at incredible speeds, turning the terrain itself into a weapon. But not all Whispering Deaths are mindless killers. For example, Ground Splitter. Originally captured and trained by Alvin the Treacherous, she later becomes the mother of the Screaming Death and showed deep maternal instincts. Despite her violent past, she helped reunite her family and even saved Hiccup and Toothless, proving a Whispering Death can recognize kindness and return it. On the other end of the spectrum, we have Toothless's nemesis, a long-bodied, grudge-holding Whispering Death with a bite mark from a Night Fury on its tail. He nearly killed Toothless more than once using his intelligence and combat skills to exploit Toothless's weaknesses. We also have Trail Twisters, a feral group residing on Whispering Death Island. These dragons are hyper-territorial and have even been seen drawing lines in the sand to mark their domain. When the riders approached the island, Trail Twisters erupted from the earth in a coordinated ambush, sending a clear message that the island belongs to them. And then there's the Screaming Death. From the depths of the earth rises a dragon so terrifying that it is named after the sound that drives other dragons mad, the Screaming Death. This is a rare mutation of the Whispering Death, with pale scales and red eyes that is born only once every century and grows to an immense size, making it capable of drilling through solid stone and unleashing massive firewalls. Unlike its sun-fearing cousins, the Screaming Death thrives in daylight and flies with unbelievable speed. Its piercing scream can disorient enemies mid-air, and its dense scales make it nearly impenetrable to plasma blasts, nadir spines, and even dragon root. However, despite its terrifying presence, the Screaming Death is not mindless. Its bond with its Whispering Death mother and siblings can run deep, and in rare moments, that connection can even calm this destructive beast. On a bit of a cuter note, we have the Rock Spitter, a dragon that proves that brains and belly can go hand in hand. And no one embodies that better than Burple. With 4 stomachs, 1 for food and 3 for just about anything, Burple can store and spit rocks, tools, snowballs, even eggs with impressive force. He's also a master of the barrel roll, curling himself into a ball to bowl through obstacles or even scale walls. While Rock Spitters aren't fast flyers or great swimmers, their thick skin offers heat resistance, and unique quirks like turning magnetic after eating iron ore make them unpredictable but reliable allies. Burple has also been known to start fires by sparking rocks or even using his infamous back burp for underwater propulsion. Despite his bulky frame and self-doubt, Burple is loyal, clever, and always ready to support his team, often literally. And our final entry for the Boulder class is the Fault Ripper, a massive dragon from the 9 realms that is best known for its armored hide, spinning fire drills, and seismic tunneling that can literally trigger earthquakes. This subterranean behemoth is blind, but makes up for it with razor-sharp hearing and a nose that can sniff out intruders from afar. They are highly territorial and aggressive, and because of this, most Fault Rippers don't play nice, unless you are Tom Cullerson. Tom's bond with the Fissure Fault Ripper began with fear and chaos, nearly bringing Icarus to ruin. But after a near-tragic fight, Tom returned to the wounded beast to make amends, and surprisingly it listened. This once hostile titan not only forgave Tom, but led an army of Crystal Realm dragons against the Sky Torture, and even helped to save the 9 realms from Jormungandr. Up next, we have a class of dragons shrouded in mystery, the Mystery class. These are stealthy, unpredictable, and often feared. They're known for rare abilities and strange behavior, and are amongst the most diverse and unusual dragons in the world. Up first is a dragon that doesn't grow scales, but instead builds armor, the Armor Wing, a mysterious, solitary dragon with a body so vulnerable that it armors itself in welded scrap metal drawn in by its magnetic skin. It fuses everything from iron to gold into a protective shell, creating an ever-evolving suit of armor that can deflect even monstrous nightmare blasts. However, underneath this fearsome exterior lies bare, scaleless skin, which is its greatest weakness. The most well-known Armor Wing is Bandit, first encountered on Iron Island. Initially aggressive and territorial, Bandit came into conflict with the Dragon Riders after accidentally fusing Snotlout's ancestral axe to its body. But once Hiccup realized that the dragon's armor was a necessity, not vanity, they slowly began to build trust with one another. Later, Bandit would fight alongside the riders against dragon flyers and even rescue Hiccup with his flaming metal projectiles, going so far as to expose his own weaknesses in the process. An even more terrifying dragon to look at, though, is the Bone Napper. This mystery class dragon lacks the durable scales of its kin, so it crafts its own armor from bones scavenged from other dragons, animals, and occasionally even Vikings. Its armor isn't just for show, though. Like the armor wing's metal, the Bone Napper uses these to protect its delicate body, as well as to enhance its combat abilities and even enable itself to roar with devastating force if it has all the right pieces. The most famous Bone Napper is Gobber's nemesis, a dragon that spent years chasing Gobber across land, sea, and volcanoes, all for one missing piece. A bone Gobber had unknowingly turned into a belt buckle. Once reunited with the fragment, the Bone Napper revealed its true nature, being truly loyal, gentle, and even affectionate. With its armor complete, Gobber's nemesis let out a thunderous roar, giving the riders a lift back to Berk, and proved that even the most intimidating dragons have a soft side. Well, under all that bone at least. Up next is the Buffalord, a dragon that looks like a walking hay bale with thorns. But don't let that fool you. Behind these sleepy eyes and peaceful grazing lies one of the rarest, most valuable dragons on the archipelago. For example, Big Buff, the Buffalord who accidentally became a legend. When Astrid caught the deadly scourge of Odin, it was this dragon's green-tinted drool mixed with the herbs that he grazes on that turned out to be the cure. These dragons are known to be calm to the point of oblivious. For example, Big Buff allowed himself to be netted, carted, and bullied across his island. However, the moment that someone tried to remove him from the island, he puffed up like a balloon, launched fire in every direction, and bursted out of a dragon-proof cage, only to return to grazing like nothing happened. Buffalords have a handful of unusual abilities as well. As I mentioned, they can inflate their entire bodies like pufferfish, they can fire off high-speed spikes from their hides, and breathe a wide cloud of fire around themselves. They aren't exactly precise, but they can keep their enemies at a distance. They're also deceptively strong, capable of dragging entire ships and even bending dragon-proof metal when angry. Then there's the Brute Buffalord, a more volatile cousin who doesn't control when it inflates or breathes. And then there is the Cavern Crasher, a wingless, slime-coated dragon that's just as clever as it is creepy. It crawls across cave walls and ceilings like a gecko from your nightmares, and makes up for its lack of wings with fireproof mucus and the unsettling ability to collapse its skeleton to squeeze through cracks. And of course, it spits out flammable goo. The most infamous of its kind is Firecomb Crasher, Snoutlout's self-declared nemesis. This dragon stormed Fireworm Island, chased off the queen, and started feasting on eggs because that's what it does best. He managed to hold his own against multiple dragons until Hook Fang and the Fireworm Queen teamed up to cook off his protective slime, ultimately forcing him to retreat. And then there's Slimeball, Eric's walking biohazard. A dragon so terrible smelling that other dragons will even evacuate their nests to avoid him.
Next up, the Changewing, one of the most elusive and mesmerizing dragons in the mystery class. This acid-spitting predator has the ability to change colors and completely blend into its surroundings. The Changewing can stalk prey undetected and then unleash a stream of corrosive acid that melts wood and even rips through dragon-proof metal. But what really sets them apart is their hypnotic gaze, a swirling trance that can make even the fiercest dragon obey them. Among the most notable of them is Phantom, who demonstrates this hypnotic skill in battle. Then there's the infamous Mother Changewing, who mistook Snotlout for her baby, keeping him hostage in a cuddle prison until Hiccup intervened. Following that, we have the Death Song. This is a dragon that is as stunning as it is sinister, with wings like stained glass and a voice that can lull a battlefield into silence. This dragon sings its praise to sleep before sealing them in unbreakable amber. Death Songs are apex predators, and even other dragons fear their hypnotic melody. There are very few death songs who stand out like Garf, the dragon that the riders adopted as a baby. Over time, Garf learned to mimic human songs and even began protecting his rider friends by encasing himself in protective amber armor as he led armies of dragons into battle. Then there's his adopted father, the true terror of Melody Peaks. This death song was able to freeze other dragons mid-flight by locking them in amber, and then would pull them away once they couldn't resist him. However, with Garf's help, even this dragon was won over and eventually began bonding with the riders. Next up, the Dramillion, one of the most unique and tactical dragons in the mystery class. Known as the parrots of the dragon world, these mimic masters can replicate nearly any dragon's firepower, from Gronkle Blast to Razor Whip slices and even Night Fury plasma. The Dramillion sees it, copies it, and fires it right back. But mimicry isn't its only trick. They're fiercely loyal pack hunters who share energy like batteries, refueling each other mid-battle to stay in the fight. There are a few Dramillions more memorable than Fishlegs' Dramillion. At first, he saw Fishlegs as a threat, but once Fishlegs proved himself, the dragon mimicked his Fire Blast combo to melt his own shackles and free the rest of his captured pack. Then there's the Titan Wing Dramillion, a silent guardian hiding in plain sight, massive, durable, and cloaked in camouflage. This elder led a devastating charge against the dragon flyers. Even while poisoned with dragon root and impaled by a harpoon, the Titan Wing Dramillion endured, escaped near death, and returned to battle with a vengeance. Up next, we descend into the eerie shimmer of ghost stories with the Flightmare, a glowing, screeching dragon that paralyzes its prey with its chilling mist. Fueled by glowing algae and armed with hit-and-run tactics, this ghostly predator avoids brute force in favor of speed, confusion, and terror. The most infamous is Hoffersonsbane, the spectral menace that froze Astrid's uncle Stiff and that haunts Berk every decade. They were later revealed to be drawn in by glowing algae and terrorized the skies until the riders cleverly redirected its food source into the sea, luring the dragon away once and for all. Then there's Vigo's Frightmare, captured and muzzled by hunters who tried to weaponize its mist. However, even restrained, it was tactical, laying mist traps mid-flight and targeting enemies with algae markings before swooping in.
Up next is the slumbering giant of dragon legends, the Foreverwing, a mystery class so massive it's mistaken for a forested mountain. This ancient dragon is rarely seen awake, and as a result of its woody appearance, vine-covered body, and beard-like foliage, many even mistake it for an ancient forest spirit. The Foreverwing is capable of producing lava blasts and green acid, which it uses to defend its territory. However, they are no tyrant. It rules a peaceful flock of seedling dragons, communicates via telepathy, and even goes on to form a connection with Hiccup in the comics. On top of that, it can create calming compounds that sedate nearby dragons, and may even be able to control plant life, which it could use to entrap foes. Up next are Barf and Belch, the hideous Zippleback. This two-headed terror is one of the weirdest dragons around. Barf releases a thick green gas, and Belch ignites it with a spark. Despite their constant bickering and inability to agree on just about anything, these two are surprisingly effective in a fight. Whether they're lighting up a battlefield or knocking out enemies with synchronized headbutts, they will always get the job done. Then we have the chaotic gremlins of the dragon world, the Hobgobblers. Small, round, and constantly drooling, Hobgobblers are mystery stoker hybrids with a destructive streak and a stomach that never quits. These dragons can eat just about anything, and when in a pack will tear through entire ships or houses in seconds. Their powerful jaws allow them to latch onto much bigger dragons than themselves, and despite their size, they've got the stamina to cross continents without breaking a sweat. Among the most memorable is Hobbs, a hobgobbler who bonded with Phil Baker after being saved from choking. Then we have the gentle healer of the dragon world, the Prickleboggle. Originally classified as a stoker class due to its icy blasts, the Prickleboggle was later reclassified as a mystery class thanks to its unique healing properties. This dragon may not dominate the battlefield with brute force, but it is a miracle worker on the sidelines. Its icy mist can either freeze enemies or heal wounded dragons, and dragons that are healed by the Prickleboggle often form strong bonds with it and become fierce protectors of their healer. Up next, the beach-dwelling menace, the Sandbuster. This elusive mystery class dragon hides beneath sandy shores like a pirate guarding buried treasure. With a snake-like body and a hoard of stolen gold, lures victims close and then strikes with molten glass glass blast that harden on impact, trapping their prey in shimmering prisons. Its ability to swim through sand, snow, mud, or even sawdust makes it impossible to track, and once it finds its prey, it can yank targets as big as entire Vikings underground with its prehensile tail before they can even scream. However, it does have a major weakness, which is sunlight. A single ray can burn its sensitive skin, forcing it to remain hidden unless it is covered in ash or shadow. Following that, we have the Silk Spanners. At first glance, Silk Spanners might not look like they're capable flyers, but these spider-like mystery class dragons are masters of the breeze. Using silk spun between their 6 legs, they glide from island to island like living parachutes, catching air currents and floating across the sea. While they may seem fragile, don't be fooled. Their silk is strong enough to immobilize full-grown dragons, and their claws make them expert climbers. But most importantly, Silk Spanners feed on toxic dragon vine and can even suck out the poison from infected dragons to keep them safe. Up next, the vibrant but venomous Slitherwing. These serpentine mystery class dragons are armed with toxic fangs, venom-coated skin, and deadly coloration that is more than just for show. The brighter the dragon, the deadlier the poison. Slitherwings can spit venom, sedate dragons with a bite, and even weaponize their tails to splash toxins around. Just touching one can be fatal. They're also the only known dragons immune to Death Song Amber, making them rare predators even among dragons. Then we have the sneaky, smothering Smoke Breath. These small mystery class dragons may not breathe fire in the traditional sense, but they're far from harmless. Smoke Breaths exhale dense black smoke from their mouths and their skin, blanketing their surroundings in a ghostly fog. But behind the eerie legends is a very real obsession with metal. These dragons collect and weld shiny scraps to build armored nests that protect them from larger predators. Individually, Smoke Breaths aren't really much of a threat, but in swarms, they've managed to bring down entire ships. Following the Smoke Breath is the Snap Trapper. Originally listed under the Fear class, Snap Trappers use their beauty and scent as their main weapons. With 4 heads and jaws that split 3 ways, they emit a mouth-watering chocolatey aroma to lure prey right into their leafy camouflaged trap. And when that doesn't work, they can also unleash acid, venom, or a defensive stench that will send even the Titan wings running. Snap Trappers will wait completely still for hours, and sometimes days, until their prey wanders into striking range. Notable individuals like Death and Chocolates once gave Stoic and Gobber the fight of their lives. On a much bigger note, we have Grumbleguard, the grumpy grandpa dragon you didn't know you needed. Grumbleguard is a 275-year-old forever horn dragon who first appeared in Dragon's Rescue Riders. With a temper as fierce as his wind breath, he literally drove the rescue riders off his island for trespassing. However, after realizing they were helping orphaned hatchlings and not stealing from him, he had a change of heart. Grumbleguard can unleash powerful wind blasts strong enough to knock dragons from the sky or clear entire beaches, but he's also capable of reversing the airflow, creating suction to pull things towards him. On top of that, he can slam his wings together to create shockwaves and has endured attacks from multiple dragons without a scratch. Next is a dragon that only hatches once a century. The Golden Dragon is made of solid gold, as their name suggests, making them as rare as they are valuable. Golden dragons like Gemma can shoot a dazzling golden glitter blast that irritates eyes and sticks to just about everything. However, this ability only emerges once the hatchling eats its own eggshell. While protective and proud, golden dragons are also migratory and prefer to stay hidden until it's safe to nest. Despite her fierce independence, Gemma learns to trust the rescued riders after they help her defend her precious egg from pirates. Up next are a set of dragons that could headline in a musical, the enchanting Songwinds. Songwinds are large, brightly colored mystery class dragons known for their hypnotic singing voices. Unlike their more dangerous cousins, the Death Songs, Songwings use music not to hunt, but to calm or enchant. Most live in pairs called songmates, and if separated, they will grow lonely and emotionally unstable. That's exactly what happened to Meliodia, a vibrant songwing who hypnotized an entire village just to create her own choir. Though her power can affect both dragons and humans, the spell can be broken by louder, dissonant voices or a voice even more beautiful, which was proved by Layla. Once reunited with her songmate Kantana, Meliodia's manipulative behavior completely stopped and was replaced by a joyful harmony. Beyond just their voices, songwings can refract sunlight with their wings, creating a dazzling, peacock-like display mid-flight. However, they do have some odd vulnerabilities. For example, Dragon Pepper ruins their voice, and Shriek Scale screeches can completely disrupt their songs. On On to the Deadly Spinner. This medium-sized mystery class dragon is yet another spider-like addition, this time with the ability to shoot flaming webs strong enough to suspend a magma breather mid-fall or to seal active lava vents. Their webs can also be fired like tether lines or in multiple rapid blasts, depending on the situation. These dragons are agile in the air and on the land. They can crawl upside down on crystal ceilings or spiral through mid-air with eerie precision. But despite their creepy build, Deadly Spinners are actually very friendly, sensitive, and social. Webmaster, the first known Deadly Spinner and Eugene's dragon, quickly developed an inseparable bond when Eugene saved him from flamethrowers. Webmaster is loyal, affectionate, and always ready to prank. But when it counts, he is a fearless fighter, even managing to hold off a Death Gripper and help stop a larger threat like the Glasscaster. Then we have the elusive Featherhide, a dragon so skilled at hiding that according to legend, even Bork the Bold was said to have been stalked by one without seeing it. In Dragons the Nine Realms, we meet Feathers, the only known representative of her species. Feathers can vanish into her surroundings and even cloak herself under her wings, making her the ultimate stealth companion. But stealth isn't all she has. She packs a powerful sonic scream that can knock out dragons, shatter ice, and even peel off old scales. Despite her shy nature, she bonded deeply with her rider Alex. Up next is the Gem Blaster, a towering sentinel from the hidden world with fire hot enough to ignite life itself. This large mystery class dragon made a debut in Dragons 9 Realms, and though it's only been seen once, it left a pretty lasting mark. It has stone gray scales and jagged green crystal spikes down its back. The Gem Blaster looks like it was carved straight from the earth, and it uses its scorching blue flame to breathe life into the realms by activating the central Dragon Sight gem, which keeps oxygen flowing through the hidden world. Gem Blaster is an essential part of the ecosystem that it fights to protect. And that brings us to the Jormungandr, the colossal world serpent that slithered out of myth. With the name straight from Norse legend, this enormous mystery class dragon lives up to the hype, bringing an apocalyptic presence with its venom breath, earth-ripping strength, and unnerving intelligence. Jormungandr is like a monstrous eel with a cobra-like hood, a triple-split jaw lined with fangs, and a body big enough to rival a screaming death. It can tunnel, unleash a poisonous gas that suffocates all life, and even breathe fire. But what makes it truly terrifying is its mind. It learns, adapts, and even outsmarts traps set by the dragon riders. Jormungandr has incredible destructive power and the brain to keep itself from being stopped. Up next is the Spiderwing, a small but dangerously crafty mystery class dragon. What it lacks for in size, it makes up for in numbers and strategy. Spiderwings shoot fiery webs that harden instantly, trapping both dragons and riders alike. These webs are resistant to fire and require a combined blast to break through them. And one of these dragons might be manageable alone, but a pack of Spiderwings can totally seal exits, drop in from above, and overwhelm their prey. And this idea of teamwork is actually their greatest strength, as Spiderwings are known for using sentries, coordinated ambushes, and clever distractions to defeat their enemies. That said, they're not unbeatable though, as they're vulnerable to loud sonic blasts or coordinated attacks that scatter them. And last in this class is the elusive and deadly Yetiwing, a large, stealthy mystery class dragon known for its haunting presence in the frozen expanse of the Ice Realm. With thick white fur, massive wings, and eerie antler-like horns, the Yetiwing is built for the cold. It uses its icy camouflage to stalk prey, waiting for hours before springing its ambush. When it strikes, it unleashes a freezing blast strong enough to knock even a nightlight out of the sky and pin dragons like Feathers and Webmaster to the ground. Despite its size, the Yetiwing is a skilled climber, scaling icy walls with ease, but its intelligence is just as chilling as its breath. One even collapses its own cave to trap the dragon club inside. However, its bulk does come at a cost. It has limited stamina, making prolonged fights very difficult for it, and so it relies on ambushes over drawn-out chases. And now we have the Sharp class dragons. These are known for their razor-like features. Don't mistake their silence for weakness. When danger threatens their home or their herd, they will attack without ever stopping. These dragons aren't flashy, but their stamina is legendary. And when pushed into a corner, some of them can unleash a dense...
Yo, today. Is anyone here? How you guys doing today? But let's use it. Oh. wanted to say your name, but good morning, man. Boy, you accidentally deleted the scene capture for the display captured, and I need to get that back on. So, because I think we're gonna play Roblox. Oh, you did that? Wait, is it going? Is it blowing up? You know if it's blowing up? Because I can't check it right now. Hello, Cheddar. Hello. Hello. I probably play either Roblox or like Fortnite, and I might do customs in Fortnite. Yeah, sure. Let me get this thing settled. 225 subscribers. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Oh, that's fine. Oh, 'cause you're the number one chatter. The number one, like, commenter. Oh, chat, this might take a little bit. But I'll do a poll real quick. What game should we play? No, chat, should we play Fortnite or Roblox? Which one? By the way, chat, I've been like live for like 8 hours, but I've been sleeping. Oh, wait. Do a poll. Alright. Start poll. Okay, I guess it's Roblox. Okay, I guess I'm doing Roblox, chat. Can you guys hear me well? Oh, let's go, 227, let's go! Let's go! I'm really happy right now, bro. Alright, so we got that figured out now. Hold on, I gotta do some more stuff real quick. Who unsubbed?
Primal Thornridge.
Who unsubbed? I'm still trying to set up the chat. No, don't do that. Alright. Who was ready to play some Roblox? What game should we play? On Roblox. Chat. Cheddar. Yeah. Cheddle. Dallas. Yes, you can. Yes, you may. But, what game should we play, chat? Alright. 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 Send you a quest. Jedi, I sent you a quest. That's one. That's one then. Alrighty. What game do you want to play? Do you want a 1v1 in Rivals or what? Yeah, no, yeah, let's 1v1 in Rivals. $228. Let's go. JJS. I don't know what that stands for. What's this JJS stand for, man? Oh, shoot. Let me join back in the server. Alright. You have the exact same avatar that my friend does. Yeah, alright, that's 1v1. Do you have chat? Yes. Jujutsu. Yeah, no, the Jujutsu Kaisen, like Jujutsu, basically like Jujutsu Kaisen. What? Oh yeah, most people that I don't play Roblox, but I can play a different game. Yeah, I think after this, yeah, do you have Fortnite on mobile? You probably get to that in Roblox. Why did I drop the rocket? I don't have voice band. Like, yo, I like that. Alright, I gotta close something real quick. If you don't play Roblox, you just enjoy the stream. Yeah. Alright. Oh my. So you stream was delayed for me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I thought you just about the what? But I love it. I'm changing my weapons. No, 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 no. Dang it, bro, dang it. Oh. Did you fall off the map like how I did? Why are you falling off the map, bro? Bro, that was actually a really good shot. Yo, that was actually a really good shot, bro. That was actually like a really good shot. Alright. Thank you. Accept that. Alright, try. We're gonna react to his stories. Alright. Sorry for that. Alright.
For years, kids at school made fun of me for not knowing what a Fortnite dub was, until one day, that finally changed. My parents banned all technology since I was born, so every day my mom ran a metal detector over me at the door. "You know the rules," she'd say. "Screens rot your brain. No technology until you're 18. I nodded, holding back tears, because I had no friends and no life. But that day, my uncle was waiting on the couch. He pulled me aside, slipped an iPad into my hands and whispered, "Trust me, you'll thank me later." I had no idea what he meant, but I snuck it into my room with shaking hands, praying my parents wouldn't find out. That night, I was so excited I hid under my blanket and downloaded Fortnite. And for the first time ever, I was playing with the kids who made fun of me. I was the first person to die, but I laughed anyway, finally feeling normal. Then footsteps pounded down the hall. I heard laughing. "What are you doing in there?" my mom screamed. I shoved the iPad under my mattress just as they burst through the door. My dad tore through my drawers while my mom flipped my backpack upside down, and I stopped breathing every time they got close. She crossed her arms. "Get up, we're checking your bed." My whole body shook as she checked under the bed, but she missed it. For 1 second, I thought I was safe. Then my dad lifted the mattress, and the iPad slid onto the floor. "An iPad? Who gave this to you?" my mom shrieked. "My uncle," I whispered. "That's it. No technology until you're 30. Then my dad grabbed his keys. "And we're going to your uncle's right now." At my uncle's door, my parents exploded. "You gave him poison behind our backs and ruined everything," my mom screamed, shoving the iPad at his chest. "Now he's banned until he's 30. I stood behind them, head down, tears dripping off my chin, too defeated to speak. But my uncle didn't take the iPad. He pointed at me. "Your son has no friends. He's bullied every day because of your stupid rule." I looked up, wiping my tears. I gave him that iPad because I was him once, and I swore I'd never let it happen to another kid. He's staying here every weekend so he can be a kid, starting today. My parents opened their mouths, but nothing came out, knowing my uncle was right. He grabbed me and shut the door on them. "Told you you'd thank me later." I smiled and bolted to his PS5. "Now teach me how to win dubs on Fortnite." For years, kids at school made I put my hand over my
I love flash flame fishing.
little brother's mouth to keep him quiet. We were awoken in the middle of the night by the flash of emergency flares and the sounds of footsteps outside of our tent. We had no idea what was happening. The zipper at the front of the tent began to fall, and my brother screamed hard against my hand, but I was able to muffle it. When the flap opened, the full beam of a flashlight blinded us both. When our vision returned, we recognized the figures holding them almost immediately. It was our parents. "Get up." Their tone was pure panic. "There's no time to explain, we have to go now." I removed my hand from my brother's mouth and helped him up. Just then, we heard a noise that couldn't have been human. It sounded savage and primal, and worst of all, it sounded like it was 10 feet away and closing. We came out of our tent to see a 10-foot grizzly bear standing across the campfire from us. It was foaming at the mouth and moving unpredictably. Great, it's rabid too. The rabid bear charged forward straight through the campfire, sending pieces of burning wood flying, and pinned my little brother to the ground. "Oh Jesus God, Caleb," my mother cried. "Son, look up." My dad pointed into the air just above the bear. Our family's camping supply crate hung suspended over a tree branch. This tactic was supposed to keep bears away, but it sure got this one's attention. "Hurry, do something." My brother was using all of his strength to keep the bear's jaws from touching him. The crate was staked to the ground about 5 feet from where I lay. I knew I wouldn't make it to the rope in time myself, so I pulled out my pocket knife, opened the blade, and made the throw of my life. The blade grazed the side of the rope. It was tattered, but not broken. The bear's jaws were lowering on my brother's head. Without another thought, I grabbed a piece of burning wood the bear had scattered and hurled it at the weakened rope. A spark landed exactly on the last strand, and the whole thing snapped with the sound of a bullwhip. The heavy supply crate dropped straight down onto the bear's head and shattered into splinters. The bear was knocked out. Together we pushed the unconscious bear off of my brother. Then a searchlight lit us up, accompanied by the sound of a helicopter. A voice over a loudspeaker said, "Parks Department Rescue Division, we saw your flare. I'm dropping a ladder now, you folks will be all right." We were flown to the nearest hospital, and we would never return to that campsite again. I put my hand over...
Dang. Bye, Cheddar. Have a good day. By the way, chat, we're probably ending around like 12:30. I mean, no, probably like around 11:30, because 231 subscribers. Yes, yes. Oh, thank you, everyone. Thank you. Oh my god. 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 Let's go.
Over my little brother's mouth to keep him quiet. We were awoken in the middle of...
Thank you. Oh my god. 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 Yes. 31 subscribers. Yes. Yes. I'm judging the stream back. Oh, thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I was in the house when I heard... I put my hand over my little brother. I was in the house when I heard my son scream at the top of his lungs, and when I ran outside, his hands were clawing at his throat. I dropped to my knees beside him. "Buddy, what's wrong?" But he couldn't get a word out, his lips starting to swell. Then I saw the smear of purple on his hands, and the bush behind him, covered in berries that had never been in my yard before. My heart was pounding, because I'd just won full custody, and now he was choking in my arms. I called 911 and told them everything. When I looked back, my son's throat was closing, his face going blue. Then I saw her, my ex-wife who lost custody at the edge of the yard, police cars already pulling up behind her. She pointed at me and shrieked, "Those berries are poisonous! He keeps them in his yard! He's trying to kill our son!" She was trying to frame me as the bad guy, but my son was dying, so I turned him over and pounded his back to force the berries out. "Look, he's hurting him! Somebody stop him!" she screamed. A few purple berries flew from his mouth, but he still couldn't breathe. Then I remembered I kept an EpiPen inside, so I sprinted in, grabbed it, and slammed it into his thigh. He gasped, air finally filling his lungs, but before I could even hold him, the officers threw me to the ground and cuffed me. My ex scooped up our son, sobbing, "It's okay, my son. Mommy's got you now. Daddy's dangerous." I'd just won full custody, and now I was losing him over her lie. The cops dragged me toward the police car as my son coughed on the grass, the EpiPen finally working. "I love my son. Please, I didn't do this," I begged, but no one listened. Then a small voice croaked out, "Wait, Daddy didn't do it." Everyone froze and looked at him. My son pointed a shaking finger at his mother. "My mommy gave me the berries. She put it in his bush and said they were candy. My fists clenched. You gave him berries he was allergic to. Are you insane? The officers turned to my ex, whose face went white. Ma'am, did you know he was allergic? She stammered. I didn't know he had allergies. That was all it took. The cops let go of me and moved toward her, and as they turned her around to cuff her, a handful of purple berries tumbled out from her sleeve. I pulled my son into my arms. This is exactly why you lost custody. I was in the house when I heard my son scream at the top of his lungs, and when I ran outside, his hands were clawing at his throat. I dropped to my knees beside him. Buddy, what's wrong? But he couldn't get a word out. I told my mom, can I please have no mayo on my sandwich? But when she slid the plate across the table, the bread had mayo smeared all over it. I pushed it back, but she instantly got in my face. Stop being so spoiled and entitled. Eat what you're given. Later that night, Dad ordered pizza, but it had anchovies even when I asked for none. And when I picked every anchovy off, my parents glared at me with their fists shaking in anger. The next morning, Mom made eggs with olives knowing I hated olives. And when I refused to eat them, Dad slammed his fork on the table. That's it. You're gonna learn to like what you're given one way or another. Dad marched me up to my room, and Mom came in holding a jar of mayo, a tin of anchovies, and a jar of olives. I laughed. You really think I'll be eating that? But then Dad wrapped a padlock around my door handle. You need 3 keys to unlock this padlock. There's 1 key at the bottom of each jar. You're not leaving your room until you eat everything in front of you and get those keys. He placed a chain on the latch and slammed the door, locking it from the outside. I stared at the spoon and 3 of the worst things I'd ever smelled, and my hands shook as I couldn't understand why my parents couldn't just accept I didn't like certain foods. 2 hours in, I was banging on the door, screaming to be let out, but Dad just yelled, "Not until you eat everything." I gulped and sat down, but as soon as I ate a spoonful of mayo, my stomach turned. I gagged into my sleeve, knowing I'd never get out, but then I noticed my old gym bag under the bed and got a crazy idea. I grinned and dumped the pound of mayo into my bag. Just wait till they see this. Then I did the same with the anchovies and the olives. The smell made me nearly sick as anchovy oil trickled through my bag, but I fished the 3 keys out from the bottom of each jar and unlocked my door. I was free, but I wasn't done. I left the anchovy mayo bag sitting on my parents' bed and calmly walked downstairs. My mom instantly grinned. See, that wasn't so bad. No more picky eating. But I grinned back at her. I didn't eat it. I threw it all out. Dad stood up so fast his chair scraped. You what? Where did it go? I laughed. I put it in a bag, but don't worry. Since you two love mayo and anchovies and olives so much, I left the whole bag in your room so you could eat it. Their faces went purple and they bolted up the stairs. Mom never gave me mayo again. I told my mom, can I please have no mayo on my sandwich? But when she slid the plate across the table, the bread had mayo smeared all over it. I pushed it back, but she instantly loved mayo and anchovies and olives so much. I left the
It's honestly, I don't know what to say. I just woke up.
I went for a jump shot during recess, and the new kid Caleb punched me in the face while I was in the air. I fell on the ground hard and hit my head, but he simply grabbed the ball, no blood, no foul, then ran down the other end and scored. I got up clutching my head, but next time I grabbed the ball, he shoulder tackled me like this was football. Where I'm from, this is soft. He stood over me. I looked around and saw everyone.
Where you're from is an imaginary world, bro. An animation.
Scared of him because he was buff and had at least 5 inches on everyone. The next day during recess, Caleb tripped the smallest kid on the court. I clenched my fists, but knew there was nothing I could.
This is what you do. You get the fat kid in the school and you have him, which is basically probably me, and you have him ram into this kid, alright? That's what you do.
My friends cleared out, no longer wanting to play with him, and that's when Caleb's eyes locked onto me. Me and you, one-on-one. He threw the ball at my chest. The first play, Caleb pushed me into a metal pole and my nose started bleeding. But the next time I got the ball, I threw up a shot. He shoved me to the floor, but the ball was already in the air. It swished and everyone cheered. I grinned from the floor, and one bitch. But suddenly Caleb clenched his teeth. My heart sank as he raised his shoe, and he stomped on my arm hard before I could move it. I screamed in pain as it was bent the wrong way, while Caleb laughed. Where's your N1 now? I spent a week in the hospital with a broken arm, and when I came back with my arm in a cast, Caleb had again forced everyone to play. I watched him tackle another kid, and had enough. I stepped onto the court. Caleb smirked. You want your other arm broken? Remember, no blood, no foul. But I just nodded, because I had a plan. The first time Caleb caught the ball and drove to the rim, I waited until he was in the air. Then I instantly got under him, and bent over. Caleb's eyes widened in horror, as he realized realized what I was doing, and his knees hit my hip, sending him flying over me. He landed face first on the concrete he'd shoved me, and started groaning in pain. 3 of his teeth were scattered around him as red pooled under his face. I knelt down. No blood, no foul, Caleb. He came back to school 4 weeks later, but when I took a shot, he tried to defend normally. We still let him play, but he never tried to injure anyone again. I went for a jump shot. I was
Happy ending. Happy ending.
standing next to my brother Otto at his wedding when he stepped up. Me
and I finally watched that one last night when I first started the stream.
My twin brother Chris and I were 9 when we learned Morse code. We tapped messages under the dinner table when Mom told us to stop talking, and tapped through the wall between our bedrooms every night. When Chris got into a car accident and the doctor said he'd never wake up, I pulled up a chair next to his bed, took his hand, and tapped. "Are you there?" Nothing. But I came back the next afternoon and tapped again. Before I left, I always said the same thing. "See you tomorrow, Chris." A week later, Chris's fingers twitched against mine, and I almost fell out of my chair. I grabbed a nurse and she barely looked up. They're reflexes. It doesn't mean anything. I bought a notebook the next day and started writing down every single one. 4 months in, Mom watched me scribbling and said, "How long are you gonna keep doing this? Until he taps back." He's not gonna tap back. You're talking to a corpse. Dad lasted a few more months before he pulled me into the hallway. "We need to talk about donating your brother's organs. His fingers move every time I hold his hand, Dad. The nurses said those are reflexes. Stop getting your hopes up, son." I don't care what the nurses say. You're not donating my brother's organs. But a week later, my parents called to have Chris transferred to a long-term facility to die, and scheduled a meeting to sign the papers. The afternoon before the meeting, I tapped into his palm like always, but this time, something tapped back. Short, short, short. Long, long, long. Short, short, short. SOS. I grabbed his hand. "Chris, if that's you, squeeze once." He squeezed so hard my knuckles cracked. I stormed into the meeting room and told them my brother just responded to me. The caseworker said, "This is very common with families who aren't ready to let go." My parents nodded. I grabbed the transfer papers off the table. "You're not signing anything until you come see for yourself." I walked them to Chris's bed and grabbed his hand. "Ask him anything." The caseworker asked what year it was. Chris squeezed out the answer. Count to 5. 5 perfect squeezes. His mother's name, tapped out letter by letter. By the 10th question, she said, "He's still alive. We can't move him." Weeks later, I asked Chris what kept him fighting when everyone gave up. Heard Mom call me a corpse. Heard Dad say donate my organs. Heard all of them leave, except you. I asked why. I wanted to see you too. My twin brother Chris and I
Hello, Roblox 198H2C. Hello, welcome to the stream. Bye.
My daughter came home crying with an F because her teacher doesn't know what color blood is. The first time I realized something was wrong, Riley came home from school holding out her arm. "Look, Dad, you can see the blue blood in my veins right here." She traced the blue lines under her skin with her finger. I put down my coffee and looked at her. "Actually, sweetheart, that's not true. Blood is always red because of hemoglobin. It's just darker red in your veins." Her face scrunched up, but Mrs. Miller showed us a whole PowerPoint about it. She even had diagrams from a science book. The next morning, I packed my work scrubs in my bag. I'm an ER nurse at Mercy General, and I was working the afternoon shift anyway. I sent Mrs. Miller an email asking if I could do a quick presentation about blood for career day that afternoon. She loved the idea. When I arrived, Mrs. Miller introduced me as Riley's dad who works at the hospital. 28 kids stared up at me from their desks. "I heard you guys learned that blood is blue inside your body," I said. The entire class nodded enthusiastically. Mrs. Miller beamed from her desk in the corner. I pulled out a blood collection tube from my pocket and held it up. "This is what we use to draw blood at the hospital. Notice something. The tube creates a vacuum. No oxygen inside at all." I paused. "When we draw blood with these, it never touches oxygen until we pop the cap off." I showed them photos on my phone of sealed blood tubes. "See? Still red." Mrs. Miller's smile started fading. She shifted in her chair and cleared her throat. A boy raised his hand and pointed to their science textbook. "But our textbook says it's blue." I picked up the book and checked the publication date, 1998. Medicine updates pretty fast. We used to think lots of things that turned out to be wrong. Mrs. Miller suddenly stood up from her desk, her hands gripping the edge. "Well, thank you for that interesting presentation, Mr. Johnson, but we need to move on to math now." I nodded and started packing when a girl in the back raised her hand. "So our textbook is wrong?" The class erupted in whispers. Mrs. Miller's jaw clenched and her voice got tight. "The curriculum says..." "Actually," I interrupted, pulling up the state science standards on my phone. I walked over and turned my phone toward her. "The current curriculum specifically mentions this."
Yes, let's see, pull you on yourself a band. I'd use it from not putting time out. Alright.
myth as something to correct. She stared at the screen and her eyes narrowed. Her mouth pressed into a thin line and her nostrils flared. "Can I speak with you in the hallway?" The kids watched as we walked out and the door closed behind us. "Do you have any idea how hard it is when parents undermine my authority?" Her face was red and her voice was sharp. "Now they'll question everything I say." I kept my voice calm. "Isn't that exactly what we want them to do? Question things and learn critical thinking?" She crossed her arms tightly. "I've been teaching for 22 years. I'm not changing my whole curriculum because some nurse thinks he knows better than our textbooks." The next day, I found out Mrs. Miller gave the class a pop quiz. Riley came home crying, her face red and puffy. Her hands were shaking as she handed me a paper with a big red F on it. I took a deep breath and felt my jaw tighten as I looked at the question. What color is blood inside the body? Riley had written red, and Mrs. Miller had marked it wrong. I requested a meeting with Principal Davis and brought printouts of medical textbooks, the state science standards, and Riley's quiz. The principal called in Mrs. Miller and asked her directly, "Is blood blue inside the body?" After a long pause, Mrs. Miller said, "It's what the children understand better." I leaned forward in my chair. My daughter is crying every morning before school because she's afraid of getting Fs for writing down the truth. The next day, the school replaced their science books. Now whenever Riley learns something new at school, she comes home and asks me, "Dad, is this actually true or is it just a Mrs. Miller truth?" My daughter
Hey guys, be right back. I'm gonna get something to eat. Be right back. Yo, 232 subscribers. Let's go. Thank you guys. Let's go. Hello, Jackson. What up?
daughter came home crying with an F because her teacher doesn't know what color blood is. The flight attendant slipped me a...
So, and that, I feel like every year, like a school, well, that, I know that's animation, but schools should change their textbooks every other year, like every other year. Yeah. I mean, who else agrees?
Napkin that said, "The pilot isn't who he says he is. Meet me in the back to talk." I knew she chose to tell me because of the military dog tags around my neck. I folded the napkin and slid it into my pocket, and that's when the captain's voice came over the intercom. "Good morning, folks. This is Captain Hopkins, expecting smooth skies to Chicago, but something was wrong. I could feel it in my bones." I waited 2 minutes and casually walked to the back, not knowing what to expect. The flight attendant was there with a man holding up a police badge. The man whispered, "I'm glad you're here. I'm an undercover cop." I knew something was wrong straight away. The flight attendant whispered, "I've flown with Captain Hopkins for 6 years. I don't exactly know what's wrong, but I know that's not Hopkins, and we're flying the wrong way." She showed me the flight map of where we were heading. The plane is heading toward an abandoned airport. I leaned over the map. My body was pumping with adrenaline because it was the perfect place to crash a plane. There's an empty space above the pilot's room. I can climb up and listen to what the pilot and co-pilot are planning through the ceiling. Take my number. If you can tell there's something fishy going on, text me one word, now. That's the signal to move. And to distract everyone while I climbed above the ceiling, the flight attendant made an announcement on the speakers to tell everyone to keep their seatbelts on. Through the cracks, I could hear 2 men in the pilot's room talking. 15 years ago today, our brother died because of Captain Hopkins. Now we get to crash his plane with him tied up on it while we impersonate him. I texted the undercover cop. Now, the cart slammed into the pilot's room door, and the cop kicked it open. I dropped through the ceiling and tackled the fake pilot out of his seat. The cop pinned the co-pilot to the floor. The flight attendant grabbed the radio. Mayday, our pilot is gone. We need help landing right now. She looked at me. Find Hopkins, the actual pilot. He has to be on this plane somewhere. I sprinted to the back of the plane, checking every door. I yanked open the closet next to the bathrooms, and Captain Hopkins was inside with his hands tied and tape across his mouth. I ripped the tape off. Get me to the controls. He ran to the front and dropped into the pilot's chair. He grabbed the wheel. Tower, this is the real Captain Hopkins. I'm landing this plane. When we finally landed, the cops dragged the brothers off in handcuffs. The flight attendant came up to me in the aisle. I pulled the napkin out of my pocket and held it up. You saved 200 lives with this. She smiled and took it back. The flight attendant slipped me an...
Hello, Melissa. Yeah, hello. Yeah, we're reacting to his story. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm ending stream in probably like 2 hours. Actually, no, an hour. No, yeah, an hour. Because me and my friends are doing something at 1, and I'm getting there at 12. So basically, I'm gonna end at 11:30. Alright. I'm just gonna do it till 12. Yeah.
A napkin that said, "The pilot isn't who he says he is. Meet me in the back." Every time we heard a knock on the front door, my dad would yell, "Stealth mode," and we had 30 seconds to kill every light in the house. My brother and I would race through the rooms, flipping switches, yanking cords, shutting off the TV mid-show, while some guy outside banged on the front door yelling, "I know you're in there, buddy." Dad timed us. Once everything was dark, no talking, no moving, no...
In a bar fight, and the guy that is not on the door lost and he wants a rematch, or why is there...
Looking out the windows, we'd sit there until Dad did his owl hoot, which meant all clear. Sometimes 5 minutes, sometimes almost an hour. Afterwards, he'd high-five us and go, "Real ninjas couldn't do better." He told us stealth mode was top secret. Never tell your teachers, your friends, nobody. Other people wouldn't understand. For years, I believed him. When I was 8, I asked Dad why we had to hide so much. He said some annoying guy kept bothering our family, and stealth mode was how we dealt with him. I felt proud we had a secret skill that could outsmart bad guys. By the time I was 10, I heard the voice outside yell something about a bet and $20. I tugged Dad's sleeve and whispered, "Is the bad guy trying to steal our money?" Dad shushed me so hard I flinched. When I was 12, I broke the window rule, peeked through the blinds, and saw a completely normal guy in a polo shirt standing on the porch rubbing his forehead. He didn't look like a criminal. He looked like someone's tired uncle. At 13, I told Dad I was just going to open the door and tell the guy to leave us alone. The color left his face. You absolutely cannot do that. That was the first time stealth mode didn't feel like a game. By 15 or 16, it barely happened anymore. But when it did, Dad would peek through the blinds looking guilty. Mom just shook her head from the couch and muttered something under her breath. I was 17 and home alone when I heard it. "I know you're in there. It's been 12 years, man." I opened the front door. The guy nearly fell backwards. Normal-looking dude, middle-aged, holding a crumpled piece of paper. "Oh, hi. Is your dad home? I'm his old college roommate." He held up the paper. "Your old man bet me $20 Michael Jordan wouldn't win his 6th ring. That was 1998. I've been knocking on this door ever since." He handed me the IOU, both their signatures, right there at the bottom. I left it on the kitchen table. Mom saw it first and laughed so hard she had to hold the counter. Dad picked it up, read it, put it back down, and the first thing out of his mouth was, "So now he knows someone's home." Then he turned off the kitchen light and got under the table. We were never in danger. My dad just lost a bet because of the greatest of all time. Every time...
That's not Michael Jordan, that's LeBron. Yo, what up, Max D? Yo, what up, what up?
we heard a knock on the front door.
How are you guys? Can you guys tell me how your good day's gone? I saw the pool.
My dad would yell, "Stealth mode," and we had A man climbed onto our school bus with a knife, and the first thing he heard was a slow clap from the back row. Confused, he screamed at our driver, Mrs. Worley, to keep driving and not stop for anyone. A kid leaned forward. Nice ski mask. Did you cut the holes out yourself, or did your mommy help you? The whole bus laughed. He waved the knife around. Shut up and no one gets hurt. Your hand is shaking so hard I can't tell if that's a threat or a dance move. He stepped toward the kid who said it, and 20 voices started talking at once. Oh, he's walking now. Everybody watch out. He spun around trying to find who said what, but insults were coming from every direction. Bro seriously hijacked a bus with no plan, no getaway car, and a Walmart knife. This is the saddest crime I've ever seen. We wouldn't let him finish a single sentence. Are you robbing us for money? All I have is an EBT card and a bus pass. He pointed his knife at Mrs. Worley, and the whole bus went silent. A kid stood up. You can threaten us all you want, but if you point that thing at Mrs. Worley again, we're gonna have a real different conversation. He laughed nervously and asked what a bunch of kids were going to do about it. A girl said, we're on the bus to the school for troubled teens. Half of us are here for assault, and the other half won't say why. Mrs. Worley looked at him over her shoulder. Honey, I've watched these kids make grown men cry over smaller things than pointing a knife at me. He lowered the knife. Smart choice. She brings us donuts on Fridays. We protect what matters. His face twisted, and he shoved toward the kid with the knife raised. Mrs. Worley pulled over, stood up, and stepped between them. That's enough now. He grabbed her arm and shoved her into the dashboard. For half a second, the bus was completely silent. Then a kid came over the seats like something feral, and 3 others were right behind him. The guy didn't have time to turn around before someone hit him in the back of the knees, and he went down. The knife skittered under the seats, and kids were on top of him before he could reach for it. Someone had him in a headlock while someone else pinned his arms. A girl sat on his legs and went through his pockets just to add insult to injury. Mrs. Worley pressed the emergency button. I need police at my location. Tell them there's no rush. The situation is handled. The guy was crying. Please get off me. I can't breathe. A kid leaned close to his face. You should have thought about that before you touched Mrs. Worley. When the cops showed up, they found him tied to a seat with shoelaces and snot running down his face. A man climbed onto our school bus.
Honestly, if someone threatened my old bus driver, honestly, I would probably in the whole class, in the whole bus.
Dad measured me for the 5th time that day and screamed, "Why are you still 5'10"? I stared down at my 5'3" dad, and he glared. Stop looking down at me. No son of mine will ever look down on me. We're going to fix this before it's too late. And so the next day, Dad came into my room with x-rays of my legs marked with red X's saying, I found a surgeon who will remove these bones so that you can finally be shorter than me. I already scheduled the surgery. I stared in horror while Dad jumped around saying he couldn't wait to be taller than me. I knew I had to make the surgery impossible, so I started running 26 miles non-stop, and even though it hurt, I kept going until my legs gave out because I needed my bones to be so damaged they couldn't operate on me. And then on the day of my scheduled surgery, the doctor took one look at x-rays of my damaged legs and refused to operate on me. Dad got angry. Why? He's perfectly fine. But the surgeon shook his head and pointed at the x-ray. His bones are too damaged. If I cut into them, they could shatter, and a shard of bone could hit his heart. Your son could die. Dad crossed his arms. I'm okay taking that risk. Just do it so he can be shorter than me. But the doctor kept saying no, and I thought it was finally over. But when we got home, Dad grabbed his toolbox and said, if a surgeon isn't going to fix this, then I'll do it myself. He chased me around the house screaming, get back here! You will be shorter than me! I ran outside across the yard, and that's when Dad's foot got caught on the garden hose, and he fell down hard, and I saw both his legs were bent the wrong way. Dad screamed, and I called the ambulance, and when they arrived, paramedics loaded him onto a stretcher while one of them questioned me. How do you know this man? He asked. When I said he was my dad, his eyes bulged, and he looked back and forth between my dad and me, and then suddenly asked, how is he your dad? He's so short. Dad thrashed so hard in the stretcher when he heard a paramedic had to sedate him. Dad measured me for the 5th time that day.
Dang. That's funny. Alright.
When I saw Kimberly walking out of the boys' bathroom, I asked, "What were you doing in there?" She instantly froze. "I wasn't. I just accidentally went through the wrong door." But I knew that wasn't the truth. I was about to open it when she grabbed my arm. "No, don't. You can't go in there." And before I could even ask her why, I heard someone crying. "What was that?" "I don't know. Maybe it's best if we don't go in there." But I pushed the door open as she said, "No." Someone whispered, "Is someone there? Please help me." I pushed open the stall door and saw Leslie Reddick sitting on the floor holding a bunch of towels. I gasped, realizing she was pregnant and her water broke. "Please, help me." Her dad was our gym teacher, and I knew if he found out his daughter was giving birth at school, things would get messy. Just then, Kimberly burst through the door with the school nurse, and as soon as she looked at Leslie, she gasped, "Please, just don't let my dad see me." The nurse turned to me. "You, go keep watch outside. Make sure nobody comes in here and sees her." "What? We need to get her to a hospital." "There's no time, just go." I stepped outside trying to keep watch until a group of guys walked up to me all holding vapes. They tried to walk into the bathroom, but I stopped them. "No, you can't go vape in there." They looked confused. "What? Why?" But before I could make up some excuse, we all heard it. A scream from inside the bathroom. I thought, "Oh no, the baby must be coming." They said, "Whoa, what's happening in there?" "Nothing, I swear. Just go use the bathroom upstairs." But then more people started crowding around. "Who's screaming? I have to pee so bad." This was bad, but then I saw him. Mr. Reddick was coming down the hallway. He walked up to the crowd with this confused look on his face and asked, "Has anyone seen my daughter?" Oh no, I had to make up a lie fast, but before I could say anything, we all heard Leslie. "Oh my God, ah!" One of the girls said, "Hey, that kind of sounds like her in there." Mr. Reddick realized it was her and shoved past me. Oh no, we heard him yell, "What is this?" But they still had no idea what was happening until we heard Mr. Reddick yell, "Who's the father? Is it Felix? I swear I'll kill him." Everyone gasped and looked at Felix. He had been dating Leslie for 9 months, and it all perfectly added up. He was sweating and started backing up. But then the door burst open, and we saw Mr. Reddick standing there. You could see the veins in his forehead. We heard the nurse yelling, "Come on, push!" Then we heard crying from inside the bathroom. Mr. Reddick yelled, "You got her pregnant!" But Felix panicked and turned, running down the hallway. Mr. Reddick took off after him like a track star. He caught up and tackled him to the ground, just as we saw Leslie come out of the bathroom holding something. "Dad, no!" Mr. Reddick pinned him to the ground and instantly started swinging, completely destroying Felix's face. Everyone panicked and pulled him off, and by the time they held him back, Leslie was crying. She yelled, "Dad, it's not his!" And when she said that, everyone went silent. Mr. Reddick stopped struggling, and even Felix looked up from the ground. Everyone's eyes went to the baby, and that's when we all saw it. Because even though Felix's face was beaten and purple, he was white. And when we saw the baby, it was definitely black. When I saw Kimberly...
Oh. No, Oh, sorry. Basically, if I'm watching regular shorts, no, I can't get copyrighted. Alright. Yeah.
Walking out of the boys' bathroom. My teacher looked at my drawing, covered her mouth, and ran out of the room screaming. Our assignment was to draw something that makes us happy, so I drew me and my dad fishing at the lake, something we do every Saturday. I picked up my paper to see what she saw. 2 stick figures, a fishing rod, a lake, a building that said Larry's Bait and Tackle, and a fish that I even labeled fish in case there was any confusion. I had no idea what I did wrong. She came back with 2 security guards, still screaming, grabbed my drawing off my desk, and pointed at me like I was dangerous. They walked me out without saying a word and sat me down in Principal Carter's office. He had my drawing under a desk lamp like he was examining a ransom note. He looked up. "Explain this." I told him it's me and my dad fishing at the lake. He pointed at my stick figure's hand. "You're telling me this is a fishing rod when I'm looking at a weapon." I told him there's a line coming off it with a fish on the end, and I literally wrote the word fish next to it. Mrs. Keller leaned in. "It looks like he's aiming at the building." I told her it's Larry's Bait and Tackle where we buy worms, and he's facing the water because that's where fish live. live, and that's how fishing works. I didn't understand how every adult in the room was looking at a fish and seeing a threat. Principal Carter picked up his phone and called my dad. Mr. Davis, your son drew an image that appears to depict a school shooting. We need you here immediately. I sat there staring at my drawing, wondering how I ended up here. My dad showed up still in his work shirt with dirt on his hands and stopped in the doorway. Where is he? What did he draw? Principal Carter slid the drawing across the desk, and my dad picked it up, stared at it, and laughed. Not a chuckle, a full laugh. This is from last Saturday. He pulled out his phone, turned it around, and the photo was right there. Me standing in front of Larry's bait and tackle holding my fishing rod. Same building, same rod, same everything. He looked at the principal. Is everyone in this room slow? My son drew a fish, labeled it fish, drew a fishing rod, drew a bait shop, and you looked at that and saw a school shooting. Nobody said anything. You pulled my son out of class and called me at work because not one adult in this building stopped and said, hey, maybe that's a fishing rod. Mrs. Keller stared at the floor, and Principal Carter had nothing. My dad put the drawing in his pocket. We're done here. Let's go. Next art class, I drew Mrs. Keller and labeled it donkey in case there was any confusion.
I about to be same. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, I've actually kind of did a little bit of a sleep stream, but like not really, because I didn't have like the camera. 230! Let's go, 233!
My teacher looked at my drawing, covered her.
33 subscribers. 33 subscribers. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I became my school's hero for 1 minute before everyone watched what.
Thank you, Mason. Thank you for saying WC, man.
What happened next. I don't play around when it comes to Halloween, so during our school's Halloween dance, I dressed up in real firefighter gear from my dad's closet. Real jacket, real boots, real helmet. I strutted around the gym like I owned the place, until the fog machine popped like a toaster and the fire alarm went off. Everyone cheered thinking it was part of the show until I smelled burnt plastic. Teachers started waving their arms, telling everyone to stay calm, but I noticed the orange extension cord powering the machine didn't stop at the wall. It ran out the side doors and down the hallway toward the science wing. Then someone near the door yelled, "Smoke in the hallway," and teachers started shouting for everyone to evacuate. Real sirens started wailing outside and fire trucks pulled up. The crowd poured into the parking lot while firefighters rushed through the main doors. That's when one of them spotted me standing near the entrance in full gear. "You, with us," he shouted. "We're clearing the east wing." I opened my mouth to say I'm just a student, but he shoved a flashlight into my hand and pushed me forward. The hallway was dark and filled with smoke. We followed the orange cord past the lockers until it disappeared under Mrs. Carter's classroom door. One of the firefighters reached for the handle and jerked back. Ha!
Let's go. Well, thank you to everyone that subscribes. Really, it means a lot to me. And if you, I mean, you don't have to, but it's free and you don't have to, right? And I'm not forcing anybody. Just subscribe if you want to, right?
"Hot," he said, then looked at me. "Hit it!" But I only had my foam axe. I swung as hard as I could and it bounced off with a pathetic squeak. The firefighter grabbed it, swung himself, and the foam bent in half. He stared at it, muttered, "These damn budget cuts," and tossed it aside. That's when someone shouted from down the hall and he waved to the others. "Forget this door. We'll circle back once we've got tools." They started heading back down the hall, but then I heard it, a squeaky wheel spinning frantically. This was Mrs. Carter's room, and the class pet Mr. Nibbles was still inside. I turned back to the door. The handle was glowing red. I wrapped my jacket sleeve around my arm and threw my shoulder into the bottom panel until it cracked open. Smoke poured out and choked me instantly. The hamster cage was on the counter and tiny flames were eating the papers around it. I grabbed the melted cord with my sleeve and yanked it from the wall. A spark bit through the fabric straight into my skin and I screamed but kept pulling until the plug came loose. I grabbed the cage with my smoking sleeve and the metal seared into my palm. I could smell my skin burning. My lungs felt like they were filled with glass and my vision was going black around the edges, but I ran. When I burst through the side door, I collapsed face first onto the concrete and threw Mr. Nibbles onto the grass so I wouldn't crush him. I could hear cheering as hands grabbed me and someone pulled off my helmet. A firefighter was staring down at me. "Kid, you're a hero." That's when I heard the scream. I turned my head and watched a hawk swoop down, grab Mr. Nibbles in its talons, and fly away. I became my school.
Rip, Mr. Nibbles. Rip. Rip, Mr. Nibbles.
Hero for 1 minute before everyone. In the middle of a test, the sprinklers started spraying. Everyone instantly screamed, "Ah!" But I realized it wasn't water spraying on us. Someone yelled, "What is this? What is on us?" We all tried to stand up and run, but everyone was slipping. The alarm blared, and the principal yelled on the speaker, "Everyone needs to get out of the building immediately. There is an active threat inside." But just before we could get out, our teacher stepped in the way. He said, "Wait, I think I just saw the threat out there." But the hall was empty. "There's nobody out there. Let us out." I tried to grab the handle, but he slapped my hand. "No, nobody's leaving." Everyone was coughing, and that's when I realized I liked the smell. Oh my God, it was gasoline. Half the class rushed over to the windows, but we couldn't just jump out because we were on the 3rd floor.
Scared the building. No, I'm just kidding.
Stacy yelled, "Please, let us out. We have to make a run for it." But he just stood there. He just said, 30 more seconds. Everyone was confused. "What? We need to go. We'll die from the fumes." But he just smiled. 20. "What if a fire starts? We'll all burn." 10 seconds. A girl yelled, "Ah! It's in my eyes! I can't see!" It was complete chaos until our teacher reached for the lock. He turned it. The door clicked open and someone walked in. "Thanks for letting me in, Dad." Stacy yelled, "Dad, you have a son!" They both turned around, locking eyes straight onto me. We all started backing up, and when I saw the guy's face, my heart sank. I recognized him. He pointed straight at me and said, You put me in jail for 5 years. Now it's finally time to get revenge." I couldn't believe my eyes. This was the same guy I had called the police on 5 years ago. He had tried to rob my grandma at gunpoint and had been waiting to get me back. We watched him pull something out of his pocket and hold it up, and we saw it was a Bic lighter. Everyone started panicking because one tiny flame, and we'd all immediately burn. I yelled, "No, please, you'll kill us all." He just smiled. He started flicking, and we all yelled, "Stop, please, we'll all die." He flicked over and over, and I knew I had to stop him before it worked. "Please, my grandma was all I had. I didn't mean to make you suffer." And when I said that, I saw our teacher look at me, but he looked upset. We were all crying, and I saw him really looking at his son like he didn't know who he was. Flick, flick. Then finally, it caught a flame. He held it up, but I saw our teacher pick up the fire extinguisher from the wall. I knew there was no way that tiny thing would save us from the fire, but his son said, "This is for what you did, for putting me in prison with those diddlers. Say goodbye." But right before he dropped the lighter, our teacher raised the fire extinguisher, and in one moment, he slammed it down on his son's head hard. His son instantly fell over, and our teacher stood there panting. He was crying. "I'm so sorry. I failed all of you. My son was a monster." The police ran in and grabbed him, and he looked at me one more time with tears in his eyes as they took him out. In the middle of a test, the sprinklers started spraying. Everyone instantly screamed. After 8 years on death row, I was ready to die. They said I killed Rebecca. My fingerprints were on the knife. My blood was at the scene. I told them I didn't do it, but nobody believed me. I spent years fighting, filed every appeal, exposed every contradiction in the evidence. None of it mattered. My lawyer stopped returning my calls. My appeals were exhausted. My family stopped visiting 2 years ago. Even my own mother thought I did it. The only person who ever believed me was my grandmother, and she passed away 5 years ago. So when they asked what I wanted for my last meal, I thought of her. Her meatloaf, the one she made me every birthday. I wrote out her recipe from memory, every measurement and technique precise. An hour later, the prison chef showed up at my cell holding my form. "What is this?" "Meatloaf. This is a novel, not a recipe. Ground beef 60%, ground pork 40, breadcrumbs soaked in whole milk for exactly 10 minutes. Yellow onion, not white, sautéed in butter until translucent. Fresh thyme, not dried. Worcestershire, 2 tablespoons, no substitutes. And this glaze with brown sugar and apple cider vinegar, brushed on at 340 degrees.
But my mic was not working. Why did none of you tell me my mic wasn't working? Bro, it was unplugged. Why didn't none of you guys tell me my mic wasn't working? Huh? Tell me. Tell me now. Well, my mic was not working. Why did none of you tell me my mic wasn't working? Well, it was unplugged. Why didn't none of you guys tell me my mic wasn't working? Huh? Tell me. Tell me now. Well, my mic was not working.
20 minutes before
Tell me my mic wasn't working. Alrighty.
done. He looked at me through the bars. Why so specific? It's how my grandmother made it. She's gone now. If I'm going to die Friday, I want to taste her cooking one last time. He was quiet for a moment. Some of these ingredients we don't stock. Fresh thyme, whole milk, real butter. I'll have to special order them. I have 48 hours. He sighed. I'll make it exactly how you wrote it. Thursday morning, the ingredients arrived and the chef started cooking. I could smell it from my cell an hour later. Onions sauteing in butter. Grandma's kitchen. Saturday mornings, her humming while she cooked. I sat on my bunk and cried for the first time in 8 years. Thursday afternoon, the chef ran into problems. The oven temperature wouldn't hold steady. He had to recalibrate, start over on the glaze twice. It has to be perfect, he told the warden. It's his last meal. Thursday night, I couldn't sleep. Not from fear, from the smell. The meatloaf baking through the night while I sat alone with memories of the only person who believed I was innocent. Friday, execution day. 10 a.m. and no meal yet. Noon and the chef said the glaze wasn't right. 2 p.m. a guard brought regular prison lunch because the meatloaf still wasn't ready. 4 p.m. 2 hours left. The smell was overwhelming. Guards kept walking past the kitchen just to breathe it in. 5 p.m. the warden came to my cell. Your meal isn't ready. We're delaying the execution 2 hours. 6 p.m. came and went. The original execution time. I was still alive, waiting for meatloaf. 7:30. The chef finally appeared with a covered plate. He looked exhausted. He uncovered it, and the meatloaf looked exactly like my grandmother's. I ate slowly, savored every bite. Perfect. I finished the last bite at 7:51. 9 minutes left. The guard opened my cell. Time to go, Preston. They walked me down the hallway past other cells.
What up, Vsauce? What up, Vsauce?
Inmates were silent. They always were during execution walks. We reached the preparation room. The chaplain asked if I wanted to pray. I said no. 7:55, 5 minutes. They started walking me toward the chamber. That's when the warden's phone rang. He answered and his face changed. Stop. Everyone stop moving. What's happening? Rebecca's ex-boyfriend just confessed to her murder. You're innocent. My legs gave out. A guard caught me. The chef appeared in the hallway out of breath. He slid down the wall and sat next to me. If that meatloaf had been ready on time, you'd already be gone. I just sat there, still alive. Because my grandmother's recipe was too complicated to rush. She saved my life. She always did. After 8 years on death row.
Dang, well, that's actually a W short. That's a W short. Yeah, how's your guys' day going so far? Answer in the chat. Answer in the poll.
I was ready to die. They said I killed Rebecca. My fingerprints were... I handed my son a ball of garbage on his 9th birthday. I couldn't afford a football, but I spent all night making this for you. He started dribbling it around our poor African village. I love it, Baba. One day I'll be a famous footballer in the World Cup, and I'm going to be so rich I'll buy you whatever you want. I didn't know what to say because I didn't think that could ever come true. But a week later, a volunteer from a charity truck dropped off food and clothes, and he stopped to watch my son juggle that garbage ball 50 times without a drop. Where did he learn that? He asked. I told him he taught himself, and he laughed and yelled, if he keeps that up, I'll see him at the World Cup. My boy's whole face lit up with a smile. It's meant to be, Baba. I'm meant to be a football star. The volunteer climbed into the supply truck and came back out with real football shoes and a real football. For the next 2 years, he'd kick the football while every kid in the neighborhood watched and cheered. But everything changed when a football academy was running trials in the city. I sold our goat for 2 bus tickets there. My son lined up beside boys in clean kits, the garbage ball still in his bag, and I was sure they'd send him home. But they kept him. And for 5 years, all I heard from him were postcards. Until one night, my phone lit up in the dark, and he could barely speak. Baba, I made the national team, and we're going to the World Cup. And 3 weeks later, I sat in a stadium of 80,000 strangers, with the cracked badge of our village on my chest. The teams walked out under the lights, and I found my son in the line, the flag on his chest. Before the whistle, he jogged to the sideline and pulled a ball of garbage out of his kit bag. He dropped it onto his foot and juggled it, once, twice, in front of the whole world. The boy who promised to buy me whatever I wanted pressed that ball of garbage to his chest, pointed it up at me, and I came apart in a stadium full of strangers. I handed my son...
Well, this story actually makes me happy, bro. Makes me feel, yeah, in an hour we will stream, but tomorrow I'm gonna probably stream for like 30 minutes, alright?
son a ball of garbage on his 9th birthday. I couldn't afford a football, but I spent all night making this for you. He started dribbling it around our poor African village. I love
I'm back. I was just talking to my friend.
Love it, Baba. One day I'll be a famous... I climbed into my bed with a grin, feeling my jeans press against the duvet covers. My dad came over and leaned against my door. I'm sorry I said no to you going to the party, son, but I know the kid's there. It's too dangerous. He walked back to his room, and I instantly got up from the covers. I laced up my Jordans and climbed out my window the second I heard snoring. I walked into that party and was immediately surrounded by college kids twice my size. I grabbed a red cup and filled it with juice to fit in, then pulled out my phone to take pictures so I could show everyone how cool I was. Then I heard yelling in the backyard. I walked over with loose legs to seem nonchalant and saw two people punching each other. I put my hands up and yelled, "Fight," like everyone else, but then a gunshot rang out, then another one. The music stopped and everyone started running. I got knocked to the floor and dozens of feet instantly stampeded me, stepping on my head, my fingers and my legs. My red cup spilled and ruined my Jordans as more gunshots echoed around me. I laid on the floor, afraid I was going to die, when I spotted a bathroom. I crawled into it and shut the door quietly as I could, but another gunshot sounded out just outside. I pulled out my phone with trembling hands. "Dad, I'm so sorry. I snuck out to the party. There's someone here shooting and I'm hiding in a bathroom. Please help." I instantly heard him running and grabbing his car keys. "I'm coming right now." He hung up and I pressed my knees to my chest, listening to the sound of reloading outside. Then headlights swung through the window. Dad was running barefoot into the house in his pajamas. I heard him scream my name, but then a gunshot cracked outside. Something dropped and my whole body locked up. I went to scream "Dad," but I caught myself. And suddenly, the handle started rattling. I curled up into a ball, arms over my head, thinking this was it. But then Dad opened the door. Blood dripped from the bullet wound in his arm, but he just pulled me to my feet. We walked past the attacker who was now laying on the floor, and when we got in the car, he peeled out, driving one-handed in total silence. The bullet stayed lodged in his injured arm. I looked at him not saying a word and just broke. "I'm sorry, Dad. I'm so sorry." But he just kept his eyes on the road. "It's okay, kid. You still called me, even when you knew I'd told you no. That means more to me than you could ever know." He pulled into my favorite diner. "I'll always come get you, no matter what." I climbed into my bed with a grin, feeling my jeans press against the duvet covers. My dad came over and leaned against my door. "I'm sorry I said no to you going to the party, son, but I know the kid's there. It's too dangerous." He walked back to his room, and I instantly got up from the covers. I laced up my Jordans and climbed out my window the second I heard snoring. I walked into that party and was immediately surrounded by college kids twice my size. I grabbed a red cup and filled it with juice to fit in, then pulled out my phone to take pictures so I could show everyone how cool I was. Then I heard yelling in the backyard. I walked over with loose legs to seem nonchalant and saw two people punching each other. I put my hands up and yelled "Fight" like everyone else, but then a gunshot rang out, then another one. The music stopped and everyone started running. I got knocked to the floor and dozens of feet instantly stampeded me, stepping on my head, my fingers and my legs. My red cup spilled and ruined my Jordans as more gunshots echoed around me. I laid on the floor, afraid I was going to die, when I spotted a bathroom. I crawled into it and shut the door quietly as I could, but another gunshot sounded out just outside. I pulled out my phone with trembling hands. "Dad, I'm so sorry. I snuck out to the party. There's someone here shooting and I'm hiding in a bathroom. Please help." I instantly heard him running and grabbing his car keys. "I'm coming right now." He hung up and I pressed my knees to my chest, listening to the sound of reloading outside. Then headlights swung through the window. Dad was running barefoot into the house in his pajamas. I heard him scream my name, but then a gunshot gunshot cracked outside. Something dropped, and my whole body locked up. I went to scream, "Dad," but I caught myself, and suddenly, the handle started rattling. I curled up into a ball, arms over my head, thinking this was it. But then Dad opened the door. Blood dripped from the bullet wound in his arm, but he just pulled me to my feet. We walked past the attacker, who was now laying on the floor, and when we got in the car, he peeled out, driving one-handed in total silence. The bullet stayed lodged in his injured arm. I looked at him, not saying a word, and just broke. "I'm sorry, Dad. I'm so sorry." But he just kept his eyes on the road. "It's okay, kid. You still called me, even when you knew I'd told you no. That means more to me than you could ever know." He pulled into my favorite diner. "I'll always come get you, no matter what." I climbed into my bed with a grin. I was sitting in class when my phone buzzed. "Look under your desk." Same text. The whole class bent down at the same time. Taped underneath each desk was an envelope with our name on it. I ripped mine open, and a Polaroid slid out. A blood splatter on white tile. I looked around. Everyone was holding something different. A lamp knocked over. A knife. Drag marks on carpet. 30 different photos. All pieces of something horrible. Our phones buzzed again. "Piece together the puzzle. You have 5 minutes." Everyone jumped up. We started comparing photos. Some had timestamps. We threw them on the floor in order. Blood. Struggle. Weapon. A body being dragged. A car trunk, dirt, a shovel. 3 minutes left. The photos weren't fitting right. Some inside a house, some outside. Then someone noticed the edges. They fit together like an actual puzzle. We started connecting them. Blood splatter to broken lamp, knife to drag marks. 30 photos becoming one massive crime scene. 1 minute left. Something was missing. One missing piece and the whole class fails. Everyone turns to the kid in the corner, arms crossed. "I'm not playing this sick game." The whole class turned on him. "Put it down." He didn't budge. 30 seconds, 20, then 10. He threw his photo down. The centerpiece, a child's bedroom, 2 bodies on the floor. The door swung open. Our teacher walked in clapping. "You just solved a 20-year-old cold case. When I was 8, someone left these photos in my mailbox. 1 each day. Pictures of my parents' murder scene." She pointed at the puzzle. "The killer left DNA on the film. 20 years later, I finally got a match." She looked at us. It was my uncle. I was sitting in class when my phone...
Huh? It was your... Aha. Nah. Nah, Sunny, nah. Yo, what up? Yo.
Hello.
Yo, I'm still alive. I was live. I was alive while I was sleeping, so I'm still alive.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm still reacting to his stories. Do you want to watch the stream, or do you want to be on the stream? Because you already are on the stream.
Okay, I'll hop on stream.
I'm ending streaming in like 30 minutes because I'm gonna hang because my friends are having a Dungeons and Dragons thing. D&D. Yeah, I've been live since 1. Yeah, me and Milk were live till 3, and then he went to bed, so I went to bed, and then I did a kind of some of a sleep stream, but not really, and then I woke up at like 9, and I've been live streaming for the past 2, and then after that, like 2 hours ago, and now I'm not. Yeah, I didn't end stream yet.
There's 2 kids who voted Roblox over Fortnite. Kind of weird how they can still play Roblox.
Yeah, but after that, yeah, I 1v1 to 1 viewer, and I lost because I kept falling off the map.
Phone buzzed. "Look under your desk." I was in the mall with my daughter when 3 teenagers in black hoodies started following.
Yo, Zane, turn on donations. What should I do? I'm still in the bathroom. I'm just so nervous I can't even go.
Well, I don't know what's going on. Good morning, chat. I'll start streaming a bit. Good morning. I came from your short. Hi. Hello, what game will you play? Can I play with you? I don't know how many views. Why do I have a crown? Oh, do a poll. I think Roblox. Why is the screen black? Can I play Roblox? Yeah, but at least, yeah, but yeah, can you comment? No, I'm just kidding.
Us. I'm a retired cop who used to bust gangs for a living.
Yeah, so I can make you as so I can put you as a moderator.
So I knew a threat when I saw one. I glanced back and saw the guy in front had a gun print showing through his hoodie. My daughter was
Hello, Linky.
I'm a retired cop.
I commented on the stream. Or chat. I chatted in the stream.
So I knew a threat
I put you as a managing moderator.
smiling at her phone while texting, completely oblivious to what was going on. My hand moved to my hip to feel for my own gun. My heart dropped. It wasn't there. We were defenseless. I needed to get my daughter Aaliyah to leave without telling her about the guy with the gun. Let's get back to the car. We can come back another day. She looked at me confused. No way, Dad. We just got here. Let me check this store real quick. I glanced behind us, and the teenagers were getting closer. I grabbed her arm. We're leaving. Now. She rolled her eyes. Fine, but I need to pee first. She ran into the bathroom, and the second the door closed, the guy with the gun print was standing right in front of me. He pulled the gun halfway out of his pocket. Walk away, old man. Leave the girl with us. Now, this is your only warning. His hand moved to his waistband, but I managed to lunge for his wrist before he could pull the gun all the way out. Aaliyah walked out of the bathroom and saw us. Ah! The other two teenagers froze when they saw me pin their friend to the wall. I grabbed the gun off the floor and pointed it at them. But as I held it, I realized the gun was lighter than usual. I turned the gun over and saw a tiny orange tip on the barrel. It was a toy. How old are you? His cheek was pressed against the wall. 16. I looked at Aaliyah, who was staring at me. Dad, I know him. That's my boyfriend. I was just texting him earlier. I let go of him, and he wouldn't look at me. When I saw you with him, I thought she was cheating on me with you, so I wanted to scare you with a toy gun. I held up the toy gun. Aaliyah, after you two break up, make sure your next boyfriend isn't a little bitch. I was in the mall.
I know I'm gonna get mad.
I let go of him, and he wouldn't look at me. When I saw you with him, I thought she was cheating on me with you, so I wanted to scare you with a toy gun. I held up the toy gun. Aaliyah, after you break up, make sure your next boyfriend isn't a little bitch. I was in the mall.
Get banned.
Yo, what up?
I was stopped at a red light when headlights
Oh, guys, I think you stopped at a red light.
flashed across my mirror and everything went sideways. The airbag slammed
Guys, I think everything went sideways for him.
my head back, and guacamole from my DoorDash order flew everywhere. I couldn't hear anything except ringing. I crawled out through the passenger side. Red light when headlight.
And no, bye-bye. I'm not sponsored by this. No,
I knocked out the smallest, weakest kid in school. While I was bench pressing, he cracked my ribs with a 5-pound dumbbell and smiled. That was Chester. He was 4'11", 85 pounds, and was the worst bully I ever met. His
Weaving is sussy ball.
Huh?
You timed out someone named Sussy Ball for 300 seconds.
Yeah, he's that 6'7" tick.
two brothers were 6'6", 300 pounds of pure muscle. Nobody touched Chester because they were terrified of his big brothers. I told the teacher, but he never believed that Chester had the strength.
What?
Tick. No, it's not tiki tiki. It's 6'7" tick tick.
Yeah, that's why I timed him out.
Nobody touched Chester because they were terrified of him.
Bro, Chester looks like the blueberry girl, the girl that ate that candy and then became that blueberry.
The gum and Willy Wonka and Charlie, I believe Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Yeah. Okay. Was it Charlie or Willy Wonka?
It was Charlie.
Huh.
strength to actually hurt anyone. I walked around with 2 cracked ribs for 3 months and couldn't laugh without wincing. A week later, my history teacher stepped out. Chester whispered into my ear, "Have you ever felt a tiger's claw?" Then he stabbed a pencil an inch deep into my back. I bled out onto the floor and everyone gasped. I needed 7 stitches. My teacher asked the class if anyone saw it. Every single student looked away. Chester smiled again. He was loving this power. PE baseball. Chester slammed a metal bat across my knee. I limped for a month. I still feel it when it rains. I didn't tell my mom. I didn't tell anyone. I knew I had to handle this myself. So I started kickboxing. 5 days a week for 6 months straight. I sparred with semi-pros. Got beaten up badly at first. Then slowly started landing shots and earned their respect. I stored every one of Chester's hits in the back of my mind. I had a college scholarship and couldn't afford to risk losing it. So I waited for the last day of school. I walked up to him and said, "Hey Chester, have you ever felt a tiger's claw?" He looked confused. Before he could say a word, I threw everything. Punches, kicks, elbows, and laid him out on the concrete. Unconscious, bleeding out of his smug face. A crowd gathered and went completely silent. Then his 2 brothers pushed through the crowd and got in my face. "Try that shit on us. Go ahead, try it." I looked up at both of them and said, "You might kill me, but I'll take one of you with me to the grave. I swear it." They went quiet, glanced at each other, then walked away. For as big as they were, they had never actually been tested. Chester had 17 broken bones and ate through a straw for 4 months. No charges were pressed because even his own parents knew he had it coming. When I think about that day, I still get the warm and fuzzies. I knocked out the smallest, weakest kid in school while I was bench pressing. I was watching the New Year's fireworks exploding while my dog sat calmly beside me. Gringo did 2 years in Iraq with me and wasn't scared of loud noises, but then a lit firework came flying straight at us. I scrambled to get Gringo, but I wasn't fast enough. The firework went off near his leg, and Gringo immediately yelped. When I looked over, a punk teenager was staring at us and smirking from the pavement. Maybe now that dog will finally start being scared of my fireworks. I balled my fist as I wanted to lay him out, but I couldn't hit a teenager. I drove Gringo to the hospital as he sat silently shaking in my car, quiet despite the terrible pain. The vet told me they'd have to amputate his leg. Gringo rolled home with me in a dog wheelchair for his back legs. The teenager stood right there with more fireworks in hand. Every day for the next 2 weeks, he set them off when me and Gringo walked outside. I gripped my head in horror because Gringo had started shaking and being afraid, something 2 years in Iraq never even did to him. I watched the punk bring a box of fireworks into his shed and knew I had to act. I called Hughes, the bomb diffuser I served with, and that night we were in the shed rigging his fireworks. We walked to his door and saw him through the window throwing darts at a board full of pictures of dogs. We rang, and he opened. "Are you here to beg me to stop with the fireworks? Your dog can't take much more." He laughed, but then Hughes held up a Soul firework. He stuck it to the punk's hand before he could reply, and I held up a detonator. "Now walk with us, or your hand goes boom." His face instantly went pale. "You're lying." But me and Hughes dragged him out to his backyard. Gringo was right there, watching. "Now we're gonna take your hand the way you took his foot." His legs began trembling, and he dropped to his knees, and I pressed the detonator. It beeped once, and I laughed. "Now I'll give you a 3-second countdown to prepare before it blows for real." I held my finger inches from the button. 3, he cried. "No, please. I'll do anything." 2, "Please stop." 1, P was running down his leg as Gringo wagged his tail. 0, I pressed the button. The punk closed his eyes and pressed his hand into the dirt, but nothing happened. "What's going on?" he said through tears. Me and Hughes got in his face. "I wanted you to feel the fear my dog felt, but because I'm nice, I won't actually take one of your limbs, even if you deserve it. But if I see you light another firework, then I will. You got it?" He shook his head like a bobblehead, pale and shaking, with snot running down his nose. I unstrapped the firework and sent him home with his delinquency problem resolved. I was watching the New Year's fireworks My neighbor kept destroying our snowmen, so I made sure the next one fought back. We'd spent the whole day building an 8-foot snowman, and it was just getting dark when I saw the headlights turn onto our street. The truck plowed straight through it, and snow exploded everywhere. My youngest was standing next to me and started crying. I didn't know how to tell him that some people were just mean, so I pointed at the scattered snow. "You know what though? Did you see how far the head flew? That was actually kind of cool." My youngest wiped his eyes and nodded. "It went really far." I smiled. "Next time let's build it right by the street and watch it happen." The next Saturday we built another one right by the street, and my boys pressed their faces against the window at night watching for the truck. When it came roaring down and demolished the snowman, they jumped up and down. "The head went so far, Dad." We did this for 3 years. Build, watch, rebuild. Then my youngest stopped running. He couldn't get out of bed some mornings. The doctors gave us a number of weeks, and my son made me promise we'd build one more. So I pushed his wheelchair down and demolished the snowman. They dropped down. The head went so far, Dad. chair outside, and he sat there wrapped in blankets pointing where to pack the snow. His brothers rolled the middle section while I lifted it into place. It took us all day. When we finished, I hammered stakes into the ground around it and tied rope. I wrote, "Please don't hit this one," on cardboard and hung it on the rope. 3 days later, he died. I knew they'd come for the snowman eventually, so I walked across the street and knocked on my neighbor's door. My hand was shaking. The father opened the door and I looked him in the eye. "My son just died. That snowman is the last memory I have of him. Please leave this one alone." He looked at me for maybe half a second, then shrugged. "That's rough and all, but it's just a snowman." I heard his son laugh from inside. The door slammed in my face. 2 days after we buried my son, I was lying in bed when I heard the engine. I ran to the window and watched headlights turn onto our street. The truck accelerated straight toward the snowman, hit dead center, and snow exploded into the air. The father was hanging out the passenger window cheering, and that's when I knew he had to pay. I went upstairs and shook my boys awake. "Get dressed. We're rebuilding it." We worked through the night rolling snowballs under the streetlights. My older sons didn't say anything, just kept packing snow. I built this one directly around the fire hydrant at the edge of my property, carefully positioning each layer around the metal. After they went to bed, I dragged the hose out and soaked it. I did this for 3 straight nights, watering and letting it freeze until the snow was solid ice. Then I sat by the window every night watching the street. My boys would come downstairs asking if tonight was the night. A week passed. Then I heard it. That engine. I grabbed my phone and started recording. The truck came flying down the street and slammed into my snowman at full speed. The sound was like a car crash, metal crunching. The truck's entire front end crumpled. The impact ripped the hydrant off its base and water shot 30 feet straight up into the air. The truck spun and water shot everywhere, flooding the street as the father kicked open his door and crawled out. When he turned to look at my house, my boys and I were standing in the window. We all raised our middle fingers at the same time and went to bed smiling. My neighbor kept destroying its base and water shot 30 feet straight up into the air. The truck spun and water shot everywhere, flooding the street as the father kicked open his door and crawled out. When he turned to look at my house, my boys and I were standing in the window. We all raised our bed smiling. My neighbor kept destroying. A woman in Target told me to take off my hoodie and give it to her.
What? Not gonna lie, he deserved that. He deserved to be punished.
He deserves to be punished to the Shadow Realm.
Target told me to Son, I was in the checkout line wearing my Minecraft hoodie when a kid ran over and said, "Mom, that's Minecraft, I want it."
The game.
Chad kicked Karen from the game.
Walked over, looked me up and down, and said, "Give it to my son." I told her no, and that my little brother gave it to me before he passed away. She didn't even blink. "I don't care. You're a grown man wearing a kid's video game. Give it to my son. He'd actually appreciate it." I almost laughed. "I'm not giving you my hoodie."
I think
She
I've
didn't
watched this, but not as like an animation, as like a Reddit story time.
Yeah, Sam.
move. Just hand it over, and I'll pay you $10 for it. I just told you my brother gave me this before he died. It's not for sale. She rolled her eyes. $20, final offer. I said no, and tried to step around her, but she grabbed the bottom of my hoodie and pulled. I yanked it back and held it against my chest. "Don't touch me." Everyone in line went quiet. She turned around and screamed for the manager. "This man has been bothering my son since we got in line. He keeps showing off his shirt trying to get my kid's attention. I want him removed." Her son was standing right there looking confused. The manager walked over, and before I could say a word, she pointed at me. "He's harassing my child. Check the cameras if you don't believe me." So he did. The manager came back with a security guard and walked right past me and stopped in front of her. "Ma'am, the camera shows you approaching this customer, grabbing his clothing, and causing a disturbance. He never touched or spoke to your child." She didn't say anything. "We're going to need you to leave the store." She started yelling that the footage was wrong and that I started it, but the security guard was already walking her toward the door. She tripped over the curb on the way out and ate concrete. Her son looked down at her and said, "Mom, I didn't ask you to do all that." The cashier rang up my grocery.
But I think someone's having a bad day. Because his day going so far just went down to 82.
Looked at my hoodie and said, "Cool shirt, by the way." I
Hope whoever has having a bad day, hope that goes up, man. And that goes up.
looked down at the little creeper face on the sleeve, and for a second, I could hear my brother laughing at the whole thing. "Thanks," I said. "It's my favorite." A woman in Target told me to take off my hoodie and give it to her. I woke up at a sleepover and realized I had 2 hours to save my entire reputation before anyone else woke up. I reached down and touched the fabric and realized I had wet the bed. I lay there completely still, listening to 4 other guys breathing around me in the dark. It was 5 a.m. If anyone woke up before I fixed this, I would have to switch schools. My backpack was next to the couch. I got to it on my hands and knees, moving so slow my arms started shaking, and unzipped it 1 inch at a time. I pulled out my backup pajamas, and then Brandon sat straight up, not rolled over, sat up. I froze with the backpack pressed to my chest. He swung his legs off the couch, stood up, and walked right past me. His foot landed maybe 4 inches from my hand. I didn't breathe. He kept walking, opened the bathroom door, and I heard him.
My day's good. How about yours, man? How about yours?
Straight up, not rolled over, sat up. I froze with the backpack pressed to my chest. Legs off the couch, stood up, and walked right past me. His foot landed maybe 4 inches from my hand. I didn't breathe. He kept walking, opened the bathroom door, and I heard him.
That's a big kid.
Pee for what felt like a year. I finally heard.
Kind of looks like the Riddler. That kid kind of looks like the Riddler.
No, but he looks like me.
His footsteps coming back. I stared at the carpet and prayed he wouldn't look down. He didn't. He flopped back onto the couch, and within 30 seconds he was snoring again. I sat there shaking for a full minute before I could move. I tiptoed to the bathroom, changed into my backup pajamas, and stuffed the wet clothes into a plastic.
Cut. I believe the same height.
He does look like the Whistler.
Holy cow, he looks like 2 feet tall.
A grocery bag from under the sink. Back in the living room,
Oh, yeah.
I grabbed the sleeping bag from the
I used to wet my bed like years ago. And what I did, instead of just like admitting I wet the bed, what I would do is I would change out of my clothes, change my underwear, then I would toss it behind my chair.
I know what I would do. Well, we're watching his story. What do you mean? Oh, we're talking about like you wetting the bed. But we
Discord. You unpause the video.
bottom and started dragging it toward the hallway. It made a soft shushing sound across the carpet, and I stopped every 2
How
seconds.
stinky was your room?
What?
Noodle? Meow Meow said, how stinky was your room?
I know, but like, what do you mean?
Yeah, but...
Like, my room isn't stinky.
No, he said how... No, they said, how stinky was your room?
I know, but... I know, but like...
Certain someone had heard. Halfway across the room, Josh's phone lit up right next to his head, making his whole face blue. I froze again. He muttered something, rolled over, and the screen went dark. I waited a full minute before I moved another inch. I got the sleeping bag into the laundry room, stuffed it into the machine with the grocery bag of wet clothes, and turned the dial as slow as I could. The click sounded like a door slamming. I turned it one more notch, and the machine started filling with water, and I exhaled for what felt like the first time in an hour. Then the hallway light came on. Josh's mom was standing at the other end of the hall in a robe, arms crossed, looking right at me. I opened my mouth. I spilled milk on my sleeping bag and didn't want it to sit overnight and smell. She didn't say anything for a long second. She just looked at me. Then she walked past me into the laundry room, opened the cabinet above the machine, pulled down a bottle of detergent I hadn't seen, and set it on top of the dryer. Use this one, she said. It works better on accidents. Then she pointed at a closet behind me and said there was an extra blanket in there, turned off the light, and went back to her room. I poured the detergent in. I got the blanket, went back to the living room, and laid down. Brandon was on his back snoring. Josh hadn't moved. Only one person knew, and she wasn't going to say a word. I woke up at a sleepover.
Also, I got new carpet.
From what I heard, he put piss stains behind the chair.
They were never stinky.
I flipped the water bottle and watched it land, and the whole class went berserk.
But
Our teacher had said if I got
also,
it 10
I didn't
times.
really hide the clothes behind my chair for too long. I hid it behind my chair. I hid my clothes behind the chair for for a minute or two before I get. What? I hid my clothes behind the chair.
Times in a row, there'd be no homework for midterm, and I only needed one more flip.
Until I got
Everyone gathered
dressed.
round, and I took a deep breath, swinging it precisely. It came off my hand perfectly and started rotating through the air as planned. I smiled because I was about to go down
And
as
then I
class
put it in
legend,
the
but then I
laundry
saw a hand
basket
fly
and
through the
moved
air,
on.
and right as my bottle was about to land, the hand slapped it off course. The bottle flew into the wall and fell. I looked over to see who hit it and saw the teacher grinning ear to ear. Nobody cheats my class. We started protesting, but he shouted to sit down, and whoever doesn't sit in the next 5 seconds will get double the homework. He then went handing out the 5,000-word essay due in 7 days with a smile. Format your references as I asked, or you fail automatically. He sat at his desk and started flipping his own bottle to mock us. But that's when a kid from the back started laughing. The teacher leaned forward. What are you
5
laughing
years
at?
ago,
But the kid
maybe
just kept
6.
laughing and pointing behind him.
I
The
don't
teacher started
pee my
storming
bed.
over, red in the face. What are you laughing at? But then suddenly he stopped and his face changed.
Yo guys, will you try to code style side by side or anything? Yo, it's your boy. It's your boy.
Changed color. The bottle I'd flipped was standing. Turns out when he'd hit it, it bounced off the wall straight on and fell down landing perfectly upright. I'd officially flipped it 10 times in a row, and he had no choice but to take the essays off our desks. His jaw was clenched the whole time. I flipped the water bottle and watched
Number
it.
1 in the stream.
Oh yeah, you are.
I'm the king of the stream.
That's so bad. Linky.
His jaw was clenched the whole time. I flipped the water bottle and watched it. I got banned from an all-you-can-eat buffet, so I made sure the owner never forgot my face. I spent the whole day before starving myself on purpose. So when I walked into that buffet, I loaded my first plate so high, the server stopped and watched me carry it to my table. I could see the steam rising off the ribs as I sat down. I took my first bite and savored every second of it. That was just the start. Second plate, I went back for lasagna, mashed
I gotta
potatoes, and a
watch
pile
this
of
video of this big back.
Boy,
Fat guy eating a ton at this all-you-eat buffet, then they kick him out, and then he causes havoc.
Yo, that's legit me.
garlic bread. By my third plate, the servers started slowing down every time they walked past my table. One of them stopped and just stared at me
So
like
what
I
you're
was eating her
saying
groceries.
is you'd stack your plate up to your head, then you'd eat that all.
Yes, I'm a mega big back.
By my fifth plate, I caught a tiny Asian man peeking out at me from behind the soda machine every few seconds. Plate 7. I stacked another round of ribs on my tray like building blocks and grabbed a handful of brownies from the kids section. That was it for him. He marched out from behind the machine with 2 workers behind him. Stop! Stop eating! You here since 4 o'clock. My cooks are crying. I pointed at the sign on the wall. It says all you can eat. He told me to get out. I stood up, walked right past him, and started making plate 8. He pulled out his phone and called the cops. I sat back down and kept eating. I was mid-bite with sauce dripping down my chin when 2 officers walked through the front door. Every head in the restaurant turned. The officers looked confused. What exactly did he do? The manager threw his hands in the air. This man eats 7 plate. 7! I call you 10 minutes ago, and he go back for more. One of the officers took off his hat and rubbed his whole face with his hand. Sir, could you just go, please? They walked me out. I still had food on my plate. The manager followed us to the door. You banned. Forever. I put your picture on the wall so nobody forget you face. So I got revenge. The next week I sat down at my kitchen table and designed a flyer. Free lobster tail night. First 100 guests eat free. I printed 200 copies and spent a whole afternoon sliding them under.
Wouldn't it be terrifying walking by him? Because, like, he, not only would he tower over you, If he accidentally sits on you, you're cooked.
Yeah.
My daughter was 10 months.
No, let's finish this.
I got banned from an all-you-can-eat buffet, down, and kept eating. I was mid-bite. Did he do? Food on my plate. The manager followed us to the door. You banned. Forever. I put your pictures eat free. I printed 200 copies and spent a whole afternoon sliding them under windshields all over town. That Friday night, I bought a box of ribs from the place across the street and sat on the hood of my car in his parking lot. By 6, the lot was full. By 7, people were lined up out the door waving flyers in the air demanding their free lobster. The manager came outside sweating through his shirt. I don't have lobster. This a buffet. What I look like Gordon Ramsay. A woman in the front started banging on the window. A man in the back yelled they weren't leaving until they got their lobster. Someone picked up a pile of dog poop off the ground and launched it right at his face. The manager was spinning in circles, screaming, and that's when he saw me. I held up a rib and took a bite. Delicious. I got banned from an all you... My daughter was 10 months old when she said her first words, but... leaving until they got their lobster. Someone picked up a pile of dog poop off the ground and...
Oh, holy ape!
I got banned from an all you... My daughter was old when she said her first... But...
Holy ape! Why when I talk is it delayed?
Oh, because I don't know how to turn off the delay.
But instead of Mama or Dada, she said, Mike. My name was Ben, and I didn't even know a Mike, so I cautiously asked my wife if she knew anyone named Mike. She shook her head. I don't, but babies are weird. Don't think about it. But 2 days later, my daughter was in the kitchen, and I was preparing her food when I heard Mike again. I dropped the spoon of mashed apples, because where could she have learned Mike? My wife kept assuring me it was fine, but the sinking feeling in my gut wouldn't leave. That night, I went through my wife's social media, but there was nobody named Mike. I even looked up her family tree and saw no Mike. I figured maybe I was just stressed and overreacting, but then my daughter began saying Mike more often. She'd say Mike at breakfast and during bath time, even pointing at me while doing it, and never said anything else. I was losing my mind and decided to drive to my wife's work. I asked the receptionist, "Is there a Mike who works here?" "Yeah, he's in accounting." "Why?" "Oh, no reason." I walked out with a terrible feeling in my stomach. I drove home with my hands shaking on the steering wheel and ordered a small security camera online. I felt like one of those crazy people you see in stories online. But then my daughter pointed at me and said Mike one more time. I installed the camera while my wife wasn't looking and connected it to my phone. The next day I left for work, and during lunch my phone buzzed rapidly. I opened the security camera app, and there I saw it. My wife coming home with our daughter in her hands, and behind her a man I'd never seen. Our daughter was pointing at him and repeating Mike over and over. My stomach sank as I realized my wife was having an affair with her coworker. My 10-month-old daughter was the one who'd exposed her. My daughter was 10 months old when she said her first words, but instead of Mama or Dada, my teacher stormed into class and yelled, "Who here watches anime?" 10 of us raised our hands, and she pointed to the door, telling us to go outside. She led us through the hallways in silence to the principal's office, where a police officer was waiting with a notepad. We sat down, and the teacher stood at the front with her arms crossed. "Who has seen Dragon Ball Z?" 9 hands went up, and she pointed at the kid with his hand down. Back to class. She walked over to the principal's computer and pulled up an image. 5 characters from Naruto. Name them right now. 2 kids just stared at the screen, and she pointed them to the door. Then she held up a quote and handed out blank slips angrily, telling us to write down what anime it was from. I wrote one piece, but 2 kids handed theirs back empty and left. Me and my friend John were among the 5 left. John was shaking, and I didn't know why, but I saw the police officer note it. The teacher slammed a blank paper in front of everyone with instructions on the board. Finally, draw a face in manga style. 3 of the kids' pencils never moved. The teacher looked at me and John. "You 2 draw manga, yes?" We nodded, and she said, "Good. Go grab your manga art and bring it back here. The rest of you are free to go." We walked out, and I kept wondering what the hell this was about. We came back with our sketchbooks, but this time the teacher's daughter was here too, and she was crying. She was John's crush in our class, but she hadn't raised her hand earlier, so what was she doing here? Just as I was about to ask, the teacher took our drawing.
I mean, if you want to, Noodle. If you want to.
And I kept wondering what the hell this was about. We came back with
You
our
can if you want to. I'm not forcing you.
Noodle, subscribe right now.
Brody.
Killer delayed.
What? Yo, you've been pugged.
She handed both sketchbooks to her daughter, who started flipping through. She stopped on one of John's pages and pointed at it. That's the one. She wiped her tears and walked out. The officer stood and walked to John, grabbing his hands and cuffing them behind his back. "You have the right to remain silent." John had a guilty expression as they led him out the door. I stood there confused and shocked. What just happened? The teacher started crying, and the principal spoke for her. "Remember Secret Santa last week?" he asked me. Someone gave her daughter a hand-drawn manga, multiple pages. The teacher spoke through tears. That manga was lowly content. My underage daughter was drawn in explicit scenarios with characters from Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, and One Piece. My teacher stormed into
Yo, I'll be right back. My big bag is gonna get some food.
Gave her daughter a hand-drawn manga, multiple pages. The teacher spoke through tears. That manga was lowly content. My underage daughter was drawn in explicit scenarios with characters from Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, and One Piece. My teacher stormed into
125. LMAO. Watch me myself all over. LMAO. Tick, tick, tick. 6, 7, tick, tick, tick. What? Tick, tick. 6, 7, tick, tick.
I'm gonna call the other group chat. Alright. Alright.
Fine, I thought it wasn't, but
Yo,
I thought
Zane, I'm still alive. Zane, I'm still
Oh,
alive.
I know,
I've
but
been
that
live all night.
dog. I was asleep.
But alright,
Well,
I'm reacting to his story on the live again.
well.
Hey, Linky.
Hey, Linky.
Boa.
Yo, Linky, guess what? Owen was live streaming for 24 hours. Is that right, Owen?
10 hours.
class.
Yeah,
Who
I
here
saw-
watches
I
anime?
saw
10 of
that.
us
It's
raised our
insane.
hands, and she pointed
Right now,
I was sleeping
oh,
most of it.
Owen,
to the
tell
door.
Lanky where am I living now?
Florida.
Tell him.
He's in Florida.
Well, I'm not kidding, but this is your first time to see my face.
Yo, 237, let's go!
Look.
Bro, I really want to
Yeah,
hit
I want-
300 by the end of the month. So, no,
Alright,
fair.
look, I'm not kidding. It's middle
Thank you,
of the. It sucks to use one arm.
But I have to
And
use one arm. I thought you had
well,
Is
I
your-
have one
is
to
your
hold
other
my.
arm still broken?
No, it's not. I don't need my brace anymore. I just need that. And hi, everybody in the stream.
Yo, Zane, say hello to Noodle Meow Meow.
So yeah, I did subscribe on my Android phone. Don't believe me? It's a TCS.
Huh? Bro, did Zane dip or something? Boy, just got flashbangs on my monitor screen. Oh, the door is about to open. Yeah, hold up, chat. I'm trying to get back on the call my phones.
Telling us to go outside. She led us through the hallways in silence to the principal's office, where a police officer was waiting with a notepad. We sat down, and the teacher stood at the front with. My grandfather hunted every weekend for 40 years and never came home with a single bird. The night after his funeral, the lawyer read out his will at the lodge while we passed plates of stew around the table. Whoever bagged a pheasant on Grandpa's land by sundown tomorrow inherited $8 million. 6 of my siblings stopped chewing. My eldest brother looked across the table at me and laughed. "You can sit this one out, sniper boy. Save
Hey,
the army stuff
Lord.
for somebody else's $8 million." I clicked the bolt
Let
back
me
into
guess,
my rifle
breakfast?
without looking up.
Oh no.
Whoever bagged a pheasant on
No,
Well,
I'm gonna eat some hash browns after this one.
From where exactly? Because there are.
I had
Go
some,
ahead.
I had some garlic bread while streaming, and then after live, after I
Yeah,
end
nice.
live, I'm gonna have some hash browns.
Oh, and guess how many days until me and Wyatt goes to Orlando? No, not Orlando. You know the place. I'm not telling Anki. It's a surprise on the day on the 20th, right?
Also,
Oh wait.
Fortnite chapter?
Guess how many days until me and Wyatt goes to Orlando? No, not Orlando.
Six.
Yeah,
I'm
wait.
not
Like it's from Monday. I'm just giving you that hint.
I did not mean to say that number 3 times.
It's alright. Wait, did you just say?
I'm Christian. Yes, I said.
No, you didn't. You didn't.
By accident, bro.
Don't take the devil's number, okay?
Please forgive me.
If you are in the
Please
basement,
forgive me.
My ditty.
Anki, what? Wait, Anki, you have a Spotify account?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna probably follow you. You will just see that. Oh wow. Okay.
Dawn,
I just
the 8 of us
followed
spread
you
out
if
into
you gotta
Grandpa's
know
woods.
for
I had a clean
location,
line
okay,
on a pheasant
Anki?
within 10 minutes. I let it walk. My eldest brother
What is
fired 3
this?
rounds at what he was sure was a duck and turned out to be a low branch. He spent the next 20
Camel
minutes
of
searching the brush for the
ghost?
body. My sister waded
This
into
is
a
a-
creek up to her hip and screamed about her boots. 2 of my brothers crossed paths in a clearing, and one of them dove behind a stump yelling, "Friendly, friendly," while the other tried to figure out if his safety was on. The TikTok one tried to film a slow-motion running shot, tripped over a root, and sent his shotgun 10 feet into a bush. I kept walking. I wasn't tracking pheasants. I was looking for something else. 3 hours in, I found it. Grandpa's old hunting
I'm gonna
hideout,
watch
still
the
standing in the
stream
trees
so I
right
could
where we left it. He'd built it the year I
see
turned
it
10,
on
and
my
we sat in it together every November after that. The warped board he'd carved my initials into was still there. Tucked into the brush behind it was a pheasant nest with 3 eggs. Same one as when I was a kid. I sat down on the bench and waited. The mother pheasant came back within 20 minutes and walked right past my boot. I didn't didn't
I
raise the rifle. I
mispressed the
picked something up
button
off the
because I
floor
was
and put it
trying
in
to
my
swipe
pocket. By 4, the
the-
others were back at the lodge with empty bags. I walked up last. The lawyer asked if anyone had bagged a pheasant. Nobody answered. I opened my hand. 1 feather. Grandpa's blind. The pheasant behind it has been nesting there since I was 8. He never shot it. 40 years, he never shot anything. The lawyer reached into his coat and pulled out a second envelope. Your
Aw.
grandfather wasn't testing for the
Cute.
best shot. He was testing for the one of you who'd remember he was never a hunter. My grandfather hunted every weekend for 1 feather.
I was about to say this.
It's the other.
Birds are so hard to hunt. That's why I hunt deer.
The lawyer reached
True.
pulled out a second envelope.
But when
venison tastes better than me to me. Venison tastes
but
better.
if it's baby birds, it would be brutal. Chat.
No,
But did anybody miss me? That's my question in the stream. Did anybody miss me?
Yo, did anybody miss? Yo, what's my favorite song? Problematic by Boy Thilk.
Well, many
What makes you
people are.
problematic? I'm so automatic.
What is your favorite?
Panic,
Oh,
panic.
no one just said it, didn't you? Yeah. Are you hunting a good day so far? Oh, and you should have said, "Did anybody have a good day?" And I think
Excuse me.
I just got on Reddit, and many people are saying we are gonna
took
have tales from stuff. Like rumors are saying, guys, of the new Fortnite season.
The new
Yeah.
Fortnite season's the 20th, but tomorrow.
I know, but listen,
Today.
it's saying it would add tails to the game now.
I heard they're taking out sprites.
No, I don't want the
But
sprites on.
but they're making a whole new game mode for them.
To get them?
Yeah, no, so they're not fully taking out sprites. They're just.
Oh, I know now. Oh, okay.
I'll pause the
No,
video.
Puff
Inky,
of my
are
inhaler,
you?
and the alarm exploded. The bathroom
Alright,
door
it
flew
doesn't
open,
matter.
and the vice principal
Get
snatched
him?
it out of my hand. Give me that vape,
Am
you
I
little
what?
criminal. That's not a vape,
Well,
it's my
I'm
inhaler. I
hearing,
have
like-
asthma, and I need it to breathe.
Wait,
Give it
am I
back.
just-
He pulled his hands back, dropped it
Wait.
into a plastic
Oh,
bag,
wait,
and
never
sealed
mind.
it.
It's
Please.
just
The
my YouTube.
nurse gave it to me. I can't breathe without it. He just ignored me. You can't even go 5 seconds without hitting a vape. What's wrong with your generation? He tucked the bag under his arm, grabbed mine, and pulled me into the hallway. I reached for the bag, but he yanked me forward. I grabbed his sleeve and tried to say, "I can't breathe," but nothing came out. He kept walking. My vision blurred. My knees hit the floor. Everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I was in the nurse's office with an oxygen mask on my face. I looked up and saw my mom holding my hand. Nurse Amy had her stethoscope on my chest and was whispering to my mom. He's lucky he made it. My mom stood up and slammed her fists against the door. That's when the vice principal walked in, holding the Ziploc bag with my inhaler, like it was evidence. Well, well, well. Looks like the little criminal has woken up. I can't believe you passed out because I didn't let you hit your vape. He looked at my mom and smiled. You failed as a parent. You should be aware that your kid is doing drugs. Shame on you. My mom didn't say anything. She just
guys?
raised her hand and slapped him. You prick. I'm gonna sue you and
I got some good news and bad news.
the little criminal has woken up. Can't believe now because I didn't let you hit your
The bad news is they are making a official Five Nights at Freddy's at the New Jersey Big Mall in 2027.
What's the good news?
The good news is we don't have to worry about it because it's 1 week away.
But do you know who we have to worry about? Nosy that Citra's making.
Yes,
Nosy.
Liam Hafton.
Nosy. The
Nosy.
robotic bunny who's literally based off of, I think, Springtrap. Or Bonnie.
It's based off of
until you're left
Walton,
living under
I
a
believe.
bridge. You can't tell the
It's
difference
based
between
off
an
a character
inhaler and a
from the
vape. He
Walton
almost died in your
files.
hallway. He folded
The
his
Epstein
arms. Our new alarm
files.
system.
Yo, stop
True.
saying the Epstein files, bro.
Well, I'm gonna watch my own YouTube and let me know, guys, if we should end the stream, alright?
I'm gonna end in like 10 minutes.
Alright. For the anniversary for Nintendo.
Whoa, Winky, stop saying the Steam files, bro.
Well, I'm gonna watch my own YouTube and let me know, guys, if we should end the stream, alright?
I'm gonna end the stream in like 10 minutes.
40th anniversary for Nintendo. Yeah, 40th anniversary.
Flagged it. Are you saying you're smarter than our technology? My mom walked us into his office and pointed at the bag on his desk. Nurse Amy stepped forward and held up her phone. This is the approval I signed 2 years ago. I told you about it when you were hired. He looked past her at the monitor. It detected.
Yo, Zane, can you mute your mic so they can go away?
Sure.
Saying you're smarter than our technology. Detected chemical compounds. That's what it's there for. I reached across the desk for the bag. He slid it toward himself. My mom pressed both hands flat on his desk. Pull up the sensor data, or I call the school board and they pull it up for you. He turned to the monitor and pulled up the sensor data. See? Right there. Chemical compounds. Exactly what the system is designed to catch. Nurse Amy walked up to the screen and leaned in. She stepped back. You confiscated albuterol sulfate. What is that? His rescue inhaler. The one I approved him to carry 2 years ago. The one that was keeping him alive. My mom grabbed the mouse and scrolled through the detection history. 17 alerts since the system was installed. All the same compound, same time, same bathroom, and not once did anyone check. My mom snatched the plastic bag off his desk, opened it, and handed me my inhaler. She looked him in the eye. You trusted a machine over a child who couldn't breathe. I took a puff of my inhaler and told him this mango berry vape is amazing. I took one puff of my inhaler and the alarm exploded. The bathroom door flew open and the vice principal snatched it out of my hand. We were in the middle of a test when I caught a student whispering and pointing into his backpack. But just as I was about to stand up and bust him for cheating, he pulled out something metal and black. This kid was known for causing trouble and harassing multiple girls, one of them being my daughter. And since I was lucky enough to teach her that year, she was sitting right in front of him. I instantly started getting nervous. I didn't have a clear enough view to be sure what it was, but knew I had to get a better look, so I stood up pretending to help one of my students. However, the second I got a closer look, I realized what it was. It was a handgun. My hands started shaking, but as I sat back down, I dialed 911 on my phone, but knew he'd hear me if I even whispered. I knew I couldn't just walk out of the room and leave them in there, so I texted our principal, praying he'd respond. Sweat was dripping onto my desk, and as he held up finger guns at her, I knew I couldn't wait any longer. That's when I got an idea. I looked at that same student and wrote her a note that said, "Ask me to use the bathroom. Go get the principal, get him to check his phone, and leave the school immediately." And when I handed it to her, she could see how terrified I was. But without saying anything, she left the room. It took everything to hold back my tears. But then someone knocked on the door. Our principal walked in the room, and I immediately saw the kid get nervous. The principal walked up and asked him, "Could you come into the hall with me?" And he stood up with one hand still in his backpack. My heart raced as he walked past my daughter, but just before he finally left the room, he stopped. Everyone watched, and I saw him unzip his bag. My heart stopped, but before anyone could do anything, he pulled out the gun and aimed it directly at my daughter. I yelled, "No, don't!" and everyone screamed. I ran towards her, diving in front of her to stop it. I saw police running in behind him, but in slow motion, I saw him pull the trigger. This was it for me. I heard the click and was ready to take a bullet to the spleen, but when I hit the ground, I felt nothing. The police ran in and grabbed him from behind, and when the gun hit the floor, I saw he forgot to take the safety off. We were in the middle of a test, and everyone screamed towards her, diving in front of her to stop it. I felt behind him, but in slow motion, I saw him pull the trigger. This was and was ready to take a bullet. But when I hit the ground, I saw the police ran in and grabbed him.
One.